From inside the moonlit building comes a voice agreeing to only one cup. An elderly man named Gwen Red chuckles thoughtfully and long. He calls his interlocutor heartless, because he waited a long time for the meeting, and here there is only one cup. The man remains sullenly silent, and the old man has no choice but to fill this unfortunate cup. Gwen doesn't like to keep quiet, so she remembers that when they first met, they were both young. Even these words do not reach the man sitting opposite, and the old man's gaze becomes sad. Looking at the young face, Gwen already mentally remembers that it was 40 years ago. It was then that they first met this young man. This guy came to Gwen with a request to send him into the past using the regression technique. The man's gaze then expressed extreme seriousness. Gwen was surprised to meet his cold but determined gaze. He was also surprised by the request itself, because this technique was an achievement of the Red family. It was passed down through generations, but the technique was nearly impossible to use. Gwen knew he could have completed it, but he had no choice, so he refused. To complete this technique, 5 rare materials had to be collected. Gwen looked sad when she thought about the impossibility of collecting them all, and he said with a grin that he would fulfill the request if the client brought him all the materials. The first component was the Thunder Bell, a sacred artifact of the cult of the Heavenly Wind. The second artifact was the Sacred Incense Burner, an artifact of the Divine Dragons. The third material was the core essence of the 10,000-year carp, and the last artifact was the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. Gwen reflects on how her friend was able to acquire them all in just a few decades, and the elder says that he finds it hard to believe, asking where the man got all these materials. He replies that he really did curse this so-called great technology. Because getting the materials was really hard, it was easier to kill Gwen. He thinks that when they first met they were young, but now their hair is completely gray. And Gwen, saying she can finally ask about it, asks why the man is trying to go back in time. As soon as the guest heard the question, he interrupted the old man with a loud bang of his cup. His lips curl ugly, harshly spitting out words for revenge. Gwen's expression turns surprised as he asks the question. He wonders if this man couldn't take revenge with such skills. He confirms these words and is asked who he hates so much. And hearing the name, Mulava Hunt, Gwen's eyes become completely round with astonishment. All the leaders of those 3 strongest groups died at the hands of this man. First, the leader Moore was killed, followed by the death of Unorthodox, and even the last one, the Heavenly Demon, did not escape the fate prepared for him. Mulawa Hunt was the strongest man in history, and even more, he was the strongest of all in the entire era. Gwen emotionally says that she is not sure that her friend will win, even if he returns to the past. And he, gritting his teeth, replies that he must do it no matter what. After all, the Heavenly Demon who died at his hands was his father. Gwen looks at her interlocutor in amazement, hearing the words that he is not going to avenge his father's death. And not even because this man killed his cunning bastard brother. Deaths are natural. The old man looks at his interlocutor with puzzlement, asking what the reason is then. They answer him that those who gave their lives to demons deserve death, but not the innocent. And that day, Mulava killed servants, cooks, and even small children who did not know martial arts. He even killed all the cats and dogs he raised. Gwen says she doesn't believe it, and her interlocutor replies that he doesn't care. In this century, he won't be able to kill him, so he must return to the past. And the man will ask him why such a strong man killed even innocent children. Gwen asks if an old friend could do him a favor if the technique works. He asks to find him if the man manages to return to the past. With a look that doesn't show even a hint of interest, they ask him why. And Gwen resolutely replies that all this is to prevent him from getting married. For a while there is silence around, in which everyone thinks about their own things. The man's expression remains serious, but suddenly he bursts into laughter. Taken aback by Gwen's reaction, she says, puzzled, that she is not joking and repeats her request. He asks to be told to live alone for the rest of his life, and the man promises. Getting up, he suggests moving to the place where the technique will be carried out. Gwen asks him how he's feeling, and he assures her that he's fine. He lost an arm and an eye, but that was a small price to pay to obtain the secret demonic soul. They move to the place where the ritual will take place, and Gwen picks up the first of the materials. He opens the box, from which magical energy immediately begins to flow. The artifact envelops the space around it with its magical tentacles, making your way into the most hidden corners of the room where living souls are located. Gwen begins to read the necessary spell for better concentration, closing her eyes. Its energy mixes with the flow of the first artifact, enveloping the Thunderbell. The same thing happens with the Sacred Incense Burner. The main essence of the 10,000-year carp is also not left aside. And the final touch is the secret demonic soul of the demonic cult. Gwen connects all these different magical streams, weaving them into one. The space around the artifact seems to become denser and thicker. But then the brightest light is replaced by darkness, and a portal opens. Gwen looks extremely scared, surprised that he seems to have succeeded. Unable to contain his pleasant excitement, he says out loud that he actually did it. Turning to his friend, he asks him enthusiastically if he sees it. And he is surprised, because the answer is silence. the interlocutor does not even look in Gwen's direction. Looking at his face more closely, the old man realized that he had fallen fast asleep from fatigue. Gwen continues to look at him silently, and a crazy thought begins to form in her head. The old man returns his gaze to the portal, and his desire gains more and more strength. And again Gwen turns around, but this time to say words of apology. Taking the first step, he says that he is truly sorry, and he promises to definitely find him and tell him about the impending disaster. Returning to the past is his family's cherished wish, and his own. But then the old man's eyes widen in surprise, as he realizes that something is wrong. The thing is that for some reason he can't move his body. An angry man appears from behind, asking how he can do this. Gwen begins to shake, unable to cope with fear, and tries to stall for time. But he is interrupted by an offended man who did not expect such a trick. Grabbing the old man by the throat, he screams furiously, asking how he could do this. All the air is knocked out of Gwen's chest, escaping with a cough. The old man apologizes, saying that he lost his mind for a short time, but he is very sorry. He knows how much effort it took him to get these materials. He shouldn't have done it. Gwen can only hope for a miracle, but those lifeless eyes make it unlikely. But the incredible still happens, because the man's hand lets go of him, and the man begins to speak. He admits that he is also an egoist, because he collected the materials without thinking about anyone but himself. And if Gwen were anyone else, she would have been killed by his hands long ago. But a man can forgive an old friend, because he knows him very well. He extends his hand to the old man again, but this time he places it on someone else's shoulder. The man thanks Gwen for waiting for him all his life, and he, seeing an understanding smile on his friend's face, says that he is truly sorry. But suddenly something strange begins to happen, and the man is amazed. He turns towards the portal in fear, assuming that it has become the source. Everything around just stopped in an instant, and the man thinks about it. He curses harshly and turns back to his friend. And at that very moment he hears a voice saying that he has passed all the tests. A golden glow appears from behind, and the man notices it with his one eye. Turning around, he sees the old man and understands that the glow is his handiwork. He asks the venerable man who he is, and he answers immediately. He is the man who can send him into the past. The stranger continues, saying that man cannot possibly understand the logic of the heavens. He explains that the true value of this technique lies not in the materials themselves, but in the efforts that were made to collect them all. The test has been passed. Life has been lived with the purpose of sacrificing everything that was. Forgiving Gwen was the final test, but the man managed to pass it. Murphy asks for the wish to be granted since he managed to successfully complete it. He politely asks to be sent back in time, and the stranger asks what he will do there. The man replies that he will kill the one who deserves death and save the innocent. He is asked if this is all he would like to change in the past. The old man asks what Murphy regrets, and he answers passionately, all of it. From the moment he was born, he couldn't do what he wanted, and it ruined his life. Many events befell him, and his life came to an end before he even realized it. The old man smirks, saying that he wonders what kind of life Murphy will live, and he declares that he is looking forward to the life that his interlocutor will have. And the next moment, the hitherto immobile world begins to move again. Behind Murphy, Glenn's whining voice expresses regret. He says it is shameless of him to say the following things. But Murphy must not forget his promise to stop the old man from getting married. The man grins and turns, heading towards the portal. Entering into its depths, he asks the old man to take care of himself. He shouts his request after him, repeating it for the umpteenth time. But Murphy can no longer hear his interlocutor, because the movement is already activated. His eyes widen and he realizes that he sees through both of them. What the boy sees with his still healthy eyes evokes mixed emotions. He turns to meet the stone statue's eyes and understands. He really did return to his past. But then the guy begins to feel a strange aura coming from somewhere behind him. He turns around and fixes his gaze on the one from whom it comes. The man sitting on the throne looks directly at Murphy. And the guy knows him well because this is his father, the heavenly demon himself. Murphy turns to him in his mind with mixed feelings. And the man is surprised with his eyes alone, not understanding what has changed in his son. But the change is quite clearly visible, because he had never had such a smile. And then they turn to Murphy, asking how long he intends to keep them waiting. The wild-looking man suggests starting this battle as quickly as possible. He stands in front of Murphy, already beginning his demonstration of power. And the guy guesses at what point in time he returned. After all, today is the day of a new battle with demons. His father decided that he would not limit himself in choosing an heir to the bloodline. This statement caused a storm of indignation within the cult, and for good reason. This meant that anyone could become a heavenly demon, as long as they were the strongest. And the man showed that he was serious about his statement by organizing a competition. The winner of the fight received the privilege of fighting one of his two sons. And if he wins, he will have one of his wishes fulfilled. And it will be fulfilled by the heavenly demon himself. The opponent asks Murphy if he should give up while he still has the chance, but the interlocutor remains silent in response, letting past events into his head. At the time, Murphy was truly insulted that he had been chosen. At the time he thought it was because he was considered weak, but not now. Murphy now knows that his rival bribed the cook to poison his rice. After all, this poison temporarily blocked the use of energy. In the past, Murphy has lost due to a dirty trick by an opponent. And later he told his father about what happened, but he didn't answer. Moreover, his gaze that day was accusing, because the trick was insignificant. After that, Murphy did something to compensate for his defeat. And because of failures and mistakes, he lost his advantages in the war for succession. His bad streak began with today's defeat, and the enemy brazenly asks why the prince is distracted, although he is in front of him. Murphy pauses for a moment, as if remembering something, and then he casually asks what he says his name is. He indignantly asks if he is being ignored, and introduces himself as Percy Good. This guy is one of the 7 disciples of the Supreme Demon, Charles Good, Demon of the Bloody Heaven's Sword, and Percy is the 5th of his charges. And while the opponent says that Murphy is probably confident in his abilities, since he is joking, he turns his head towards his father. He didn't know this before, but now he knows for sure that he already knew about the poisoning of his son. The man was interested to see how Murphy would get out of this situation. Now he is trained not only in the use of energy and can win, but he will not do so yet. A confident speech flies out in front of all the assembled heroes of the cult. Murphy states that he will fight his opponent without using internal energy. Most of those gathered immediately become puzzled, asking perplexed questions. Even Percy himself becomes interested and asks a surprise question. But there are those who approve of this, believing that the prince has courage. And the crowd is filled with enthusiastic voices calling Murphy an unrivaled swordsman. Percy glared at those standing behind him and muttered a curse. And he declares that he too will not use internal energy. The reaction is not what the man expected. The upcoming fight is considered boring. Hearing the words about a waste of time, Percy decides to light a fire. He asks to remember that his sword cuts everything it hits. And Murphy thinks about how he feels like an outsider in this young body. And while he's trying to figure out his options, Percy tells him to draw his sword too. Murphy shares his thoughts. He doesn't think it's necessary to use a sword against an opponent. The crowd bursts into laughter, saying that it looks like the prince is looking down on him. Percy growls, not intending to kill the guy just because he's the cult leader's son. But rushing forward with a battle cry, he is about to take his hand away. Murphy stands motionless until the very last moment, then dodges. This makes it clear that his body is capable of reacting instantly. And it happens faster than the guy thought. Testing his abilities, Murphy decides to test the next one. And with his lightning-fast movement, he causes surprise on the enemy's face. But the test of abilities does not end there, causing Percy's displeasure. Returning to solid ground, Murphy notices one thing. His heart at this age beats with incredible force. And Percy, noticing his opponent's smile, lets out a guttural growl and starts swearing. He rushes into battle with a vicious question. How dare he laugh at him? And then Murphy notices the moment for himself and takes off, flying towards the enemy. Percy notices him only when the guy is very close, but it's too late. An elbow strike knocks the wind out of the man. He doubles over and starts coughing, not expecting what will happen next. And Murphy is ruthless, because he delivers the next blow without giving his opponent a chance to catch his breath. He strikes as hard as he can, testing his strength level at the same time. Percy is sent flying back due to the force applied, but is caught again, preventing him from escaping. Murphy continues to beat down his opponent, getting into a frenzy. Increasing his speed, he showers the strong body with a mass of blows, and it flies off again under such a powerful pressure, but this time upwards. A little later, along with a hoarse cough, blood splashes out of the lungs. Percy begins to fall, but is not allowed to do so completely. Someone else's hand, having grabbed the wrist, holds tightly. There is no escape, and Murphy, unable to bear it, asks if it was this hand. He clarifies to make it clearer whether it was with this hand that the man gave the poison to the cook. And when it finally becomes clear to Percy that the guy knows everything, it is already too late. Using his knee to help himself, the guy knocks a ton of curses out of his opponent. But he doesn't feel pity, because no one has ever pitied him. People in the crowd look at the man screaming heartbreakingly with mixed feelings. And he, due to pain shock, falls onto the arena unconscious. Looking at his defeated enemy, Murphy thinks that now he will not allow anyone to influence his life. The Emperor asks his son what he wants, because he promised to fulfill any wish. Looking at Percy, who has already come to his senses, Murphy thinks. Typically people asked for a handcrafted sword or a secret martial arts manual. Surely everyone is expecting something like this now. But this time he'll follow his instincts, and Murphy will voice it. His wish is to go hunting with his father. He is silent. But from his tensely knitted eyebrows it is clear that the man is thinking hard. Finally, he asks again if his son wants to hunt with him. He confirms his words, saying that he heard that in his youth he liked to hunt. That's why Murphy wants to learn how to hunt from his father. A man's hand rests on the handle of his throne, helping him to rise. The Sky Demon replies that they will go hunting tomorrow at dawn. Without adding anything else, the man leaves, rustling his clothes. The son, who is watching him, is distracted by being told that he is an idiot. Percy says he can't believe Murphy made such a lousy wish. He mocks, asking him to repeat his name again, and his opponent flares up. Murphy reflects. Now that he's back, he's no longer interested in the recklessness of these people. Later, when dusk comes, he stands in front of the mirror. Murphy thinks about how he is truly young again, unlike his former self, which he continues to consider himself because his thinking is already different. The guy wonders what his sworn enemy might be doing now. He can kill him before the incident. But the problem is different. Nothing was heard from this man after the destruction of the 3 clans. It would be too dangerous and provocative to tell the whole world about it. But Murphy's main task remains the same. He must become stronger than Mullowa Hunt. And while he is deep in thought, a painfully familiar voice is heard from behind. Turning to the young master, she says that he fought superbly. Turning slowly, as if afraid to scare her, Murphy sees Anna Little standing in front of him. But his feelings are stronger than him, and an appeal involuntarily escapes the guy's lips. The girl confirms the words of her young master. She is a bodyguard. This girl's enormous size is due to the martial arts she studied, and she was taught this secret technique from Murphy, which still makes him uncomfortable. Anna shielded him with her body to block the aura of Mulava's sword. Only thanks to the self-sacrifice of his bodyguard did Murphy survive. The girl asks in surprise why the young gentleman is looking at her like that, and he thinks that he had no idea what a sweet voice Anna had. This girl was ready to sacrifice her life for him. But he thought of her as just a bodyguard, something taken for granted. In the same way, people perceive the presence of oxygen in the air. As Murphy gets closer, he thinks the girl is larger than he remembered, and she remembers what everyone said about her before. Anna could have become the greatest beauty in the world if she had continued to grow in the same spirit. But one day this beauty suddenly got fat. That day, she said with a bright smile that she would protect her young master. At the time, Murphy didn't know that she cried a lot about her extra weight, and he didn't notice her puffy eyes. Now he wonders how she felt and how he felt about her. He feels like he treated the girl more coldly after gaining weight, and it's incredibly sad, remembering that the girl gave him all of herself. But now, looking at her, the guy makes a silent promise to Anna, intending to get rid of the side effects of the body petrification technique. The girl asks Murphy worriedly if he is okay. He thinks for only a moment, answering that he is completely fine. Anna says he's acting a little strange today. Murphy chuckles to himself at his bodyguard's observation skills. He heads towards the exit, inviting Anna to join him and look at something even stranger. The girl asks in surprise where they are going. Murphy replies that they are going to turn over the dining room table, and Anna is confused. Later, standing in front of the culprits, the guy asks them why they did it. One of the old men takes the liberty of asking what he means. Murphy asks why they poisoned his food with an energy-diffusing poison. The younger cook screams, denying that he was involved in anything like this. The guy doesn't back down, asking if he lost the money he received, remembering that this kid got into big debt because of gambling. And now he asks for mercy, saying that he made a big mistake. Murphy asks if Percy personally came looking for him to give him the money. Realizing that there is no point in further dodging, the young man confirms these words. And then his head goes flying, accompanied by Anna's scream, and his body falls to the floor. Murphy considers such behavior shameful for a chef. He still doesn't understand how he dared to poison someone else's food. The old cook apologizes to the young master, taking full responsibility upon himself. Murphy asks why, since it's the fault of the one who poisoned his lunch. But the man disagrees, believing that he is responsible for everything that happens in the kitchen. The guy resorts to trickery, asking whether everything unfair in the cult is his father's fault. The man does not understand at first, but quickly denies what was said. Murphy asks why then he is trying to take responsibility for someone else's guilt. The guy tells me to stop thinking about it and to cook him dinner instead. Murphy hasn't had chicken noodles in a while, so he wants this dish for dinner. Anna asks if the young master was not here a few days ago. He is about to answer, but stops himself in time. The inquisitive look in those naive eyes is disconcerting, and Murphy exhales. After all, this is what happened only for him, several decades ago. The next day, at dawn, Father Murphy emerges from his pavilion. He asks his interlocutor what kind of distracting things he is wearing. The guy replies that they will all be needed in the next few days. The man says he planned to hunt for one day, but his son won't give up. He says that his father might like it, and then he will stay for a few more days. The man calls his son's dream ambitious, and they begin their journey. While walking through the forest, the Sky Demon says that Murphy is better than he thought. The boy wonders if he noticed the skills he acquired in his past life, and he thinks it's best to tell his father about everything. Murphy says he was hiding his skills, and his interlocutor replies that he noticed. The guy says that he is not a hissing cat, but a beast that hides its claws. The Sky Demon is silent for a while, but finally gives in and asks, why would an animal hide its claws? And Murphy yelps flippantly. He admits that he didn't think about it from that point of view, the father says. That's why the son is a cat. He wonders how well the boy has mastered the art of the floating sword. This art is passed down through the line of heavenly demons along with the highest techniques. This is why it is considered extremely advanced. Murphy replies that he has completely mastered this art. He barely manages to dodge the crushing blow due to his father's triple check. If the guy hadn't turned away, he could have lost half his face. The man is convinced, recognizing that his son has truly mastered this art. The boy says that this test could have ended unsuccessfully, and the father agrees. And that would have been the price of lying to his father. But everything is fine. The son lived up to expectations. Murphy says their faces are similar, so a scar would look unsightly. The man turns away, praising his son for being able to master the technique at such an age. An unusual feeling arises inside the boy, because his father has never praised him before. But they cannot stand still and continue on their way, each thinking about their own. A grateful smile appears on Murphy's face, and he barely audibly says the appropriate words. The man crouches, testing the ground with his hand, and the son asks who he studied with. And although his look is serious, the guy gets an answer from his older brother. Murphy is surprised, asking if he really had an uncle. The man replies that he killed him when he was about his son's age. Looking at the retreating back, the guy thinks about whether to say or not, and still decides. Praise from a son's lips sounds like the sound of an executioner's whip cracking. The man turns around as the boy continues, saying that it would be different. If his uncle were still alive, he would not have been able to be born. The man thinks he has something to say, but he doesn't do it, considering it unnecessary. Murphy thinks that even a man like his father would find it painful to fight with his family. Yet the heavenly demon gives in, saying that he couldn't find any other solution back then. Murphy suggests that this is a war for the right to be a successor, and he expresses out loud the hope that his father will not think that way about him. The boy says he can't do what a man can't do, and he already knows that he doesn't even need to think about something like that, because his brother is very vicious and cruel. The man looks at his son, who is deep in dark thoughts, and asks a question. Does the guy talk about his brother like that just because he's not around? Sometime later, the hunters stop near the desired mountain. And as they climb up, Murphy ponders. In his past life, he was not married. That's why he didn't know what it was like to have children. And this topic was a subject of burning curiosity for him. But the guy was specifically concerned about the answer to the question of how his own father saw him. Stopping next to the man who has been staring into the distance for some time, Murphy asks, "Is there anything in those thickets that deserves their attention?" The man answers with restraint. Just a few words. Their dinner is there. The boy says that they should kill him then, but his father rebuffs him. He asks how his son is going to kill something he can't even see. The sky demon suggests that you first close your eyes and feel your surroundings. The guy agrees and obediently obeys, trusting his instincts. When masters of the arts track an enemy, they sense vibrations in the air. People usually call this the energy flow of a being. But Murphy only feels one current now, and that is his father's energy. The man asks his son to direct some energy into one line, and then, without destroying it, make it thinner. You need to think of your body as a ball of yarn, and release your energy slowly, as if you were pulling a string. Following his father's advice to the letter, Murphy begins to feel something. The man asks if he has reached her, and the son confirms his words, answering that he feels it. The interlocutor asks the guy what he thinks it is, and he, focusing, suggests that it is a tree. The hunter asks to comb the area, but only slowly. And Murphy obediently focuses again, straining to make no mistake. The energy tape touches something, and the guy begins to slowly probe the ground. Centimeter by centimeter, the outline of the animal becomes visible in front of the tracker, and Murphy cries out in amazement, saying that it is a wild boar. But he closes his eyes again, assuming it could also be a bear. Although its fur is coarse and its body is long, it is most likely still a wild boar. The sky demon, trying not to show surprise, agrees that it is indeed a wild boar. Watching his son, he attracts his attention with recognition. At first, he also couldn't guess it correctly at such a distance. Murphy says he has the kind of body that allows him to learn martial arts quickly, so it's not that big of a problem for him. Later, when they light a fire, the man, seeing his son's skills, becomes interested. He asks when he learned to cook animals and gets the answer from a book. The man finds his son's skills skillful, and this is strange, but he laughs it off. Murphy says he cooked it to win his father's favor. The man asks if all this is really so that he can make his son his successor. He answers negatively, saying that he knows perfectly well that it will not work on him. In general, he himself can become the successor. The man calls himself confident. And he asks why then his son wanted to hunt with him. There were 2 reasons, the first of which was to become stronger by learning everything he could from his father. The man tenses, asking what will happen after he becomes stronger. Murphy understands what is going on, and is quick to explain that he is not trying to claim his father's place. He will be pleased if he can learn the heavenly demon arts. The boy thinks that he needs to learn the art of the 9 tribulations faster, to master it perfectly, but suddenly realizes that this is not enough. He is adamant that he needs to rise above this level. After all, even his father, who mastered this art, lost to Mulawa. Therefore, mastering this is the bare minimum. He almost forgot, but his father reminds him, asking about the second reason. The guy comes back to reality and looks at the man in surprise, but suddenly smiles. He says he wanted to spend at least a little time together, alone. After all, this is the first time they've done something like this in their entire lives. The man also smiles, but in a different way, saying that this useless emotion will get him killed. Murphy tries to counter by saying that his father is the strongest in the world. If a man sings a song, he will become the greatest song, and it is the same with everything else. The sky demon looks away, deep in thought. His heavy thoughts almost tangibly swarm around him like energetic threads. And looking at this man, Murphy also indulges in silent reflection. He tried to remember his father many times, but no memories came. After all, fear is not a memory, so the guy wants to fix it. But not for the sake of his father, but for himself. And as he talks, dawn breaks. Murphy suggests going back, but his father is against it, saying they need to kill at least the tiger. After all, did he really forget who he went with? The guy is amazed. The man tells him to stop standing there like a fool and to follow him. And Murphy, perhaps for the first time in a long time, calls him father, agreeing. They go to a bamboo grove and the man tells his son to close his eyes. This time, father wants Murphy to feel the wind. The guy thinks that he has never tried to put his energy into the wind. There was no one to teach him, and he had never heard of anything like this. The man says that you need to direct your energy towards your goal as quickly as possible. Otherwise, all he will get is some kind of petty trick. Murphy doesn't understand how to combine the wind and his energy at the same time. It's difficult, but finally realization comes to him. Pouring energy into the wind is not the same as going with it, but what he needs is to connect them together. And when this is successful, the energy thread goes on its way through the bamboo, touching something. And literally a moment later, the guy manages to determine who exactly he touched. He opens his eyes in horror, turning to his frightened father. And he exclaims, "There really is a tiger there." The man's gaze becomes serious. He advises not to be lazy in discharging your energy, because the chances of survival are higher the more energy lines you have. Murphy expresses his understanding and promises to keep these words in mind. He shows the vessel, saying that it is his strongest trump card. As the man takes a sip, the boy looks at him expectantly, waiting for a verdict. The sky demon looks at the bottle in surprise, and then admits that it is good. Murphy says it's still too strong for him, but this is a lie, and the man says that people like them should not complain about the strength of alcohol. The guy asks if having a hard heart is more important than drinking strong alcohol. The man asks again, wondering if his son could kill him to stay alive. The boy answers in the negative, asking how a child can kill a parent. But this is also a lie. Murphy notes that even now he values his life more. The guy asks how he can kill his father, and he retorts, "When in doubt, don't say you have a hard heart." The young man looks at the bottle, saying that then he will have to drink strong wine. And looking at his son's drink, the man again became immersed in his thoughts. Later back home, Murphy practices a new technique. He takes a long breath, analyzing his progress. Now he can freely pour his energy into the wind. And all thanks to a few days of training after his regression. He can also now support as many as 4 energy lines. He is surprised that his father taught him this. But even 4 lines are not enough. At least 10 are needed. And then it may be possible to neutralize the enemy's covert techniques. But even his father lost to Manhwa, although he was much more skilled. This monster even managed to infiltrate the Heavenly Demon Pavilion, but it is a place guarded by 3 barriers, 6 traps, and a group of carefully selected elite representatives. In addition, there are 8 supreme demons and their subordinates. In every corner of the world there are swordsmen, blades, fists, and sorcerers. Each faction is led by the most powerful demons. Even in the northeast there are faceless warriors seeking greater power. In the southeast live the drunken swordsmen, who drink with the demon drunkard. The southwest is filled with poison fangs, exploring all the possibilities of poisons. And in the northwest live the crazy monks, who worship the demonic beliefs of Buddha. At the time, Murphy thought the enemy had broken in from outside, but that was not the case. There could have been several traitors, but he or they were clearly one of the 8 great demons. Although, despite all this, the traitor was never found. But it doesn't really matter who it is. Murphy considers them all traitors. After his father's death, none of the 8 sought revenge. Instead, they decided to shut down the demonic cult. Even though these are events of the distant future, Murphy knows everything about them. He knows what kind of life they lived and what their last moments were like. And this time, the guy is going to use the 8 higher demons to the end. The guy hears an unpleasant address to Anna and becomes interested in him. The girl is ordered to drag the young gentleman to them, since many days have already passed. Anna asks what he just said and they come to her rescue. Her young master asks what she is doing there. And to the puzzled looks, he reminds her that he asked her to mind her own business. He asks if she was waiting for him all this time while he was training. They rudely interrupt the conversation, asking why the guy suddenly started training. Murphy knows this man. He is a student of the Warrior of the Bloody Skies, Paul Knightley. The reason for such impudent behavior lies in the Heavenly Demon. Being his son no longer seemed special after that announcement, and now many wanted to win over the legitimate heirs. And all for the sake of fame, Murphy asks what these people want. The leader replies that Percy cannot practice martial arts because of that battle. The guy asks what's wrong, now he has to look after him. And he adds that he doesn't think they can hold serious negotiations. Baldy demands that Murphy take responsibility and formally apologize. And the guy thinks that he knows why this man came to him. The Bloody Heavenly Blade's top disciple was not chosen. Therefore, students do everything possible to gain the teacher's favor. And now he needs Murphy's apology so as not to allegedly put his master in a bad light. And he says he doesn't think the bald guy will be chosen as the best student. The opponent makes excuses, and Murphy says he wants him to apologize. The bald man is amazed at his self-confidence and asks what he has to apologize for. And the answer is a rude treatment of the young master's subordinate. Under Anna's stunned gaze, Murphy asks her to apologize. The Blood Demon's disciple is once again amazed by the request. Anna says everything is fine, but Murphy is not happy. He reproaches Paul for daring to speak rudely to a subordinate, so he wants him to get down on his knees and apologize. The man asks again. He should get down on his knees and apologize to this fat woman. Murphy notices that his interlocutor is swearing again. Paul says he would rather die than kneel before her. And that's exactly what Murphy wanted to hear when he asked. If he prefers death, then the guy is ready to fulfill this wish. The man says, puzzled, seeing his opponent draw his sword from its sheath, that he has truly gone mad. Murphy offers a choice, either apologize to Anna or fight to the death. Only his teacher won't be pleased if Paul decides to back down. He asks Murphy why he goes so far, and he answers. He doesn't care, because the opponent is here to find him anyway. And Murphy will even understand if they want to take revenge on him. But he will not allow them to insult his subordinate. Paul laughs, asking if he really wants to kill him over this pig. And Murphy responds, that's how much this girl means to him. In one sharp movement, Paul pulls the sword from behind his back. His comrades ask him not to make such a mistake. The bodyguard addresses his young master, and Paul says since Murphy is the son of the Heavenly Demon, he will only take his hand. The Heavenly Demon's son looks at his opponent's preparations with a calm gaze. Anna feels awkward because she herself was the cause of the discord, and Paul's comrades are wondering if they can somehow stop him or if it's too late. Baldy, meanwhile, finishes preparing for the attack by absorbing energy, and he throws it from his sword at his opponent, but he manages to dodge it. And even more so, Paul's attack becomes fraught with danger for himself, because he has lost his protection. And his comrades understand that now they can stop racking their brains over previous thoughts. And the girl gasps in fear, covering herself with her hands from an excess of emotions. Murphy, however, notes that his opponent's mouth was the cause of his death. And he continues, saying that he used language to insult Anna. And the same language refused to apologize. There is no one else to blame. And the young master breaks through to put an end to everything for sure. No longer so talkative, Paul falls to the ground under the surprised gaze of witnesses. Murphy does not repent, believing that the man fully deserved such a death. Paul's comrades run towards the corpse, covered in his own blood, shouting his name. One of them asks if Murphy thinks he can be held accountable for his actions. And he, as if by the way, notices that the speaker's lips are similar to his. And he orders that his words be conveyed exactly, saying that if he dares to change anything, he will find him. The comrades lift the dead body and carry it away, followed by the murderer's gaze. Anna's voice is heard from behind, asking why he did it. Murphy clarifies, and the girl explains why he would kill for her. The guy smiles. This girl suffered herself but continues to worry about him. And he replies that it wasn't all for her sake. He simply killed someone who deserved to die. The girl notices that the warrior of the bloody heavens will not leave this just like that. It's no wonder she's so scared. There are good reasons for that. The 8th martial master of the demonic cult, with great influence. And Murphy maimed one of the supreme demon's disciples and killed the second. The guy is sure that he won't do anything. It's not in his interest to interfere. But Anna notes that this could seriously hurt his pride. They answer her that he has no pride and reach out to her with their hand. Murphy says, whatever the case, there's no need to worry about him. When the young gentleman leaves, Anna looks at him with a thoughtful look. The guy thinks that he, in contrast, can gain a lot from this death. Now he will surely be able to attract everyone's attention to the cult. But if the war for succession were measured in points, he would have received only 1. He is overwhelmed by Anna's gratitude for what he did for her. She was extremely happy that he took her side today, and he admits that he says this from the bottom of his heart. Murphy feigns coolness, telling her to always remember that. And he no longer hears the girl's consent, once again plunging into thoughts. In his mind, he asks Anna to keep smiling. After all, he wants the smile to never leave her face. Later, the moonlight illuminates him sitting on a large rock in the courtyard. Murphy recalls being depressed after the demonic cult disbanded. If he didn't have a purpose, he wouldn't be able to continue living. If the guy hadn't learned about the regression technique, everything would have been completely different. His eyes widen in horror as Murphy senses a foreign presence. and the very next moment he sees his own reflection in someone else's blade. Puzzled, realizing that the one next to him was the bloody heaven warrior himself. The guy didn't think he would appear here so quickly, wondering if he could dodge this man's dangerous blade. In his past life he gained a lot of knowledge, but his internal energy is not enough. This may not be enough to successfully dodge. Meanwhile, the blade glides, as if playfully, bringing its edge closer to the face, but he passes by and now the man is already sitting next to him. The potential interlocutor is silent, and the guy is curious about what is going on in his head. Smiling slyly, the old man asks why he did it. Murphy is puzzled because he expected anything but this. But he brazenly replies that this guy behaved like a complete asshole. The interlocutor squints, urging him to continue. Murphy asks if he's here to fight him. And the old man asks, continuing to smile, maybe he should cut off his head, guessing whether this would be able to excite the heavenly demon or not. The guy doesn't think this sword can cut off his head, advising him to remember his father's look. The old man puts away his sword again, surprising Murphy. He moves it along the ground, arousing the boy's curiosity. Murphy asks, looking at the drawing, what it is. The answer is the heavenly demon's agitation indicator. The old man says that a small share is given to Murphy, and the rest is his own. The guy slowly gets up from his seat and squats down. Pointing to the impromptu schedule, he believes that his son should at least be there. That is, on the 7th, but the old warrior only on the 3rd. He starts laughing, offering to check if he can kill him. If a warrior brings back only one head to the heavenly demon, Murphy says he thinks the other person is underestimating the father's love for his son. The old man tenses his hand, recalling the words he said earlier. He recharges his batteries, again offering to test and find out. Feeling the heat of the air, Murphy realizes with annoyance that he has miscalculated. But he notes that there is no need for this. The heavenly demon has 2 sons, but the warrior has only 1. He smirks, noting that this guy is not as stupid as his student. He answers, getting up from his knees. If Paul had looked even a little bit like a teacher, he would still be alive. The old man asks his interlocutor to listen to him, saying that misfortune has been with him all his life. He expresses the hope that they will never see each other again. The guy grins, agreeing and saying that he remembered this wish. He doesn't have time to catch the movement, but the old man is no longer in front of him. The amazed guy finds it only by looking up, but I can't think about it for long. My body is pierced by pain. As Murphy lifts his clothes up, he remembers how he got those 2 bruises. He curses the old man with annoyance, calling him damned, and thinks, this man looks like he can do whatever he wants, but in reality, he can't. The bloody heaven warrior carefully weighs every step he takes. He repeated twice that he would take his son's head to his father, and for good reason. It seems he really thought about it. He came to see it. Murphy is still under the impression from the battle with his student. The warrior felt the need to test the son of the heavenly demon. Murphy practices the wind energy connection technique again. He wants to develop it and increase the number of energy threads. As the energy ribbon moves upward, it reveals something. Murphy feels uneasy because he didn't expect this. Looking up in fear, the guy wonders what to do. But the answer is obvious, and a moment later the guy is already standing on the roof. His gaze burns with determination when he sees the one in front of him, and an appeal involuntarily escapes from the lips, an appeal to his own father. The heavenly demon asks if he killed the bloody heaven warrior's disciple. The guy looks at his interlocutor for a while in silence, but answers, yes, and Murphy believes that this man deserved this death. But it doesn't matter. The man notices that what's much more important is that the warrior came to him, and he asks the heavenly demon to punish his wayward son. Murphy asks again and receives an affirmative answer, the man adding that he was surprised. The guy assumes that the warrior wants to test their relationship. He wonders if his father will punish him, and what punishment he might choose. And he immediately answers the mental question, he is going to punish his son. Murphy says he has no reason for it, and the man replies that one can be created. While hunting, the boy asked which of the supreme demons his father trusted the most. Murphy confirms the veracity of these words, and he remembers that conversation as if it were yesterday. The man didn't answer him then, but the guy wasn't surprised because it was normal. But now the father admits that he doesn't trust not only them, but anyone at all. The man recalls his son's words about discipline within the cult, and he suggests dropping talk about catching corrupt followers. The heavenly demon asks to tell him honestly what his son thinks about this. He replies that at some point they forgot about the demonic path. The man is amazed and pausing asks again, and the guy fearlessly confirms his thoughts. The man asks what he means by this concept. For Murphy, it is the cult's singular belief in victory over absolute evil. The man seems to repeat his son's words, as if enchanted, and he replies that he does not consider opposition to the faction to be his direct responsibility. The man asks what it is then. Murphy thinks it is in confronting evil. It is so vicious that man is unable to cope with it. Even the devil will start praying when he meets something like this. Murphy says he doesn't think even an entire alliance can combat this evil. Therefore, compassion cannot help to cope with it. They are the only ones who can cope with this, becoming even more terrible. Murphy thinks that the demonic path can only be comprehended in one case, and this will happen when the great evil falls on its knees before them. If they cannot, their existence will be short-lived. They must punish themselves in order to survive. Murphy believes that it is unlikely that the Sky Demon would have thought of such a thing. It doesn't look like anyone has said that to him before, because in his cult he never managed to realize this. This was something Murphy realized on his own after much wandering. The interlocutor speaks up, asking his son if he has any more cheeky comments. He answers negatively, saying that there is nothing else for today, and the man begins to understand why the warrior will ask to punish his son. It looks like he had something in it and wanted to use it to test it. The guy thinks that the warrior wanted to know if he had a chance to become the successor. The man suggests that the old man might have considered him a threat to the cult. Regardless, Murphy considers warrior a wise old man. The man turns away and asks his son to follow him. The boy stands in front of the small sky cave in surprise. This is where the disciples or children of the heavenly demon are tested, and all in order to have the opportunity to become his successor. Once inside, you can choose any direction. However, if you can't overcome it, you'll never get out. This place is so dangerous that even Murphy's older brother didn't intend to go there. Half of the heavenly demon's relatives met their end there, but the one who is going to become the head of the family will one day have to go through this test. Murphy asks if his father wants him to go in there, and he answers evasively. The boy asks his father how long it took him to return from this place, and the man replies, he returned from this place 2 months later. Murphy is amazed because his father is considered the most talented CEO of all time. The man says that on average it takes 3 years to complete the test. Murphy asks if his father wants him to go to this place without preparation. The man asks if he didn't say he was going to punish his son. The boy leaves the question unanswered and thinks, asking himself a question under his father's gaze. Is he really being sent there just because the old man asked for punishment? Does this man really not care about his son, or is it something else? Can a man hope that his son will become stronger in this cave? A smile appears on the guy's lips and he agrees, promising to overcome the challenge faster than his father did. The man grins, giving his son parting words not to die in this hellish place. Murphy begins his journey into the cave, carefully stepping along the tiles of the illuminated corridor. He wonders what's wrong with this place. Why so many people have perished here? He sees a small monolith and approaches it. Tasks are written on the surface of the stone. You need to destroy the enemies within the allotted time. Otherwise, you will have to wait 10 days. When ready, you need to stand in a circle. Murphy looks around, and he understands that while he is here, he will have to eat these grain balls. Seeing no point in delaying and entering the circle, the guy is going to start right now. Immediately behind us, there is a crunch and the sound of wood hitting wood. Similar sounds soon arise from all other directions around the boy. Noticing red areas on the puppets' bodies, Murphy has an idea. He thinks he will need to hit specific marked spots. And also not wanting to hesitate, Murphy breaks away from his place and rushes at the enemies. He slashes left and right with his sword, destroying the puppets and going into a frenzy. And it seems to him that everything turned out to be simpler than he expected. But this is not so, because one of the puppets begins to descend. The guy takes off, rushing towards her and realizing that he can't let this happen. He manages to successfully carry out his plan, but that's not all. More puppets are already beginning to descend. He manages to deal with almost all of his opponents, and the last one remains. The guy clenches his teeth and jumps, wanting to reach his opponent. This puppet has a red mark on its neck and it is almost hidden. But the guy successfully completes the task, making it in time and cutting the soulless head off his shoulders. He exhales heavily, looking around the battlefield with its lifeless limbs, and realizing that if he relaxed, he would have to spend 10 extra days here. With his skills in the past, the guy would never have passed such a test. The sign indicates how many times previous participants passed the test. Some people got through from the 9th or 16th level, while others didn't manage to get through it at all. One of the participants was going to return, but he could not find his way back. There was none. Murphy notices the handwriting on the last entry, and it seems very familiar to him. His father wrote just one word, calling his ancestors idiots. It looks a lot like him, but on the other hand, these were their ancestors. But the guy is distracted from his thoughts when he finds himself in the next test room. Just looking at all these weapons makes his eyes run wild. The guy understands that, judging by the variety of weapons, the test will be related to him. And indeed, you need to cut the stone with a weapon. You can use aura or sword enhancement. If you don't make it, the next attempt will open in 20 days. And without thinking, Murphy hurries to begin. He is given an hour, and he thinks that this is a lot. With the sword's enhanced aura, the ball can be chopped into hundreds of pieces during this time. So, it can't be that simple, and there is some kind of catch here. And the guy grabs the first weapon he comes across from the wall and hits the stone. The blade breaks, which proves that it is not possible to simply cut this ball. So, you need to use the hint and strike with the help of the enhanced sword aura. And Murphy fills the weapon with aura, wanting to move on as quickly as possible. But he feels like something is wrong, it still looks too easy. And the guy gets lost in thought for several long moments. The soap comes soon enough, what others could do in his place, and Murphy goes to the monolith. Many people write that the enhanced aura helped, but there are others who don't believe it. The boy becomes curious about what his own father wrote, and he calls it all complete nonsense because heating the ball is fraught with loss. Murphy is surprised by this message because his father should be angry. The guy remembers the conditions of the task. They only offer to use the enhancement, but do not insist. This means that a successful result can only be achieved without using an enhancement. And Father Murphy warned about this, because when using the aura, heat is generated. He tries different methods and different weapons, but so far nothing works. Murphy didn't even manage to scratch the ball, and time was almost up. The guy thinks about using the aura. Maybe he will still be able to get through. But he stops himself, remembering his father's words carved on the tile. Letting out a heavy breath, the guy tries to bring his ragged breathing back to normal. And he thinks his father passed the tests without using the enhancement. And then realization hits him. Murphy wraps himself in energy using what his father taught him. One of the energy threads carefully moves forward, about to touch the ball. Seeing how this tentacle entangles the object, the guy is surprised. He feels a line on the ball that is impossible to see with the naked eye. It really didn't seem like it to him. This thin line perfectly encircles the ball. One precise hit is enough to cut the ball. The guy manages to carry out his plan, but something catches his attention. Inside the ball is a pill of demonic essence. With its help, the adept of the demonic path can increase his strength. If the guy had used aura, it would have evaporated under the heat. Apparently this is a reward for those who didn't use the enhanced aura in this trial. Murphy mentally thanks his father for the message he left behind. Swallowing a pill of demonic essence, he begins to meditate. This is necessary for more successful absorption of the substances contained within by the body. As the pill spreads through the guy's bloodstream, it makes his body glow. And soon the glow turns into energy flows, spreading throughout the area. When it's over, Murphy opens his eyes and stands up. Now the energy filling his body is much more powerful than before. It's a strange feeling, because what Murphy lacked most was inner strength. The next test is the separation of life and death. Next attempt in 5 days. Murphy ponders the strange wording of the assignment. But this does not stop him, and the guy stands in the red circle beginning his test. A table of herbs appears in front of him, and everything becomes clear to Murphy. There are both medicinal and poisonous herbs on the table, but that's not a problem. The guy went to all possible places to bring Gwen the necessary ingredients. He knows very well how to distinguish plants, as well as their effects. That's why Murphy considers this test to be the easiest of all that have been. He picks up the plant and, looking at it, thinks that it is the only one that is not poisonous. To eliminate the luck factor, the guy has to do everything again. A person unfamiliar with herbs will have to try them to cope. And taking the plant in his hands once again, the guy watches as the slab descends. She doesn't rise again, and Murphy wonders if this is the end, and he glances at the tile with the inscriptions of his predecessors. What is written amuses Murphy, because these people constantly deal with poisonous plants, but some manage to go bald after 96 attempts. But his father didn't rely on luck in remembering the effects of plants, and the boy is glad he didn't go bald. The final test is survival. It is necessary to forgive the illusion of life and death. By dying in the illusion, the participant will die in reality, which is certainly encouraging. Those who passed the tests were truly annoyed, promising never to participate in anything like that again. But Murphy is surprised by the only phrase the man left behind, telling him not to stop. Standing in the red circle, the guy thinks that this could be a hint to the passage. However, at the same time, it sounds like a parting word for his future life. Meanwhile, space begins to distort, and the guy finds himself in a different place. Looking around the area and feeling the surroundings, everything here seems real to him. But he knows perfectly well that this is not so, taking sand in his hand and letting it pass through his fingers. And yet, in this illusion, everything looks terribly realistic. A sensitive ear picks up suspicious sounds, and soon the guy feels a strange premonition. His premonitions are true. He is not alone now, but Murphy tries to calm himself down. All these risen dead cannot be real. It is just a mirage. But the feelings that the guy experiences are real. Remembering what was said on the monolith, Murphy is about to follow the instructions to survive. And isn't this a great opportunity for him? Drawing his sword from its sheath, the boy expects an attack, but so far it hasn't come. But there is no need to rejoice, because the very next moment the dead people take off from their place. The guy stands motionless until the very last moment, and then dodges. But he can not only nimbly dodge, but also confidently strike the enemy with a precise blow. His opponents are not human, so this gives the guy a free hand, and this means that he can deal with them without any hesitation. Thanks to the demonic essence pill, Murphy can easily use spiritual power. Looking around, he realizes that he is surrounded, but this is no reason to despair. The guy is about to try a new technique by sucking in air along with energy. A moment later, he unleashes this combo of attacks on nearby enemies. At first, they become covered with cracks, and a little later they shatter into pieces. Murphy finishes off the remaining ones with sword strikes, shaking the blood off the blade. He looks around for his opponent and wonders if this is the end. But there is nothing around except dust, and the guy sighs heavily. He even regrets that it all ended so quickly. But new sounds reach his ears. And it is not sand blown by the wind. A smile appears on the boy's lips when he realizes that this is not the end. It looks like this was just a warm-up. The more serious fight is yet to come. After all, the energy that the guy now feels has become even greater. But this is not at all upsetting, because this was his own desire. But these opponents are more ruthless than the previous ones. They do not give any concessions. And while Murphy is busy with one thing, another can easily attack him. Despite the fact that the guy is suffering from shortness of breath, he is amused by the current situation. But you shouldn't relax, because the enemies are becoming even stronger. And now Murphy understands the meaning of the words his father left behind. There really is no stopping. At the same time, he understands something else. This is his first real battle since returning. He must not stop because delay will cost him his life. At the same time, Murphy gets a strange feeling. It's as if everything that was before the regression comes into order and becomes integral with the body. Knives are flying at him, but successfully blocking them, the guy moves even faster. He tells himself to fight with even greater strength and speed. Finally, the very last warrior remains in front of the guy. But he doesn't stay for long either. Wanting to speed up the process, Murphy puts spiritual power into the blow. The boy falls to his knees from exhaustion, trying to bring his breathing back to normal. But he forces himself to get up, wondering if this could be the end. The illusion, responding, begins to dissipate, and Murphy finds himself in a testing room. On the monolith burn letters of congratulations on the successful completion of the final test. The boy grins, happy that he managed to surpass his own father in speed. But if the cult finds out about this, there will be a serious uproar. But the result will almost certainly not be admiration, but mistrust. The guy doesn't want to go out, just wanting to continue training here. He is going to work on everything he has learned and remembered here. In the end, the father believes that his son spent 100 days on everything. Standing before the man, Murphy says he tried but was never able to surpass his father. He asks if his son cut the sphere correctly. The son replies that he could not ignore the hint. However, the final test turned out to be not so simple. When a man's lips lift slightly, the guy catches this movement. He wonders if it was his imagination, because his face is already serious again. The man notes that his son is not stupid, and he reminds him of who his father is. Watching the sky demon exhale, Murphy thinks. He thought his father found it amusing to watch his children fight to the death. But now he thinks differently. This man endured the death of children for the sake of the future cult. They pull other people's words out of their thoughts, and the result of his passing is considered amazing. He is the only person in the cult who has the trust of a father and the power of an advisor. This man's name is Samuel Melody, and he is the commander-in-chief of the troops. The guy greets the commander-in-chief, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He expresses joy at the return of the young master. He just wanted to discuss the issue regarding school. The guy is surprised. He is puzzled by the fact that the commander-in-chief wants to consult with him. But then Murphy realizes that this is on his father's orders. Samuel says they recently received an anonymous letter. Corruption has spread throughout the demon army. This army is one of the military formations of the school. Its leader is the warrior's brother. Samuel says they received a report last year and conducted an investigation. But they didn't achieve anything. And besides, this man was killed, Murphy clarifies. This happened in the demon army. But the warrior who did it committed suicide. Samuel expresses hope that Murphy will take up the investigation officially. This is dangerous. Corruption is punishable by death, so the culprit will carefully hide. Murphy says it's dangerous, and the commander-in-chief confirms these words. The person who takes on this job will have to put his life on the line. The boy is convinced that this is another test from his father. He also reminds his son of his own words about wanting to catch them and put them on a leash. Murphy corrects. He meant the time when he himself becomes a heavenly demon. The man asks, so the son refuses because he is afraid. He answers negatively, puzzled, because if his father says so, he can't refuse. The guy sums up what was said, clearly stating that he is taking on this matter. He doesn't understand what his father's plan is this time. But if he wants it that way, Murphy has to show him everything he's capable of. But he also makes edits, offering his father to have tea together, because this could be their last time. The man gets up without even deigning to answer his son in the negative and leaves. Murphy says he may appear stern on the outside, but he cares about him. Samuel notes that it doesn't look like that at all. The committee's special investigator introduces himself as Terrell Sully. He expects to hear at least something from his interlocutor, but he remains silent. Finally, Murphy speaks up, noting that he asked for the prettiest girl to be sent to him. Terrell notes that everyone has their own preferences. The saddened guy sighs heavily and suggests to his partner to get down to business. He clarifies that he wants to go right now and receives a positive answer. Murphy asks about the leader of the demon army and gets a detailed answer. His name is Chunky, and he has been in the position for 8 years, performing difficult tasks and being recognized. Murphy comments that the man did a good job, and Terrell agrees. Suddenly the guy stops and his interlocutor asks him what's wrong. Murphy asks him if he doesn't want to do this, does he? Terrell says he's going to investigate. Murphy asks then what happened to his speech. Why is there no interest? The answer is simple. Nothing will change even if the culprit is found and caught. The guy guesses what this is about. Most likely he thinks that the management needs to be changed. Murphy asks his partner if he's scared, and he replies no. The guy continues the interrogation, even though the previous investigator was killed. Terrell replies that the man was his immediate superior. He continues by saying that the murdered man taught him everything he now knows. The man asks where these people are going. Terrell introduces himself, asking to be let through to the head of the demon army. Murphy admires the man's patience. One of the men says he sees nothing special about the special investigator. The second one says that it is not possible to enter without permission from above. Terrell, meanwhile, takes out and shows the necessary paper. They are asked to wait, about to report to the top, but he is interrupted. Terrell is reminded that they won't be allowed in without permission, and he begins to argue. Baldy says that in order to get inside, you will have to follow their rules. Hearing that this is all nonsense, Terrell starts to get worked up. The bearded man calls him a puny brat who has nothing but a job. The guy begins to lose hope, but someone comes to his rescue. Murphy asks the gatekeepers if they know who he is. They answer that they know, but the guy says that he finds it hard to believe. And he asks why then they behaved in such a way in his presence. Terrell stands frozen in indecision before the bodies that have fallen at his feet. Murphy turns to him, asking why he's hesitating when they need to move forward. The troubles don't end there, and Terrell asks those present if they are blind. Their actions are obstructing the official investigation. He asks if they really want to rot in prison that much. A big guy comes forward and asks what kind of chaos is going on here. Terrell introduces himself and asks the new arrival to identify himself. He introduces himself as the commander of the first squad of the demonic army, Dan Gump. This man has the highest rank among those present, and he has the worst character. Dan asks Terrell why the little bitch won't answer. The guy asks you to choose your words, because he is a special investigator. The man asks what he will do to him if he doesn't want it. They tell him that they will arrest him then, and Dan, making a face, asks again. He begins to laugh, and his subordinates join in. The bald man says with a grin that he is not at all afraid of this empty threat, but he suggests trying to arrest him if he has enough strength. Murphy speaks up, telling Commander Gump that they haven't seen each other in a while. The guy remembers the last time they saw each other, at the last reception. Dan's skepticism is replaced by a sharp pain in his hand, and he hisses. Murphy continues, saying that they need to see the leader of the demon army. Therefore, it is time to finally stop humiliating others and step aside. He threatens, and the man says that some people are wrong. Murphy asks if his opponent is confident he can hold a sword with that hand. He suggests checking what will fall out first, a sword from a hand or intestines from a belly. But the guys still get through, and Murphy thanks Dan, promising to buy him a drink later. Terrell asks if they know each other, and they tell him that they are seeing this person for the first time. Murphy replies that he broke his opponent's hand during a handshake. Terrell gets scared, and his interlocutor suggests that he stop chatting and speed up. Turning around, the boy informs that they need to go to the 7th floor. A man with an indifferent look says that you can't get in without an appointment. Murphy exhales heavily, saying how tired he is of them all, and he tells them to move out of the way because they are conducting an official investigation. The man retorts that they can't enter, and Murphy shows the order. By saying that by not letting them through, they are not letting the head of the cult through. The gatekeepers are scared, but the guy continues asking the question. Can they afford to treat this with disdain? Or they are trying to challenge the authority of their leader in this way. A voice is heard allowing these people to be let inside. Chonky greets the second young master, asking him to come closer. He says it looks like his guys were rough with them, and he asks to understand them, because they are still talentless. Looking at the leader of the demon army, Murphy feels a huge, unknown power. He sees how hard it is for Terrell to stand up to the powerful spiritual energy. Murphy notes that Chonky was simply watching his men get into trouble, but instead he could have put a book into their hands. The old man remembers that they say that courage is inversely dependent on education. Murphy counters that this is outdated. Knowledge makes people braver. Chonky does not argue, suggesting that he is lagging behind the youth. The guy is surprised, because he thought that the old man would fall for this provocation, and he asks why he decided to take responsibility for the investigation himself. Murphy replies that this is how the father decided to punish his son, and he continues, saying that he made a mistake while hunting. The old man bursts into mad laughter, and the boy thinks. He must have thought about a lot of things when he heard about the appointment of a new investigator. The man asks why the committee is taking up this investigation again. Murphy doesn't allow his partner to respond, saying that a second anonymous letter has arrived. The old man sighs heavily, saying that he knew it. There are only slanderers around. The guy promises to try to complete the investigation as soon as possible. He apologizes for the inconvenience, and the old man asks if this is how their relationship is. Murphy counters, Doesn't everyone know that the warrior of the bloody skies supports his brother? The interlocutor waves his hand, saying that he himself supports the second young gentleman. Murphy grins, then bursts into polite laughter. He says that his interlocutor has given him hope and asks him to take care of them. Chunky reciprocates by saying that they will be taken to a room where they can rest. The guys are about to leave, and the man shouts after them that he is really worried about Murphy. The guy turns to his interlocutor, asking for clarification. Does he mean the case of the murdered special investigator who investigated before them? He agrees and asks, but could the head of the cult send his son to death? Chunky asks the guy not to worry about it. He replies that he is glad to hear it. Murphy says goodbye, saying that he will go then, and leaves. As he leaves, he thinks that his father wants one of them to die. Samuel notes that it will not be easy to figure out what happened. After all, he should have been the one doing this, and not the second young master. The head of the cult remembers what his son said. He himself said that they had lost the path of the demon. Samuel wonders if he was sent away just because of those words, correcting himself silently for daring to say such a thing to the head of the cult. And the heavenly demon replies that loud words must be backed up by actions. Looking at the hanging raven, someone asks what he is going to do. Why, out of all the options, did you choose a dead bird? The men are outraged. They don't care that he is an investigator. Murphy notes that there are too many dissatisfied people, and someone from the crowd shouts out louder than everyone else, asking if this is too much. Murphy asks the man who responded who he is, and he answers. His name is Hob Chaplin, and he is the commander of the 3rd Squad of the Demon Army. Among the commanders, he is known as the best martial artist with a complex character. Murphy asks what Commander Chaplin is unhappy about. He asks if he really needs any more explanation and points to the hanging bad omen. Murphy smirks, saying that someone threw it on his bed and he figured that was the custom. The commander says it would be better to figure out the culprit and punish him. The guy agrees, saying that then they will start with the 3rd Squad. Chaplin asks, puzzled, what he is talking about. Murphy replies that he is talking about the investigation. The commander starts to get worked up again, asking to repeat what was said. And the interlocutor asks to give him all the documents of the 3rd Detachment, and not only about administrative matters, but also information concerning the battlefield. Chaplin is indignant, saying that he has no right to demand such a thing. He answers with an unperturbed expression that it certainly does. Unable to withstand such impudence, the big guy flies up to his opponent. The guy warns of the consequences of obstructing the investigation. The commander is surrounded by subordinates, asking him to stop. Murphy says he'll start investigating him right now. Chaplin demonstratively agrees, offering to try. Later, Murphy asks how much longer the other person will test him. He pretends not to understand, asking what he means. The guy explains with a clarifying question, because it was he who sent the denunciation. Terrell is puzzled, wondering if the commander sent the tip. He becomes curious as to why the second young master thinks so. Chaplin clarifies what his interlocutor wants to say by this, and then gives in himself. The man asks how Murphy managed to expose him, and he answers. Chaplin made a fuss, although he was not obliged to do so, in order to avert suspicion. Besides, the 3rd Squad is the most disciplined, only they didn't laugh at the gift. And some time ago Chaplin was worried about his subordinates. It is difficult for such people to observe corruption within the organization. Murphy thinks that, in fact, that's not why he figured it out. He was misled by Terrell's words about the commander's skills and character. The guy then remembered that the most powerful commander in the army died because of the incident. Chaplin admits that he withheld the details, not knowing how it would be received. Murphy asks what he thought when he found out who was sent to investigate the case. The man warns that this will sound impudent because he thought the guy would screw up. The guy grins, asking if being frank is really so popular among young people these days. Terrell notices that the other man is younger, and he comes to his senses. Anyway, Murphy asks to tell what is happening in this place. Chaplin replies that the leader is using the demon army for personal purposes. He takes the money and sends his subordinates out as hired killers. Murphy is amazed that when he asked the question, he was thinking about bribery and connections with other cults, but everything turned out to be much more serious. Terrell asks in disbelief how this is even possible. Murphy replies that most likely there were some in the army who were ready for anything. Now Chaplin is amazed, asking how he knew about this. The guy replies that he thought about it when he saw the 3rd Squad. They were the first to rush to separate them and swore more than anyone else when they saw the bird. And the guy asks how the squad commander himself found out about this. He becomes depressed and begins his confession. It all started with the previous investigator. The man who is believed to be his killer sent the first denunciation. He was a friend of Chaplin. Murphy clarifies that they were close. The man bites his lip. And he replies that they were like a family. It was this guy who invited him to the cult. Murphy asks who he thinks is to blame for his death. Chaplin suggests that the order was given by the leader, and Dan carried it out. Murphy realizes that this is serious business, as the entire demon army is involved. The boy wonders if his father knew about all this from the start. He believes that the man at least guessed, which is why he sent his son. The boy thinks that his father wants to test whether he can deal with the leader of the demon army. Murphy encourages Chaplin's choice, saying that he has made a good friend. The man corrects his interlocutor. Excellent. This man was a great friend. If he himself were even a little bit like him, he would have come to the rescue. Murphy thanks the commander for his courage in sharing something important. He clearly didn't expect something like this to be addressed to him, because he wasn't used to it. Tears well up in the man's eyes and spill over the next moment. Looking at him, Murphy feels that there is hope for them. The heavenly demon cult he wants to create needs exactly these kinds of people. In the past, Hob Chaplin died, but now he is still alive. Murphy feels it's his duty to save those who shouldn't die. After all, this is precisely his purpose in returning to the past. Someone tells their interlocutor that he is very different from what he has heard about him. Murphy asks what rumors are going around about him. Terrell replies that they say the heir is not fit to take the place of the Sky Demon, and he hurries to apologize, and his interlocutor looks at him silently for a while. But he still answers, assuring that everything is fine. In a sense, this is even a compliment for him. He would not accept as praise words that said otherwise. The guy doesn't think that a cult should be controlled by intimidation. He asks his interlocutor how he thinks their school should change, and he thinks to himself that he simply has to change her. Otherwise, their family will die, and the school will be reduced to ruins. The next day, problems arise that need to be seen with your own eyes. Murphy immediately sets off to find the person who brought such news. The problems are really serious. The guy's eyes involuntarily widen in surprise. Murphy orders the fight to stop and approaches the bloody man, who turns out to be Terrell. The guy asks him how badly the investigator was hurt. Terrell replies that he is fine, but his comrade is badly hurt. Examining the victim, Murphy suspects that he has broken ribs, and he gives the order to take him to a healer. The order is immediately carried out, and the young gentleman watches them leave. Murphy turns to the bald man and asks if he is the leader of the first squad. He grins provocatively, replying that the guy guessed right. Murphy asks why the interlocutor attacked the investigator. They tell him that the investigator pushed him in the corridor. He was just being taught a lesson. Murphy believes that even if he had apologized, it would not have been left so easily. The leader of the first squad laughs, answering evasively. Murphy says only one word, but it is enough for the face of the interlocutor to change. The guy mentioned poison, and Dan asks what he means. Murphy believes that the bald man's poison is his own subordinates. Dan says that the other person is now talking complete nonsense. Murphy asks if that's why their school's warrior was killed last year. The bald man smirks, saying that it's all because of the bastards who don't respect the demon army. Murphy clarifies, which means he has the right to kill them on the spot for this. Dan grins, asking what else he can do since he has power. And Murphy thinks that this is exactly what he considers poison. In private he would feel tense, but in front of his subordinates he bluffs. But he doesn't understand what kind of stage he's standing on is. Dan chuckles, saying that by going against the squad, Murphy would be going against the army. He is not sure that his opponent has enough courage for this. Now Murphy grins, noticing that at least he doesn't hide behind the backs of his subordinates. Dan allows himself to count it as luck, but he was wounded by some coward. Murphy also suggests not using the right hand when fighting. Dan clarifies that if he injures an opponent, he will go and complain to his dad. The guy swears that he will not be held responsible even if he dies. And while Dan grins, Terrell wonders what the hell Murphy is doing. The head of the first squad approves of this arrangement and can't wait to begin. Terrell notes that this man is ambidextrous, and Murphy now understands why he is so confident in himself. But he has no intention of retreating, drawing his sword from its sheath and taking a fighting stance. Those present freeze in tension, and Dan, growling, makes the first move. The blow is strong, Murphy dodges, but some observers are hit. And while they are trying to cope with the consequences, the leader of the squad is preparing for the next blow. He points the tip of his weapon at his opponent and rushes forward with a war cry. But he manages to dodge and get back on his feet, just like last time. And now Murphy decides it's his turn to show his mettle on the offensive end. The boy skillfully spins his sword in the air and delivers one sure blow. A heart-rending scream escapes from the chest of the leader of the first squad. But it falls silent just as quickly, drowned out by the enemy's blow. It becomes decisive, and the massive body falls to the ground with a bang. The warriors of the first detachment draw their swords, wishing to defend the honor of their leader. Sensing something was wrong, Terrell leans forward, worried about the second young master. After carefully studying the opponent's positions, Murphy attacks. Their bodies, killed with lightning speed, fall just like the body of the leader earlier. The rest of the squad looks shocked and freezes in indecision. Murphy says in a calm tone that these deaths were due to treason. A familiar voice is heard from behind, its owner wheezing, asking to be saved. Turning around, Murphy sees Dan crawling towards him. He turns out to be still alive. The guy asks if he knows what happened to the families of those he killed in the tavern. The man is silent, either not knowing, or knowing but unable to say. Murphy is responsible for him, so he still doesn't know, right? Why should he think about it? Why does he need to know how people live who have lost a son, father, or husband? Dan stutters and admits his guilt, and Murphy tells him to shut up. The man's foot hits the man lying on the ground with force. He doesn't feel sorry. The people around are horrified, and the guy asks how Dan dared to kill their followers. Chonky and Murphy are sitting among the dancing girls and pleasant music, the old man asks. The kids staged a small incident, and they responded with consent. The head of the army expresses regret, because Dan was his friend, but his subordinates turned out to be vile. Murphy thinks that Chonky is also good, because right now he is showing hypocrisy. He considered Dan a trusted person, and now he is portraying him as a criminal and an instrument of revenge. Chonky, meanwhile, says that it will be difficult to take on another investigation because of one, and he asks what they should do then. Now the investigation must be over. Isn't the life of one commander and 3 of his subordinates sufficient payment? Murphy thanks his interlocutor for his concern and continues. He also wants to sort this out quickly, but there is one problem. Chonky clarifies what it consists of. The guy confirms these words and replies that there is no new evidence. The old man asks if the ones we already have won't be enough. Murphy replies that it will be difficult. The anonymous person mentioned Chonka's connection with someone from the outside. The guy notes that he shouldn't let this problem slide. After all, in order to finally put an end to this matter, he needs evidence. He thinks to himself that the old man should be the one who will provide them to him. This is necessary so that Murphy can close this case. Terrell is surprised to see a second young gentleman in this place. He replies that he came to check the condition of the wounded man. There is nothing surprising about that. The investigator thanks his interlocutor for calling Old Man Maverick. Murphy says he couldn't help it because they were working together, albeit temporarily. The third voice asks if he can hear the second young gentleman. Murphy looks over and sees Old Man Maverick. He doesn't heal everyone, and only the most high-ranking people of the cult. He is truly an outstanding healer. The old man says that the patient's life is out of danger, but recovery will take time. Murphy asks to use the best medicine, and the interlocutor asks not to worry about it. He will do everything in the best possible way. But then the guy catches movement out of the corner of his eye. These people look at him strangely, and Murphy wonders what is wrong with them. One of them speaks up, thanking the second young gentleman. He pretends to clear his throat, trying to hide his embarrassment behind this gesture. Later, Terrell asks what the leader of the demon army said. Murphy shares. The interlocutor is amazed, asking if Chonky really killed the subordinate he valued so much. Murphy counters that he didn't value it. It was the easiest thing to use. Terrell asks the guy what he's going to do now, and he answers. He's going to throw out the bait and see if the old man takes it or not. And the guy offers to tell more details if the interlocutor wishes. Terrell asks what he should do then, and Murphy offers him a drink. The interlocutor looks embarrassed at first, and then offers to treat him. The next day, the demon army brings many different documents. Terrell says all of this was found in the home of the slain first squad leader. Murphy grins, noting to himself that the fish has taken his bait. The guy asks his partner to find out who is the smartest in the first squad. He himself is going to go and meet with the head again. He needs to buy time. Murphy says evidence was found at the home of the first squad leader. Chonky feigns joy, saying that now all that remains is to celebrate this event. He invites the guy to where they have already gone, and he replies that there is still a problem. The old man's expression changes as he asks what it is this time. Murphy replies that they should have found all this evidence themselves. The old man asks, propping his cheek with his hand, if the source is really that important. Murphy answers in the affirmative, giving an example. The general is not an ordinary person. Because of this, the results and progress of the investigation may be called into question. But the guy has a solution. He's going to pretend that he's investigating this. He is going to conduct a large-scale investigation in just one day and asks for cooperation. Murphy asks if Chonky thinks he wants to do this. The investigation will be a formality. All that would be needed would be a few official documents, the old man agrees. He promises to ask his subordinates to cooperate with the interlocutor. Murphy thinks that he really doesn't need top-secret documents. He just needs to find out from the handwriting who made the notes he is interested in. Gustav Knightley is tied up and asks why he is tied up and kept in this place. Murphy answers because he was writing a fake book of assassination orders. The interlocutor says that he doesn't understand what the guy means, and he asks to tell everything honestly, because he understands that Gustav was simply following orders. Gustav says he was not ordered to do anything and he did nothing. Murphy says he understands how he feels. He's scared he might get killed. The guy then tells him to come back. The tied-up man is perplexed. Murphy says he can't do anything if the other person doesn't want to talk. He's not going to torture someone who couldn't resist orders. But the same won't apply to the head, because he will still kill Gustav. He clarifies, fearfully asking what Murphy means, and he answers. Chonky probably already knows that he was caught. What will happen when he returns alive and well? The boss will definitely decide that the subordinate has told everything that is necessary. After all, Gustav knows better than his interlocutor how the leader of the demon army behaves. Terrell shares the information he has been able to obtain. What was previously assumed has been confirmed, but there is also other news. The perpetrator they thought was actually killed a lot of people. Only the leader of the demon army will not allow himself to be arrested so easily. Murphy says he never intended to do that, and Terrell is confused, and he receives the answer that this man will not face arrest, but death. If he is arrested, the Bloody Heaven warrior will take action. This old man won't just watch his own brother get executed. There will be a huge amount of fabricated evidence that will exonerate him. As a result, they will get rid of the person who sent the denunciation, and many members of the squad will die. Hearing the words that Terrell will also die, he becomes scared. But if the leader of the demon army dies during the delay, everything will look different. Terrell asks if the second young master will be okay. He replies that not everyone will take revenge for a family member. Not everyone wastes time on this. Murphy gets up from his chair and leaves, and his interlocutor asks him where he's going. He, smiling, repeats, saying that he is going to kill the head of the demon army. Terrell is confused, asking right now. Murphy says that thanks to his interlocutor, everything was resolved successfully. The old man replies that all's well that ends well, sharing that he experiences conflicting feelings. Murphy promises to repay the debt for the said service when he becomes the heir. Chonky notes that they didn't force him to speak, but he himself will definitely not forget it. Murphy thinks that for the other person it will truly be an unforgettable experience. Out loud he suggests drinking to this. The leader of the demon army agrees with a bright smile. Pouring his companion a drink, Murphy asks why he did it anyway. And he asks again what exactly he means. The guy asks why Chauncey started using the demon army as a resource. The interlocutor notes that it would have been worth asking the late commander of the first detachment about this. Murphy counters by asking what the puppet might know about the puppeteer's business. Chonky clarifies what the guy wants to say by this. He, smiling provocatively, says that he is interested in the opinion of the instigator himself. The man looks at him silently, but can't stand it when he hears the next words. Although nothing can be found in this darkness, because only all-consuming greed remains there. Chonky speaks up, asking if the boy has really gone completely mad. He fearlessly parries. Chonky himself has gone crazy to do such things. A man destroys everything nearby, declaring that he will not tolerate it any longer. But to his great surprise, the gaze of the man sitting opposite him is calm. The next moment, Chonky feels a strange sensation in his chest and looks down at her. And Murphy continues to drink the drink with an unperturbed look. The boy pierced the old man through using the fifth heavenly sword technique. With a demonstrative look, he releases the glass from his hand, and a little later it shatters into pieces. Murphy stands up from his seat and begins to speak, addressing the leader of the demon army, accusing him of abuse of power, incitement, and murder of cult members. Chonky asks, pausing, the words coming with difficulty, "Is this an arrest?" And the guy replies that he does this not for himself, but for others. Therefore, he asks to accept the death penalty as a fair punishment, and mercilessly pulls the sword out of the body of the head of the demon army, revealing bleeding. Splashing with blood, Chonka has a thought that he had never even considered before. He never thought that this guy was hiding such excellent skills. But the next moment his head hangs down like a broken toy. Soon, curious faces gather around, all amazed by what they see. And Murphy begins to speak, ordering everyone gathered to listen. He announces that the leader of the demon army was killed while resisting arrest. The guy turns to the investigator as soon as he sees him among those present. It is necessary to identify and catch all those involved in the crimes and send them to prison. The young man obediently accepts the young master's order. The commander of the 3rd detachment is placed at the head of the army and ordered to help follow. Murphy says he has the right to execute anyone. Now his order is like the order of the head of the cult, and he orders that it be carried out immediately. Hob accepts the order. Murphy later returns to his father's palace to report. But there an unexpected but unpleasant surprise awaits him, Chonka's older brother. And although the old man's face does not express any emotions, the boy guesses what is going on inside. And to confirm his thoughts, the warrior gives in, exuding hatred with his gaze. But Murphy isn't going to give up. That's not why he put his plan into action. Coming closer to the platform, the guy politely greets those present. He pays special attention to Charles, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He answers calmly, noting that everything seems to be fine with the young master. And he continues, because he came to ask how the investigation ended with Chonka's murder. The guy says that he already explained it in the report, but the old man presses, wanting to hear it in person. He thinks, shifting his gaze, realizing that his answer will be judged by these two. And he says that as a result of the investigation, the crimes of Charles's relative were revealed. He resisted arrest and was killed. Murphy says he's sorry. Charles says it's okay, he paid for the mistake, but he doesn't understand something. No matter how stupid and pathetic Chonky was, he wouldn't attack Murphy. He also suggests that the man, when he realized he was caught, asked for help. He replies that it is a mystery to him too, but perhaps he did not want to end up in prison. Charles says he examined his brother's body before coming here. His chest was pierced with one blow. It seems Murphy is very good at martial arts. The guy says he thinks that all this is thanks to his father. The leader of the demon army was agitated and could not fight at full strength. Charles thanks the guy for his honesty, saying that he feels much calmer now. He says that it's not worth it. He should apologize, noting to himself how surprisingly calm he is. This old man must be furious because Murphy killed his student and his younger brother. The heavenly demon asks the man to go and rest because he needs to prepare for the funeral. He respectfully thanks his leader for his concern and immediately leaves. As Warrior passes by Murphy, he thinks about what Charles wanted to tell his father, and he wonders whether it was necessary to deal with this problem in this way. The guy is praised for his efforts. The evidence he collected is irrefutable. So the problem was settled calmly. Murphy gets tense. Samuel asks if the second young gentleman was hurt. He replies that everything is fine and is about to add something else, but he is interrupted. An elderly man attracts the attention of his young master by addressing him. He asks what's wrong, but they tell him nothing. Samuel says that the cult leader has prepared a gift for his contribution to the investigation, which the servant immediately brings out, respectfully holding it in his hands. When the cover is removed from the box, the guy's eyes widen. He knows what it is, but he can't say the name out loud. Murphy is assisted by Samuel, who confirms that it is the Black Demon Sword. In the cult, this is one of the most precious swords, along with the White Demon Sword. And the guy says that if his father wanted to give him a gift, a white sword would have been better. But the heavenly demon disagrees, believing that this one is much more suitable. Taking the sword in his hands, Murphy says that the father does not know his sons at all. The sword begins to emit cold, even though the boy did not put his energy into it. Samuel turns to the master and is surprised by the reaction. He assumes that he is thus expressing pride in his child. Meanwhile, Murphy asks if the gift isn't too valuable. Samuel asks not to worry about this. The problem with the leader of the demon army is more important. No one thought Murphy would be able to solve it so quickly, not even the chief. He agrees, expressing joy that his son did not hesitate and survived. The guy thinks differently. The father knew about the success. That's why he entrusted the matter to his son. After all, the heavenly demon is aware of Murphy's mastery of their family's secret technique. He also passed the heavenly demon test, so it's not easy to kill the guy. Although, most likely, he did not expect that his son would kill the head of the demon army. And yet Murphy understands why his father gave him this sword. This is the man's response to the War of the Bloody Skies. All responsibility is on him, so there is no point in shifting it onto his son. And the boy politely thanks his father for such generous gifts. After all, he gave him not only a sword today, but also an intention. The man leaves these words unanswered, allowing them to leave the room. The guy is called out from outside, asked if he wants to rest for a while. The voice is familiar, but Murphy still looks up to see who it is. After all, with people like him, you have to keep your ears open. The guy is not surprised. He knew that this old man would not leave him so easily. And his gaze falls on the approaching guy's new weapon. Charles is not happy. It is clearly visible on his face, but the man remains silent. Murphy, sitting down next to him, remarks that it looks like the summer will be hot. And then the old man can't stand it any longer, asking how this little scum dared to kill his brother. The blood demon warrior promises to chop the chieftain's son into pieces. And under the force of the fiery aura, the nearby flowers die. Charles continues to make threats, promising to scatter the pieces all over his brother's grave. But suddenly the angry grin is replaced by an innocent smile. Charles asks if this is the reaction the guy expected from him. And the hilt pointed at the interlocutor begins to rapidly approach. But Murphy is already a scientist, and he produces a block from his palm. Now he starts shouting, calling the old man damned and living in his kennel. He asks how his grandfather dared to break the laws of the cult to satisfy his desires. He promises to snap him like a reed if Charles tries to protect his brother. And then his face suddenly changes, asking if maybe he should have answered like that. The old man looks at his interlocutor, confused for a few moments. And then he bursts into deafening laughter, causing the young man sitting next to him to involuntarily narrow the eye closest to him. And the district will be seriously puzzled and tense. Finally, the old man stops laughing and begins to speak. Judging by Murphy's face, he assumes the guy is not happy with this outcome. He says that he has settled the problem of the entire cult, but initially wanted to remove Chonky from his position. But this man not only went far, he knew no bounds. Charles is extremely reserved. He only expresses understanding on this matter. And Murphy asks why he didn't stop his brother, even though he knew about his deeds. The warrior is silent for a while, peering into the distance, but still answers. The thing is that his brother did not listen to him, although he himself is not righteous. In fact, Charles even felt relieved when he learned of Chonka's death. After all, he won't stand in his way anymore. Murphy questions these words. He wonders if it is true that the old man has now opened his soul to him, and he says out loud that he understands the feelings of his interlocutor, and he is surprised. Murphy continues by saying that he would feel the same way if his brother were killed. It would make him feel better if someone else dealt with him instead of him. Noticing the old man's gaze, Murphy wonders why he is looking at him like that. He looks away, saying that this year will be hot, and then he rises from his seat and silently leaves. Murphy can't finish their conversation on that note, and says he can handle the heat well. But the old man doesn't stop. and the guy becomes curious about what he's thinking. Although Charles feels relieved, Murphy is still his brother's killer. Either he thinks about how to kill him, or he will let go of the past and forget about everything. Whatever the case, Murphy has no regrets. He's going to try out the new blade, because that's what's most important right now. Compatibility is important when using weapons, but this sword cannot be compared to others. An ordinary sword cannot abandon its owner. But if compatibility is low, the full potential will not be revealed. Murphy smiles as he mentally gets to know the sword and says that he will now be its master. And then he immediately starts training, making the first lunge. He wonders if it's worth infusing the weapon with internal energy. But then something happens that makes the guy really puzzled. The feeling is indescribable, and Murphy definitely likes it. He repeats his success, taking a more confident pose. And then, concentrating even more carefully, he decides on another technique. And the guy understands that he will be able to hold out for some time on the power of the sword. He performs one lunge after another, throwing himself into the training head-on. And he promises to later teach his new comrade-in-arms some techniques. Later he turns to meditation techniques, because they are also extremely important. And again he alternates them with hard and exhausting training. Having brought the breakfast that the gentleman had forgotten, Anna looks at him with fascination. Realizing that it is better not to distract him, the girl leaves after some time. And Murphy spares no effort, devoting himself to training and not even noticing the bodyguard. Day gives way to evening, and evening to night, followed by dawn. Daylight dawns, and only then does Murphy leave the training room. Exhausted and sleepy, he is startled by the sight that appears before him. There are crowds and crowds of all kinds of people standing in front of the entrance to the training hall. Looking at all of them, one can't help but wonder if they are Charles's subordinates. But Murphy is not sure whether they came here on their own or on the old man's orders. But, in any case, the hostile attitude of these people is obvious. The guy simply feels the flow of their energies with his skin. With this amount of energy, he could get wounds on his internal organs. Murphy has an idea why they all want to put pressure on him at once. They want to make him a coward who is unable to leave the house. But then the guy gets an idea. A large amount of demonic energy can play into his hands. By attacking multiple enemies with energy, you can strengthen your body. Moreover, the more of them there are, the stronger the effect will be. This is Murphy's chance to use the multiple amplification technique to become stronger. And the guy, without a twinge of conscience, draws more and more streams of energy from the air. Those present are stunned by what is happening, sensing changes in the enemy. The level of this technique rises from basic to advanced. But Murphy is not enough, he wants more. And the guy exhausts his enemies, filling himself more and more. He walks fearlessly among them, and they can do nothing to him. And thus the guy gradually approaches the fifth final level, but something puzzles him, forcing him to stop and literally open his eyes. The man standing in front of Murphy looks as puzzled as the others, and he quickly retreats under the force of the guy's piercing gaze. In this way, he manages to overcome the entire living corridor safely. Murphy smirks, realizing that all these people just acknowledged him. Entering the hall where his father usually sits, the young man is surprised by the empty throne. He is too exhausted to think about it seriously, but he hears a voice. A familiar voice asks if the young man would like to try this place on, and he, puzzled, replies that he would not like to end up in prison. The Sky Demon asks if his son is twisting his words again, and rising to the seat himself, he orders his son to come to him. When he obeys and is next to him, the man orders him to sit down. The guy has no choice but to obey, but he is not happy, and the father asks how he can sit in such a high place. The guy silently glances around the room with a leisurely glance, and suddenly comes across a statue. He says he thought it would be exciting, but he feels nothing. The man admits that the same thing happened to him, and Murphy thinks about it. He wonders how his father felt after shedding rivers of blood and killing his own brother. Meanwhile, the man says that the warrior's subordinates came of their own free will, and not on orders, and Murphy realizes that his father knew all this. The guy says that nothing happened because he did not give in to their pressure. However, when he left that place, he was overcome with tremors. The man asks if he was scared. Murphy replies yes, but not of them. He thought that his decision could have been wrong. He could even have died. Murphy says he was scared by the fact that he would one day have to put it all on the line, and he admits that these thoughts suddenly made him want to see his father. But he himself does not fully understand the reason why he wanted this. And the man says that a true warrior looks only to the future. He never looks back at the past, only moving forward. Murphy wonders if he really wanted to hear words of encouragement from his father. And then he says, drawing attention to himself, that something has been bothering him for a long time. Murphy suggests installing a statue of a beauty here instead of this demon. He means those who are called the Four Flowers. He suggests putting one in each corner, but stops, seeing his father's gaze. The guy gets up from his seat, saying that he has already started talking nonsense and that he better leave. As he leaves, Murphy asks his father to sit down. And after some time he stops, again turning to his father. And turning around, he asks if he can kill the warrior of the bloody heavens. At first, the man seems impenetrable, making you regret your words. But the very next moment his loud laughter rolls through the hall. The heavenly demon says that there is no need to become arrogant after killing the leader of the demon army. Because his older brother is much stronger, Murphy can't handle him. Smiling, the guy asks why then he was forced to develop the conflict. Shouldn't you take responsibility for it then? The man agrees, and so it will be. And he says that his son will become the head of the Soul Administration. The guy is surprised, and the man smiles, asking if something is wrong, since he just wanted to restore order. Murphy doesn't understand what this means. Is the father really going to use his son in order to sort out the things that I had been putting off? And it seems like he doesn't care at all whether the guy dies in the process or not. But trying to guess what this person is thinking is useless. It's easier to judge by what you see and hear. After all, this man is the one who left the notes on the monolith for his children, and yet he can throw them into a dangerous situation if it is to his advantage. Murphy warns him that if his father is going to send him to slaughter a bull, he should give him a knife. The man asks what he wants, what exactly he means, and his eyes widen when his son asks to be allowed into the library of the heavenly demons. This library is the place where all of Muram's most valuable records are collected, but only the highest-ranking members of the cult, including the leader, can enter there. The latter says that his son is mistaken if he thinks he can solve his problems there. Murphy realizes that he is right. Most likely the guy has already mastered everything that is there. But the guy still doesn't give up, saying that he wants to try his luck. The man says he can't even imagine what kind of stupid thing his son has planned. And he is puzzled when he hears the word stupidity. And yet the man allows entry into the library, but only for a week. Murphy is inwardly jubilant, thanking his father out loud. Walking through the library later, the boy remembers something. Previously, he returned to the Heavenly Demon Temple to obtain the ingredient, which was called the Soul of the Empty Demon, and was needed for the return. Nobody recognized him then, but that wasn't surprising. He had changed too much. It took Murphy a long time to become someone who could talk to the new head of the cult, and from him he learned the story of the technique of the 4 pillars of the Wind God. They said that she once helped the Heavenly Demon, but after that she was no longer passed on to descendants. The man who mastered it was the new head of the cult, Bailey Chain. Murphy then asked why this technique had not been used before. Bailey replied that this technique was not in any book on the shelf at the time. Walking past one of the shelves, the guy glances at it. He thinks that this is the one he needs, because there is a book under the leg. The guy fills himself with energy, which helps him lift the rack, and he remembers the question asked in the past to the old head of the cult. The precious treasure was used as a stand for the 19th bookcase. And now Murphy looks at the book with priceless knowledge with reverent awe. It's hard to believe that she was actually here, but it is true. As Murphy opens the book, he thinks that 4 steps will be enough. In order to get around the whole world, the 4 pillars of the Wind God technique is based on 4 styles. These are Shadow Walk, Retreat, Wise King's Step, and Swift Step. The first one is used for stealth penetration. Shadow Walk was originally used to avoid the attention of a specific person, but gradually the number of people you can get away from gradually increased. The second style is needed for protection. It helps to survive in difficult situations, such as when an enemy attack seems inevitable. The third style teaches attacking in direct contact with the opponent. It can neutralize any defense or evasion of the opponent. The very last of all these styles shows the speed limit, and Murphy dives into deep study of the greatest technique in meditation. After the time allotted to him by his father, the boy returns to the Heavenly Demon Pavilion. He respectfully greets the head of the cult, announcing his return. A man asks his son if he found anything useful in the library. The guy replies with a smile that he found a technique for movement. The Sky Demon asks what this technique is called. When Murphy shares the name of the technique, the man's reserve cracks. He asks with displeasure if his son wants to say that he learned something that was only applied in practice. The guy says he wouldn't lie about something like that, especially to his father. He asks to show his skills, and Murphy asks what he will get in return. The man exhales barely noticeably, and after a short pause answers, life. Murphy grins but doesn't respond, instead launching into a demonstration. His facial expression quickly changes, becoming focused, and he activates his energy. The Sky Demon tries to remain calm, but surprise still seeps through. The guy, enveloping himself in energy, activates the legendary technique, and uses the first of the styles, Shadow Walk. And then the man cannot contain his amazement, because his son's words really were not a lie. He is so amazed that he jumps up in place, screaming in amazement, and Murphy begins to move chaotically around the room, showing off in front of his father. The man cools down a little and asks where his son heard about this technique. The guy replies that he learned about it in the library. The Sky Demon asks how the boy dares to lie to him. It was said that the 4 pillars of the Wind God technique could not be there. The guy continues to insist, saying that he studied it there. The Sky Demon begins to boil in earnest, asking if they were really going to lie to him to the end. The guy asks if he is sure that he has seen absolutely all the techniques that are there, But even if that were the case, the book might simply not have been in its designated place. The man clarifies that his son knew that this book was in the library. The guy answers negatively, saying that he was going to find something else and stumbled upon it by accident. The heavenly demon looks at his interlocutor with a searching look and asks where this book was. He pauses, maintaining the intrigue, but still answers, telling an embellished truth. The book served as a stand, and Murphy found it while trying to level the cabinet. The sky demon exhales, concluding that the boy has already destroyed most of the equipment. He asks with surprise how his father could have found out about this. The man, turning away, replies that in his place he would have done exactly the same, and he asks his son to tell him all the steps. Murphy is silent, involuntarily allowing the thought into his head that he knew about this outcome. But he really doesn't try to surpass his father and take the place of the heavenly demon. On the contrary, he wants to save his father and all the members of the cult by protecting them from Mulawa Hunt, and then live happily until your father's death, traveling around the world. So if the heavenly demon learns the steps, it shouldn't be a problem for Murphy. But he still answers negatively, saying that he doesn't want to do it, adding that in this world nothing and no one gets it for free. The man reminds that he didn't ask for anything in return, having taught him a secret hunting technique. And Murphy replies that it was payment for the alcohol consumed there. The man asks how this little guy managed to hold out until this moment. He grins, replying that he had been waiting for this moment with clenched teeth. The sky demon asks what he wants, and he replies that he wants to learn the heavenly demon's defense technique. It allows one to protect one's body and is only passed on to heavenly demons. Studying it is equivalent to getting an extra life. The sky demon flares up, saying that he will never do that. Murphy suggests a trick so that his father will teach him the technique in secret from everyone. The man asks again in bewilderment, and the guy notices. The activation of the technique does not manifest itself externally, so no one will notice it during secret training. And he asks his father to think about it, adding that now it's time for him to leave. The man sets a condition, asking to first teach him the technique of the god of winds. Murphy can't believe that this man actually agreed, and the boy asks if his father wants to start learning the technique right now. He smiles, noticing that his son doesn't even doubt him, not allowing for the possibility of deception. And the guy answers with a smile that he completely trusts the man. After all, he is not the type to do something like that to his own son. He, putting on an arrogant air, orders him to tell everything he knows. Murphy agrees and immediately begins his story. He tries to tell the story without missing a single detail, and the man listens attentively. Later they begin to practice while what they heard is still fresh in their memory. Murphy gives his father advice, accompanying him on how to do it better and more correctly. And at the end of the story, he suggests repeating everything again to reinforce it. But repetition is not required, saying that this is enough. The heavenly demon demonstrates what he has learned. Catching movement out of the corner of his eye, Murphy turns around, stunned. His father moves around the room, lightning fast and almost unnoticeable. And the guy realizes that this technique is different from the one he uses himself. Somehow his father managed to adapt it to his own style, but then the man finally returns to his seat and begins to speak. Noting that the technique just learned is really good, Murphy chuckles to himself, thinking that this is the biggest variable since returning. He wonders if Mulawa Hunt can defeat this man now. Meanwhile, he says that he is going to give the promised equipment to his son, intending to tell it only once and asking to remember it carefully. Later, seeing the battle wound on her master's forehead, Anna begins to scream. Asking who dared to harm him, he replies that it was his father. The girl immediately falls silent, embarrassed and not knowing how to behave now. And Murphy begins to remember what happened then. At first he meditated for a long time, surrounding himself with the necessary energy. And then one fine moment I realized that I had succeeded. Murphy happily stated that they now had a secret in common, and he said that he was even happier about this than learning the technique of the wind god. It was a mistake. The parent slapped his son on the forehead and told him not to be sarcastic. Murphy asks the bodyguard if she will go for revenge. She refuses, saying that her job is to protect, not attack. And Murphy recalls that they had never exchanged jokes before. The guy addresses the girl by name, causing her confusion, and he says that unfortunately, he won't be able to do it now. Anna looks at her master with bewilderment, because she still doesn't understand what he's talking about. And he continues, promising to cure her of the body-altering side effect. He asks the girl to wait just a little longer. Murphy shares that he told his father that he felt the need to change their school. He wants to make it a place where you don't have to do anything you don't want to do, so that you don't have to learn techniques that destroy the body for the sake of others. Anna looks at her master with delight, and he sees hope splashing in her eyes. His tone changes in the meantime, and Murphy asks the warrior to listen to what he has to say. The girl bows respectfully and expresses emotional consent. The guy calmly says that from now on she is no longer involved in his security. The girl looks stunned and then screams. She doesn't understand him quite correctly, asking if the gentleman is really driving her away. And the guy says that he appoints her as the head of the ghost squad. Anna is puzzled, carefully asking again the name of the squad. She doesn't remember hearing anything like this before, but he agrees with her words, explaining that he wants to create a detachment that obeys him. The girl cautiously refuses, asking how she can go to a place that has not yet been created. Murphy asks again if Anna would be willing to become the head of the ghosts for him. For a while, the girl looks at her interlocutor with flattery, but then speaks up, saying that he would carry out his master's order. Later, looking at the suspicious people, Murphy thinks, although he said he would create an organization, it was easier said than done. Even to maintain an organization requires a huge amount of money. The man announces that this is a mission to accompany two gentlemen, dangerous but profitable. Anyone who dares to betray will face death at the hands of the speaker. Murphy is asked if the warrior Sully sent him, and he confirms. They ask him if he is confident in his abilities. The guy answers jokingly. The man calls him impudent, saying that such people are usually killed first. Murphy tells his interlocutor not to worry, saying that he is only interested in money. The interlocutor advises him to be careful, promising to keep an eye on him. Their task is to safely escort these two. They died in the past, but now Murphy is going to save them. And the guy waves his hand good-naturedly to the girl. And although she is hiding behind her mother in embarrassment, she smiles, flattered. As she leaves, the woman nods gratefully to Murphy. And later they set out on their journey in full force. The crew has been riding for a long time, and the commander announces a rest stop. He suggests they eat, as it is unknown when they will be able to do so next time. There are those who are dissatisfied with the meager diet. They are not satisfied with just dried beef. But such people are told to chew, because it is better to satisfy hunger with something than to be left with nothing. Murphy recalls that these people were attacked by someone from outside, and they couldn't even find their bodies. So no one knew exactly when it happened and how. The silence of the night is broken by a heart-rending cough, and Murphy flinches in surprise. And the coughing and screaming becomes more intense. People writhe in agony, rotting from the inside. The guy immediately comes up with an obvious theory. It's all about the poison. And while he is making sure that the food was poisoned, he is called out. Someone from the outside asks why he is still on his feet. Turning his head in his direction, Murphy realizes that it is the escort. The guy understands that he is a poisoner. He even ate different food. And the escort attacks, regretting that Murphy did not die with everyone else. He also thinks that he would never have thought that the conductor would poison the food. The guy asks what the man is going to do with the money after killing his comrades. And he replies that you can buy anything with them, from alcohol to women. Murphy asks if all these people were killed just for this. And just as they were about to answer him, another voice was heard from the side. The man says it looks like it's all over now. From the appearance of the new faces, the guy understands that they are not weaklings. And the third person orders to get out of the cart before it is burned. There is some rustling coming from inside for a while, but the mother and child eventually come out. The man says dismissively that they are hiding there like rats. The woman asks the warrior Caldwell to spare at least the child. He doesn't think twice, agreeing only out of respect for the past. And then she shouts out the question, what did she think he would say like that? And he asks the woman where her respect is, because she should beg him on her knees. She promises to give 10 times more than she promised if the child is saved. He confidently says that she won't be able to do it, because her father had already been captured. The man's gaze takes on a puzzled expression when he sees the strange guy. He asks even more of a rhetorical question about what is wrong with him. And Murphy says he was paid to escort these two. Caldwell asks the escort if this is not his subordinate. He promises to deal with him right now, the interlocutor egging him on. Murphy asks if the man is going to get away with it after what he did. They will simply kill him so as not to leave any witnesses and take everything. Caldwell asks angrily if he just called him a vile man. Murphy chuckles, saying he would have called it something else. But there's a child here. The man calls the guy a psycho, asking how dare he talk to him like that. He asks, is it true that it hurts? And the man angrily orders that this impudent bastard be killed immediately. Murphy asks the escort if he understands that the same fate awaits him. He asks again and turns away, puzzled. And at that very moment, a sharp pain pierces his neck, knocking out the corresponding sound from the chest. Caldwell decides not to delay and get rid of the burden in the moment. While saying that all problems need to be eliminated at the root, he believes that the job should not have been entrusted to someone like him. And Murphy says, this is what happens if you live exactly the same way. Caldwell asks how much longer he has to listen to this nonsense. And the guy, turning to the woman, asks to close the child's eyes and ears. The mother obediently fulfills the request of her only protector, and he attacks those approaching with only the power of spiritual energy, using the 4 pillars of the wind god technique, Wise King Step, causing bewilderment on the face of Caldwell, whom he approached with lightning speed. The man stutters and asks how he managed to do it, and Murphy approaches silently, with parts of fallen bodies flying in the background. The woman opens her eyes just as one of them falls to the ground. Caldwell gasps and curses, asking the man standing very close who he is, and Murphy asks what he thinks he's doing now. The woman screams, saying that Caldwell was one of their family's protectors, and she introduces herself as the daughter of the head of the Golden Palace, Sandy Harold. Murphy notes that this is precisely the reason for his secrecy. Her father, Achelet Harold, is one of the top 10 merchants. In the past, he was betrayed and killed by the servant he trusted most. Murphy now realizes that this woman is his daughter. The man, seeing that the guy is distracted, decides to take advantage of his confusion, and snatching the sword, he leans forward with the thought that his chance has come. Not only does Murphy block the blow without even looking, he gets rid of his opponent. Seeing a head cut off with one sure move, the woman forces herself to remain silent. Murphy says that even though they are skilled, they are still mercenaries. And Sandy, stuttering, says that she wants to hire a guy, politely asking for help. He says that now the price will be high, since the situation has changed. The woman says that the price does not matter. She will be able to pay anyway. And so she asks to save her father. Murphy grins and suggests moving forward. The man laughs his nasty barking laugh in a heartbreaking way. He is glad that these two have finally been captured, adding that 10 years of preparation had not been wasted. But when he sees who is inside, he can't believe his eyes. The man rhetorically asks where Caldwell is. Murphy replies that he is dead, as is everyone else except him. The man is stunned and asks who could have done such a thing. And Murphy replies that this is the work of a young master. The man does not understand. And he angrily shouts out how dare he say such things about the enemy. And looking at the impenetrable expression on the guy's face, everything becomes clear to him. The man says that Murphy was the one who killed them all. Killed Caldwell. The guy grins, praising his interlocutor for his insight. And the warriors immediately run up to the trio, embracing them in their spiked ring. The man notes that Murphy could have simply run away, saving the woman and child. And he asks why he came to the tiger. The guy smiles, saying that he doesn't see the tiger, but instead of him there is a whole pack of rats that dared to bite their owner. Looking at Murphy, the man thinks about how he killed Caldwell and came here. For someone surrounded on all sides, this boy is too relaxed. The man thinks that he is unlikely to be a simple mercenary, and he asks the guy out loud what his rank is, and offers to have a drink inside. Murphy chuckles, saying that politeness is unnecessary, since his kindness is worthless. And he adds that there is therefore no need to put on a comedy act. Realizing that nothing will come of it, the man orders his subordinates to kill Murphy. He quickly draws his sword from its sheath, delivering the first blow. The warriors are frightened when they see such fast and precise movements. And this turns out to be the last thing they have time to think about. And Murphy, paying no attention to anyone, continues to dance across the battlefield. He cuts them with both his sword and his spiritual energy. And now the scientist Sandy squints and covers her child's ears and eyes. Finally, there comes a moment when there is not a soul around Murphy. The man curses, realizing that this man's skill is incredible. The guy smiles sadly, retorting and saying that he is not a master, but a greedy mercenary. The man perks up, asking how many of them it will take to get the guy out of here. He smiles, suggesting that he seems to have a lot of them. The man replies that there are enough of them to make a person happy. Murphy asks why take other people's money, and even his own master's. The man stumbles, and someone from behind tells the guy to drop the sword. An unknown person brings out Sandy's father with a sword held to his throat, and the woman screams. And he rushes to his father, and the merchant grins, regaining his confidence. He repeats the order, telling Murphy to drop the sword immediately. He raises his hand into the air but does not throw the sword. Instead, something else happens. A furrow begins to run along the stonework, following towards the one holding Asalith. It passes through it, destroying even what is slightly behind. And emotions begin to change on his face, starting with bewilderment. And the technique that Murphy used is called the thread of fire. And she cuts the mercenary very quickly, causing his companion to scream in horror. Murphy asks the man what he said before, and the guy starts moving towards him, and he asks him to wait. Murphy says if he doesn't want to die, he better get out of here. And the man is surprised and then thinks, after using that much energy, the guy should be exhausted. And the man draws his sword from its sheath, mistakenly believing that he has a chance. Murphy fends off the supposedly sudden attack with ease, and the man thinks that he is completely serious and all he needs to do is hit harder. And they cross blades again, sparks flying from under their weapons. Due to the force of the attack and the power of the weapon, the stones around begin to crumble. The man has no intention of stopping, continuing to press with a warlike cry. He smirks because he really does think Murphy is out of strength. He feels like they're barely enough to block the blows, and he's going to push a little more for a complete victory. No such luck. The next moment Murphy's sword pierces his chest. The guy finds it terrible that someone like his opponent is mired in greed, but as the head of security, he shouldn't have done this, but protected the palace. And Murphy mercilessly pulls the sword out of the other man's body, causing wheezing along with the blood. The head of the Golden Palace thanks his savior, promising to never forget what he did for him. The old man politely asks if he can find out what family the boy is from. He bows politely, saying that he is an ordinary mercenary. Achelet says that even the king of mercenaries could not deal with them so easily. Sandy tells her father that she promised their savior a reward. He agrees, saying that this man deserves it. Ocelot says that if their benefactor needs money, he will get it. He thinks that this is precisely the reason why he helped them as a mercenary. The man says that for saving his life, he is obliged to give Murphy everything he has. He says he didn't expect this, and Ocelot offers, "Take as much as the rescuer can carry at one time." Murphy ponders the old man's words, but he makes adjustments, only without a cart and without the help of other people. But you can use skills. Murphy says he'll be able to carry quite a lot with him then. The interlocutor says that he does not dare to be stingy, since without him they would be dead. Murphy respectfully thanks the head of the Golden Palace, and he goes up to the castle and unlocks the giant door, which slides open with a characteristic noise. When the boy comes inside and gets far enough away, Sandy turns to her father. Given his skills, this man could take much more than they agreed on. And the old man replies, does he have anything more valuable than what Murphy protected today? It is enough for him that his daughter and her child are alive. The woman looks at her father with flattery, and tears begin to accumulate in her eyes. Ocelot says that moreover this man is not who he claims to be. The strength he showed was not ordinary skill, but strength of spirit. Ocelot met such a person for the first time in his life. His spirit is incredible. Besides, money can always be earned, so it doesn't matter how much he takes. And if you are not greedy, you can improve your relationship with him. As he returns, Murphy thinks about dividing the treasures and selling them, because it's not worth selling so much stuff in one place. The guy sold them little by little in every new city he encountered along the way. As a result, he collected a lot of money, which would become the basis for his future organization. Seeing his father, Murphy remembers that he listens to reports several times a day, and makes important decisions such as who will live and who will die. The guy wonders if he is happy with this life. He wonders if his father was forced to become a heavenly demon. The man, meanwhile, says he heard his son leaving school. He confirms these words, saying that he went to earn money. The man asks why his son needs this. He replies that he cannot live forever on his father's money, and he will need more. The boss asks what he will spend it on, and he answers honestly. The man asks, and Murphy replies that he needs his own followers. The heavenly demon doesn't like this, because others like him are also coming for the youngest son. And the man sums it up by saying that he won't let that happen. The guy is not upset because he did not hope for an easier outcome. Taking a scroll from under his clothes, he presents it as a gift to his father. And although the latter is surprised, he extends his hand to accept this gift. However, keeping it at a safe distance and simultaneously probing it with energy. Finding nothing suspicious, the man unrolls the scroll, and he asks what kind of money this is. Murphy replies, for his father's expenses. The latter asks what this means, and Samuel tenses up. Without hearing his son's answer, the man says that he has plenty of money, and the guy replies that he knows that the heavenly demon is the richest in the world. But this money is gratitude for raising him. This is his first money, and he gratefully gives it to his father. Murphy says he always wanted to do this one day and says goodbye to his father. At the main committee of investigators, Murphy is called out. Terrell greets him and says that everyone has been waiting for him for a long time. The guy returns the words of greeting to his former partner, and he shares important news, announcing that he has submitted an application. Murphy expresses surprise that they met, and here at that, Terrell replies that he couldn't agree more. And having exchanged pleasantries, the guy invites his comrades to go. When they come out, they are greeted with a unanimous cry, and Murphy is surprised by the mood of those present, because it is much friendlier than he expected. The guy asks Terrell if he threatened to cut their pay. He answers negatively. Murphy asks why then their attitude is so positive. The answer is simple, because the second young leader came out to them personally. He suggests that the reason is the investigation into the demon army. After all, the head of the first detachment killed the investigator who took on the case, and the other investigators suffered greatly because of him. But Murphy helped them by calling the best doctor and dealt with Dan. Terrell asks if the young master has anything he wants to say. He looks around at those present and makes a decision. He says he doesn't know if they will be happier with him as the leader, but there is one thing he is sure of, and that's what will make their hearts beat faster. Terrell is afraid that the joke will not be understood, but a moment later a joyful hum is heard. Murphy later recalls that the atmosphere there was good. I wonder why. And Terrell suggests that this is what he was asked to find out. The guy asks why the matter is again connected with the warrior of the bloody skies. Terrell says he doesn't want to get into it either, but it's all still fresh. Anna says that she heard that the old man was almost seething with anger at that time. Murphy invites the girl to take a look for herself and express her thoughts. She immerses herself in reading and then exhales heavily, saying that one cannot turn a blind eye to such things. A man is approached in a tavern and asked to stop drinking because he has had enough. He asks how he can because they tell him terrible things, that those who sent his child into a coma are innocent. The interlocutor asks what he is talking about, because he heard something else. The grief-stricken man says he was told his son was hurt in a routine fight. They say the father of the man behind all this is named Doc Pratt. This man was a subordinate of the Bloody Heaven warrior. He had 100 under his command. The interlocutor does not have time to get a word in before he is interrupted again. This man believes that these investigators are no better, even worse. The man asks him to be quieter, because if they hear him, there could be problems. And while the grief-stricken man is indignant, he is asked to pull himself together. He begins to cry, saying that if his son does not wake up, he will not fulfill his wife's last will. And then he'll just kill them, and then commit suicide. Someone approaches them from behind, asking the man if he can do it. Turning around, he asks those who approached who they are. And the one who spoke earlier asks how he can speak so calmly about the murder of someone else's son. The man jumps up from his seat, demanding the return of his son. And he suddenly apologizes, saying that he committed a sin, but it will not happen again. The boy asks if that's all, since he apologized. The man looks at him in amazement, instinctively asking what he means. The comrades on both sides of the apologetic person begin to laugh disgustingly. Realizing that he is being made fun of, the drunk man calls the boy a scoundrel. He turns out to be faster, hitting his opponent in the face and making him bleed. And he demonstratively asks if everyone saw that the man took out the sword first. His friends immediately chime in, saying that they saw it and are witnesses. Their leader, meanwhile, asks how he dared to set investigators on him. And he begins to accuse his son of refusing to steal money from the house that his father earned. He is irritated that the guy pretended to be kind, and asks how he can avoid beating him up for that. And then they tell him that he himself confessed to everything. The guy stops, asking what he confessed to. The man replies that he beat his son, adding that people heard everything. And it wasn't a fight at all, but an attack. Addressing those present, the guy asks if anyone understands what he is saying. Fearing that they might find themselves in the place of someone who has been beaten not only by grief, visitors turn away. The guy chuckles, saying it looks like no one heard anything. And two others suddenly join in his laughter. The guy smiles when he sees the man's tears, saying that he is crying like a child. He notices a resemblance to the man's son, but then the trio's attention is drawn to a voice saying that he heard everything. Seeing the uninvited guests, the guy asks what kind of creature dares to contradict him. Murphy asks if he doesn't realize what he's done, marveling at his upbringing. The guy apologizes for giving in to emotions and asks his interlocutor not to get angry. And then he starts laughing, asking if he really thought he would say that. And he continues, saying that although he doesn't know who he is sure that he can't wait to die. Murphy chuckles, noting that the Prit's influence goes beyond all bounds. The boy didn't like that he was called only his father's son. And the drunk man comes to his senses, recognizing the young gentleman. And then everyone turns their attention to him, asking why he is here. The boy who beat up the man is amazed at the person in front of him. And Murphy tells him to relax, because today he is here as the head of the investigators. Anna asks if that shouldn't make him even more nervous. And Doc's son apologizes for not recognizing such an important person in their school. And he says it's because he's too young, Murphy counters. And he notes that this guy is smart and knows when to bow his head. The boy is about to leave, but Murphy won't let him go, saying that he came on business. He becomes even more tense, asking why he needed him. Murphy replies that he is going to look into the attack on the man. The boy looks at him in disbelief, reminding him that he was acquitted. Murphy says that's true, but a decision was made to reinvestigate. Since he took money every day, it means that extortion was a habit for him. And since he forced someone to steal, this already constitutes incitement to theft. Assault with intent to kill is attempted murder, and here it is, also assault. It turns out that we are not talking about a misdemeanor, but about a full-fledged crime. For this, you get sent to prison for 20 years. The guy gets scared and, trying to justify himself, says that they were just fighting. Murphy asks if he has forgotten that his confession was heard. And then the guy remembers this moment, and his interlocutor adds fuel to the fire. The boy says his father won't let it go that easily if he's falsely accused. Murphy tells him not to worry about it, because his father won't have time for something like that. His father will also be arrested for pressuring the investigator. The kid asks if Murphy seriously thinks they'll leave him alone after this. Even if he is in prison, he will find a way to get rid of it. It only takes a second for Murphy to be there. The boy falls to the floor coughing and with tears in his eyes. Murphy asks if he knows that he could get another 10 for threatening the investigator. And the interlocutor cries, stuttering and politely asking for forgiveness. Murphy asks him to give him at least one reason why he should forgive him. But with one nuance, forgetting about his father, the boy stumbles. Murphy stands his ground, asking what good he did to protect anyone. Or maybe he saved her from death, he suggests, naming just one reason, even if it's fiction. The boy is silent, embarrassed, and Murphy continues, asking a question. When you've never done anything good, it's hard to make things up on the fly. The interlocutor is going to say that he will not do something like this again. But Murphy interrupts him, delivering a satisfying slap. And he agrees, noting that he will have 30 whole years to think about it. Murphy turns his stern gaze to Doc's son's comrades, who are embarrassed, saying that they did only what he asked, and asking him to save them. Murphy says if they keep this up, they'll come after him. The boys start shouting out in unison that they will remember all of this. Murphy asks Terrell to transport Doc's son, and he confirms the order. The guy asks those present to contact the investigative committee in the future. As long as he remains the head, no one will dare to influence the conduct of affairs. Murphy says if anyone threatens him with connections in the future, he can remind him of his own. A wave of laughter rolls through the room, although not immediately. Anna turns to the grief-stricken father, telling him that his son has been examined. He looks at the girl, not believing his ears. After all, such an important person does not look at ordinary people, only important persons. And Murphy advises the father to go to his son. Since he has already woken up, he saw it himself. The man cannot believe his happiness and begins to cry, turning to the young master and thanking him for such mercy. He rushes to Murphy saying that he will never forget this. And he asks if he wasn't the one who dedicated his life to their school. So it's natural that she will protect him. Grabbing the young gentleman by the hands, the man begins to thank him tirelessly. And Murphy gently counters that it's the school thanking him. The guy thought that the people of the Bloody Heaven Warrior would be the first to react to his actions. But the first reaction came from the committee itself. It was strange. The man apologizes for the rude visit, saying he should have come in person. Murphy asks why he came and gets an answer. A man named Med heard that the old case had been reopened by a new leader. Murphy fearlessly replies that it is. The man says he believes this undermines the authority of investigators. Murphy turns to the others, asking if they feel the same way, and they express unanimous agreement. Murphy says he personally thinks differently, and that the case itself was a serious problem. Honey asks what their leader means, and the boy answers, asking if they knew that Doc's son had confessed in front of those present. Honey replies that they heard. Murphy asks what their problem is then, and the man says that we are talking about a reinvestigation of an already closed case. Murphy clarifies that what is happening is a matter of principle. The answer is yes, because this case is unprecedented. Murphy turns to Investigator Meade, reminding him that an innocent man almost died. The culprit was caught and even received a confession. Isn't a reinvestigation a natural outcome? The man says that the principles may be outdated, but nothing can be done about it. After all, they are very important for the organization. Murphy suggests seeing what others have to say about it, and he asks them to split into those who agree and those who are against. Terrell steps forward, saying he too believes the case should be retried. Murphy asks the reason, and the man replies that the investigation was incomplete. He continues, saying that the possibility of outside pressure cannot be ruled out. Murphy praises Terrell, asking if the others think differently. A voice comes from the crowd that also agrees with them. The man introduces himself as Hodge Carrick, thanks to Murphy from last time. They exchange pleasantries under the displeased glances of those present. Murphy turns to the man who led the case, Detective Bloom Church, and he asks the man what he thinks about this. Although the investigator replies that he did everything according to instructions, he looks puzzled. Murphy pauses before asking the tough question, and yet the guy asks if Doc Pratt paid Bloom. Honey snaps angrily, asking how Murphy dares to ask such a thing. And he, using energy, tells him not to interrupt when someone is not talking to him. The man tenses up as Murphy continues his interrogation. He orders the ward to answer whether he received money from the defendant's father, and he confidently declares, saying that he swears on his life that he did not receive it. And he offers to conduct an investigation if he doesn't believe. Murphy chuckles, saying he's already done that, and adding that Bloom really didn't receive any money. The investigators are amazed, and Murphy says that he conducted the investigation at the request of the chief. Meta is tense when he hears that the order was received from the head of the cult himself, and Murphy asks how they managed to hush up the incident then. Bloom says he didn't do it and is about to continue, but is interrupted. Murphy asks if they threatened his little sister and continues. During the investigation, he discovered that the man was an unusually honest person, but he didn't believe it and continued searching, because everyone loves money. Yet to Murphy's surprise, it turned out that Bloom was indeed honest. So why didn't he do the right thing this time? And all because his only weakness is his younger sister. Honey asks in surprise if he was really threatened. It's not just him who is interested. The crowd begins to egg on their colleague, hurrying him along. Murphy thinks that he understands why Med is pushing him so hard now. Of all the investigators, he cares about Bloom the most. The guy says that if a man was worried about his sister, then everything is fine with her. Because he already sent people to protect her, she will be safe. Until this matter is finished. Bloom asks, stuttering, if he is telling the truth, and the answer is yes. Tears well up in the man's eyes and he cries out that he has done something unforgivable. A worried Med barely restrains himself from starting to calm his charge, and Murphy asks if Bloom understands that these words are not an excuse. The man agrees with these words, saying that he is ready to bear the punishment. Murphy tells him to stand up, and he obeys, and the other man continues. He would never have forgiven him if it had happened after he became the head. And for this reason alone, this time Murphy will go to Bloom's aid. The man asks in disbelief if he will really forgive him. And Murphy replies that only with reservations, suggesting that we listen carefully. Bloom himself earned forgiveness with his honest life, but now it is erased, and a man must live it again. also taking care of karma. Bloom continues to cry, sincerely thanking his boss in between, and he calls everyone else to attention, saying that since he became the head of their families, they are also his families, and he will kill anyone who harms his family, no matter who he is. And from now on, he will not allow any external pressure on investigators, and he will not leave anyone alone who dares to touch them. Murphy asks that his subordinates report immediately if something is wrong, but if they think he can't protect them, let them trust the head of the cult. Even if he has to beg his father, he will do everything to protect them. Therefore, he asks that you be sure to report if you feel pressure from outside. He will make sure that everyone can do their job in peace. After all, if they are confident in safety, they will be able to work as they should. Murphy says he believes that anyone who does evil should be punished. Even if the heavenly demon himself makes a mistake, he cannot turn a blind eye to it. Everyone must be held accountable for the sin they have committed. The one he fears is not the cult leader or the 8 great demons. His biggest fear is becoming a monster that can be used. After all, in that case, it will be impossible to protect those who should be protected. He is afraid of being the one who allows the guilty to go unpunished. And although it was already late, Murphy wanted to tell his subordinates these words. He says he needs their experience and help to make his intention a reality, and he politely asks to lend him a helping hand. Honey takes the young master's hand and thanks him for such words. Murphy immediately orders Terrell to arrest Doc Pratt. Honey notes that he won't give in so easily. Besides, he has 100 demons. Murphy says let him do what he wants. If he doesn't give in, he'll be accused of mutiny. Later, Doc greets the second young master, and he replies that here he should be called the head of the committee of investigators. The man apologizes, saying he was impolite, and he asks what the words in the order accusing him of rebellion mean. Murphy says he thought it was the only way to meet, and the interlocutor apologizes for resisting arrest. But he hopes for understanding that a leader has many things to think about. He doesn't want to lose the respect of his subjects. Murphy says he understands. Doc says he doesn't think the problem is serious. It was just a joke. Murphy says he doesn't think so, and the man thought he understood how things worked. Doc hints at a bribe, and the guy is mentally surprised, because he was thinking about something else. The man, meanwhile, continues, saying that there is no one like him. Murphy says it would be good to get help from the other person. Doc replies, quite generously. He, of course, does not know what the future holds, but he's going to make a good place for Murphy and gets up to leave. The guy asks where he is going. Doc is surprised, asking if their conversation isn't over. Murphy counters that the man wasn't going to help until after he left the dungeon. He is momentarily at a loss, but pulls himself together, asking what kind of jokes the boss is telling. To which Murphy asks if it's even a joke to threaten the investigator's family. Doc replies that there were never any threats. He is absolutely sure of it, and Murphy says his opinion doesn't matter. After all, evidence from those who were threatened has already been received, and this is a priority. The guy assumes that Doc didn't know what he was talking about, but he didn't know either. And all because of those who believe that pressure can be put on investigators. The chief says that the sentence can be reduced to 10 years if he confesses. Otherwise there will be 20 of them, Doc asks. Is he crazy? Murphy replies that it is unlikely that anyone in their right mind could deal with Pratt, and he asks why the person sitting opposite him is treating him this way. Murphy clarifies how he does it, what exactly is causing confusion, and he continues, reminding that Doc's son attacked a man and almost killed him. And this is not an isolated incident. He had been beating him for many years. Moreover, he himself threatened the investigator when he took up the investigation. The man flares up, saying that he is no match for that idiot. Murphy should at least treat him with more respect. The guy thinks that these words are both sad and scary. The man asks, puzzled, what he means, and Murphy replies that from now on it won't be like that. The man says if he touches him, he won't stand aside either. Murphy is sure of the opposite. He asks his interlocutor, who is he? And, losing his composure, Doc breaks the table, turning to the head of the committee of investigators. The guy grins, forestalling the question that his family will also be threatened, and he gets up, receiving no answer and saying that their time is up. Finally, Murphy suggests that his interlocutor should confess, and closing the door and moving away a couple of steps, he hears a shrill scream on the other side. He suggests that perhaps the reason for their fall was not power, especially now, knowing that Doc Pratt had decided to threaten the investigator. Discipline has fallen so much that this guy is openly trying to put pressure on him, and Murphy wonders if the defeat was really due to a lack of strength. The guy's gaze hardens when he sees the uninvited guest. He, sipping his drink, says, "This is the second young gentleman," and he smiles, asking whether he should be called the head of the committee of investigators. The old man invites his silent interlocutor to have a drink with him, and he reminds him, pouring the drink, that he warned him about this. There is nothing good in seeing him often. Murphy grins, reminding him, but the man himself comes to see him. The interlocutor's gaze becomes serious, and he silently throws back the glass. And he says that at some point he felt something. It was as if something had changed in Murphy, and it happened in an instant. When the boy expressed his desire to the head of the cult, something inside Charles turned over. He then thought that a smart guy should have such a desire. The interlocutor says that, in his opinion, this is the most common desire. The old man is on his own wavelength, saying that it all started from that day. Charles admits that Murphy makes his sword howl. The guy says he doesn't understand the comparison and makes assumptions. The sword complains to its owner, who repeats after his interlocutor. Yes, he defeated a student with a sudden attack. Another insulted a subordinate. Murphy reminds us that Charles's brother used the army to satisfy his greed, and the subordinate threatened to kill the investigator. The guy expresses his opinion. The reason why the warrior's sword cries is because the people around the owner do not suit his character. The old man smiles, saying that he finds these words beautiful. However, he says that the person sitting opposite is wrong. Murphy then asks him to teach him how to do it right. Charles repeats the words about how those around him do not suit his character. This is not true. They suit him perfectly, because he is exactly that kind of person. Murphy thinks about it, because this is exactly what he expected from the evil old man. It is much easier to deal with proud people or those who know about honor. Charles meanwhile tells his interlocutor to release Doc, which causes the spirit to fall. Murphy says he will be freed if found not guilty, and then the Bloody Heaven warrior's power flares up, but now it's at a completely different level. It was for this reason that Father told Murphy that it was not time for that yet, and the old man asks permission to give him one little piece of advice. Murphy pulls himself together, responding with a firm but polite refusal. The Bloody Heaven warrior asks again if he could have misheard. The guy says that if you come to ask for something, you just need to do it, and it's not clear why they shouldn't give advice. The old man calms down, thoughtfully agreeing with his interlocutor, and adding that in their time few people say such words. Murphy suggests that the old man be careful, as stagnant water can go bad. No one wants to stay in stagnant water, but this does not mean that you have to stand in stale water forever, but the chances to lower such a chance must be used. Murphy says there's no point in defending this man. The old man asks if his interlocutor will drink with him. He agrees, and Charles echoes, promising to get rid of the rotten water. The guy praises him, calling the decision wise, but there is a condition. In return, the warrior wants the young master to become his water. Murphy thinks about these words. He senses something is wrong. The man offers to drink this if he wants to become a heavenly demon, and then he will become his support. Murphy is surprised. After all, he didn't think that everything would turn out like this, since this old man supported his brother. And he decides to ask the question directly, asking what about this support? Charles replies that when he chose him, he didn't know how crazy the younger one could be. Murphy considers this absurd, because this guy will betray anyone for the sake of ambition, and the guy reminds the old man that it was he who killed his brother. The interlocutor is silent for a while, thinking about something, and still shares. He says his brother has been a stranger to him since he left his parents. They say you feel pain when your own blood is killed, but that's not true. And the old man asks why he can't change his mind about the choice. Murphy notes that gaining such support is like gaining an army of 1,000, and he asks why the old man chose him. He replies that he wants to bet his fate on the madness that he commits so fearlessly, and the warrior is sure that this madness is capable of consuming everything around. Murphy wonders if he were younger, he might have grown proud and believed those words, but he knows well what tricks old people use to deceive young people. Perhaps he could really become a heavenly demon with such support, but he's not sure he really wants this. The guy thanks his interlocutor for the nice words, but it's time for him to get down to business. And while Charles is thinking, Murphy asks what his father will think of him. He has a great responsibility. He cannot get involved in politics and shirk. Charles asks what if he does a good job on the committee? And what if the leader leaves his son there for the rest of his days without advancement? One day, you will have to decide whether to become a successor or not. The leader may pay attention to the support of the warrior. In general, this is fraught with popularity. Murphy agrees with the old man, but he's missing something. The desire for discipline in the cult is not only his desire, but also the desire of his father. The guy asks to give him time to think about it. He will drink this when he makes his final decision. The old man grins, saying that this is exactly how it should be. Don't drink just because you're told to. And gripping the sword more comfortably, the warrior suddenly delivers a wide, sweeping blow with the sword. And although Murphy manages to parry it, it is not easy. And the old man dispassionately says that he expects an answer tomorrow. The guy doesn't give in, saying that he will give it to him in 5 days. The old man is not categorical, but also does not give in fully, reducing it to 3 days. Murphy sees no point in arguing further, and Charles leaves him. The guy grabs his wrist, playfully cursing, and says that it still hurts. Sounds of exhaustion rise up from the ground above the yard. The men under the logs have already rubbed their fists raw. They are on their last legs. The elder shouts, asking if they have really lost their nerve because of a regular training session. Only by going through this can one do one's job as an investigator with dignity. And he tells them to continue, encouraging them in a specific way. Terrell watches this with amusement, saying it's strange to hear such words. Murphy agrees with his subordinate. which is really unusual and therefore funny. Terrell asks how this happened. The guy clarifies what exactly. The man says that the South made an official apology. It was very unexpected. Murphy grins, suggesting that his friend go and see for himself how it happened. The interlocutor asks him not to joke like that, because he might come in and not come back. Murphy says that now you can go there calmly and even dance. The boy remembers the last words spoken by the warrior of the bloody heavens. And to distract himself, he asks Terrell about Doc and his son, who clarifies the question. Murphy tells them to contact the dungeon and send them to the worst place. They must pay in full for what they have done. Terrell accepts the order. Murphy thinks that if he hadn't intervened, they would have continued to live unpunished. But he is absolutely sure that he will meet many more people like them. But he is confident that he will not allow anyone to set their own rules here. In the demon village, a sign for the investigators department is hung up, and the man is surprised. Murphy confirms this, saying that people can now come here and report abuse. He becomes curious and asks how people acted before. The village chief begins to answer, but he cannot produce any coherent utterances. But Murphy himself knows how it all happened. The residents simply endured and lived in suffering. Even the investigators, in fact, could not do anything sensible. Because when entering the committee, you must state the purpose of your visit at the main gate of the cult. Moreover, it is necessary not only to confirm your identity, but also to undergo a search. And this procedure must be completed several times to reach the investigator. Murphy says that cult warriors can also be reported here. The man asks incredulously if this is true, and Murphy confirms this, adding that you just need to raise the wave, as they say. The villagers won't have to worry about revenge if they suffer at the hands of the cult's warriors. The elder can't believe his ears because the young master opened a branch for them. He bows respectfully and promises to tell everyone about it. Later, Murphy walks alone and thinks about how it all starts from this moment. In the very heart of the village, where the lower-class warriors live, a department of investigators appeared. He will start by protecting weak citizens who are being treated unfairly, and he will explain to everyone the main idea of all this. All lives are equally valuable, and Murphy will defend that rule. Entering the yard, the guy is no longer surprised by who he sees there. Their meetings have become too frequent lately, and the warrior of the bloody skies asks if the guy is ready to drink now. He sits down with a confident look and says that he is ready. While pouring the drink, the old man, carefully watching his interlocutor, tells him to drink. Murphy says he needs a snack. The old man understands what is going on and asks what kind of snack he needs. The guy fearlessly replies that he needs an army of demons, and Charles clearly didn't expect this, which was not only the facial expression, but also the question that escaped him. But Murphy stands his ground, demanding an army of demons from his business partner. The man asks the young gentleman to listen and says that there is a certain order in the world. The guy asks if it's not okay to drink while eating. The man puts his hand to his face, wearily saying that he had been waiting for 3 whole days. And this impudent fellow even dared to put forward such a condition, and says that he has had enough. He will cut Murphy's head off and take it to the Sky Demon. The old man rushes forward and attacks, but his opponent barely manages to block. Rolling back with momentum, Murphy tries to gain control of his shaking hands. At the same moment, a voice is heard from the front. Charles thinks the blocking is not bad, and he notices that the opponent used quite a lot of internal energy for this. Still, it won't be easy to cut off such a precious head. The old man strikes again, getting closer to the enemy. He moves away from the attack and blocks again, this time feeding it with his spiritual energy. The old man also has a hard time. He guessed that the young man was strong, but he didn't think that he was that strong. Their collision is so strong that gusts of wind blow the roofing off. But at some point the contact is broken, because there is no point in maintaining it any longer. The battle-battered old man is stunned by one detail. As his opponent retreats, Charles notices that his own hand is shaking. But this doesn't frighten him. On the contrary, the old man smiles, considering what is happening to be entertaining. And even very much so. And the very next moment he is ready to attack again. And Murphy thinks that he wants to use the wind god's technique. He wonders if the warrior can stop the wise king's step. But the guy grits his teeth, realizing that it's too early for that. Time is on his side. There is no reason to enter into a dangerous fight without necessity. Murphy stubbornly screams to be heard, asking for an army of demons. The old man asks who he plans to put in place of the head, since he has a different post. And the guy puts forward the head of the third squad, Hob Chaplin, as a candidate. Charles notices that he is not his man and warns him. If you are too greedy, your stomach will eventually give out. Murphy reminds the old man of his own words about madness, so it can absorb everything. And since he is a madman, madmen never take the easy way out. Charles is confused by these words and only absent-mindedly repeats the guy's words. Murphy says that Charles is crazy too, because no one in their right mind would propose such a deal. And looking at his opponent's confusion, the guy thinks he doesn't know what he really wants, because the old man died before they found out. This was astonishing, because the warrior was the first of all the higher demons to die. So why did this smart and meticulous old man die before everyone else? The old man, meanwhile, speaks up again, beginning to address his opponent. And the warrior screams, Murphy's greed knocking over the table with the drinks that were offered. And with these words, the old man soars into the air, leaving the boy with his thoughts. Murphy grins, confident that Charles won't be able to refuse his offer. Because besides him, the guy has 7 more options. And Charles knows this better than anyone. 2 days later, the man asks, confused, what is going on? Is this the work of the young master after all? How could he be recommended for the position of head? Murphy is mentally glad that he didn't make a mistake, but out loud he says that he asked the warrior himself. Hob says he is grateful, but does not think he can handle the responsibilities. The guy says there is no need for modesty, this place has already been occupied, and he offers to lead this place as the 3rd detachment, then you can become the best. The man begins to stutter, saying that the young master overestimates him, and the interlocutor replies that most likely he underestimates himself. The guy asks to just try it first, there is always a backup option, and he secretly hopes that Hob will make an effort to stay in this post. Later, the boy sees his father and is slightly puzzled by his appearance. He politely asks the heavenly demon if he has a new suit. The man replies in the negative, saying that these are his sleepwear, and then he asks why his son came so late. The guy is surprised, saying that it is early evening, and asks, isn't it a secret that the boss goes to bed early? It's dangerous. And he says it's his business. Murphy says happily that he fought the warrior of the bloody skies with his father's sword, and he asks he was going to kill him. Murphy replies that it would be a shame if the old man died right now, and he mentally notes that this is not news to his father. When warrior recommended Hob, father likely realized they had made an agreement. The man says that the warrior is not as easy to tame as this sword. Murphy says he didn't mean to do it, he won't show weakness, and he adds that he and the warrior of the bloody heavens are different. The old man will break and die, but the more they chop Murphy, the stronger he will become. The heavenly demon asks why his son is reporting this to him, and he answers, because the head of the cult is now paying him a salary. The man allows you to do whatever you want, and assumes that the purpose of the visit is different. Murphy asks his father not to let the warrior of the bloody skies do whatever he wants. The man repeats the question after his son, and he confirms it, saying that he was going to break the old man's spirit because he often boasted. He even often acts much more arrogantly than a heavenly demon would allow himself to. And he suddenly asks if his son really thinks that the warrior will refuse the army of demons. The man knows it's something else, and Murphy grins. He knew his father would understand. And he admits that, in fact, he wants to get something else from the old man. The man asks if there is anything more important than an army of demons. Murphy replies, in a sense. He wants to make the demon army his own and turn it into his place. The heavenly demon tells his son to stop making him laugh and go home. And he thinks that today he will not see anything funnier than his parents' clothes. The chief is told that his son may not be up to expectations, but now he stands out. The man asks Charles if this isn't his fault. He replies that Murphy is his child, and the credit goes only to him, the interlocutor. The heavenly demon says that he thinks his youngest son is still immature. The old man repeats these words and says that he wanted to say something to his opponent. He wants to make the young master even better. The interlocutor notes that if he gets involved in this, the position of the second son will become ambiguous. But he still gives his consent. Charles thanks his master. And after a short pause, he asks his interlocutor to support him a little. The sky demon asks what the bloody heaven warrior is talking about. The old man speaks about the leader of the demon army, and asks to be allowed to act at his own discretion. The man recalls his son's words about tying the warrior's hands, and he replies that this will be extremely problematic. Charles says that this time the young master wants the same thing, and the interlocutor replies that now he must think about his first child. Charles says he learned a few things while mentoring his students. When pushing away, you need to make sure that this person is alone. The heavenly demon assures the interlocutor that everything will be fine with him. After all, unlike the gentleness of his interlocutor, he will kill anyone who stands in the desert, and asks if Charles would like to add anything else. He answers negatively and says goodbye to the heavenly demon until next time. As he leaves, the old man wonders why the leader decided to belatedly equalize his sons. And he also mentally adds that, having struck once, one must stand until the end. Later, Charles tells Murphy that the boss thinks more about his eldest son than about him. The guy is not surprised, calmly agreeing with the truth. And then he says that it looks like their meeting didn't go well. After all, if his brother starts to push him aside, the old man will have to fill in the gaps. Charles asks, holding back, if his interlocutor really thinks he can't handle it. And he replies that he just feels a little sorry for the warrior. He also notes that Hob could not initially become the head of the demon army. Murphy clarifies, which means the other person has already given up. Charles replies that it is useless to strive for the impossible. The guy asks where such pride comes from if one cannot achieve something so simple. The old man becomes furious, asking again about the words about pride and simplicity. And Murphy reminds that it was the old man who wanted to take his side. It was worth refusing at first if you were not sure that the request would be fulfilled. And the old man also recommended Hob Chaplain the next day. The boy pulls out his sword and draws a line on the ground, causing the old man to bewilder. He recalls the words about what the head of the cult thinks about the old people, and he believed them. But didn't the line in the relationship between him and his father run elsewhere? Looking at the serious and thoughtful expression on Charles's face, Murphy chuckled to himself. He rejoices that the old man has nothing to say. And the guy adds, finishing off, that in Charles's place he would have achieved success. The old man looks up at Murphy and suggests that he try it himself. Those who are confident that they will be able to cope with a task with ease are good at laughing. Murphy asks what will happen if he asks his father and everything works out, and he himself thinks that the old man puts himself above and is confident of failure. After all, he knows the heavenly demon well, and then the guy offers to argue. Charles grins, repeating the proposal, and agrees, putting forward conditions. If the guy doesn't succeed, he won't just be a soldier, but a water warrior. And no more snacks. Murphy asks what happens if he can, and the old man replies that he will give him everything he wants. Murphy asks for an elixir as a prize, which is better than the demonic essence pill. The old man is indignant, asking if the guy can imagine how difficult it is to get something like that. And he dispassionately replies that this is his condition. If together, then together. Murphy thinks there's a reason he asked for this. This elixir is really rare, and the guy knows about the pill that the warrior has. And he provokes his interlocutor, saying that in that case, there is no reason for cooperation. But the old man agrees, promising to obtain the elixir if Hob becomes the head of the army. Murphy takes out his sword, pointing the tip at his interlocutor and saying what he promised. And he strikes his weapon against the blade, giving the strongest oath in this world. Watching the gust of rising wind, the guy thinks. If he gets the pill, he won't have to worry about not having enough strength anymore. Besides, the guy knows perfectly well how he will manage to win this argument. Samuel asks again what the chances are that Hob will become the leader of the demon army. Murphy confirms it and asks him to tell the man what he thinks about it. The man replies that it is not up to him to decide, and Murphy asks, even if one of the 8 demons recommends him. Samuel notices that the leader has rejected the Bloody Heaven warrior's offer, and he doesn't change his decisions. Murphy says he knows it. The guy asks what if another higher demon recommends Hob. The man looks at his interlocutor thoughtfully and repeats his words. The guy agrees, and a corresponding image is already drawn in his head. Samuel pretends to read a book, but in reality he is thinking about Murphy's words. He says to himself the words about what will happen if 2 higher-ups recommend Hob. He said then that the man then had every chance of becoming the head of the army. However, Samuel believes that this is hardly possible, and then Murphy said he had to try. After all, sometimes it's easier to deal with 2 tigers than with 1. Samuel has a preference for the second tiger, but it's hard to believe. Chad Pratt, a swordsman of the northern skies, takes the rape talk in disbelief. He says he was set up and suggests interrogating them together. Murphy asks why he thinks he was slandered, and he says that someone could have put her up to it, or she simply made a mistake. But the man claims that he himself did not touch her. Murphy agrees to interrogate them together and asks Terrell to help. Seeing the one being brought in, the man jumps up from his seat, screaming emotionally. He asks why this girl is doing this to him. Murphy tells him to be quiet, otherwise there will be no conversation. And the head of the investigators asks the girl if this is the man who raped her. The child does not say anything out loud, but shyly and barely noticeably nods his head. The man raises his voice again, asking how dare she lie to him, and he orders her to stop shaking and finally look at him. Murphy says the girl is afraid of him, and he asks what he's saying. The boy says he heard that the man threatened to kill the child's family. He denies this, asking why the head of the investigators believes her. Murphy nods to Terrell, and moments later several people enter. Looking at all these girls, the suspect tenses up, and Murphy addresses him, asking if the man remembers them, since each of them had worked for him before. The interlocutor answers, of course, and notices that they have all grown a lot. Murphy says there's no point in pretending. These women have already testified. Their man also raped them and threatened them in the same way. I had fun with one child for a couple of years, and then took on the next one. The man says it was a drunken mistake and asks for understanding, and then he asks if anyone was ever thrown into prison for this. Murphy notes that one must learn from one's own mistakes. The man swears that he will never do something like this again, and offers to write a receipt. Murphy says there is no need for that. He will not go to prison. The man cries out joyfully, beginning to thank them under the astonished gaze of his victims. He's about to say that he'll never do that again, but he doesn't get to finish his sentence. One precise movement is enough to carry out the sentence, and Murphy concludes that instead, the rapist will go elsewhere. The girls scream as they see the headless male body fall to the floor, and Murphy says that he won't hurt anyone again. Their families are safe now, so now they must continue to live without worrying. Murphy knows they won't forget what the man did, but they shouldn't forget about today either. Let this moment wash away all the sins that were committed against them. And the guy thinks that this is the best thing he can do for them. One of the girls thanks the guy for taking revenge on them, and the others join her, starting to cry from an excess of emotions. Murphy says they don't need to thank him. He was able to punish him because the victims found the strength to testify. And the guy asks the girls not to lose this courage in the future. As Terrell escorts the guests out, Murphy watches them go. And then he takes him away and mentally turns to his father, thinking that if they couldn't protect these children, the enemies would cut off their heads. But Murphy doesn't like this arrangement. He considers it his duty to protect the weak. There is a knock at the door and Anna enters, addressing her young master. She notices that the dead man's superior will not ignore what happened. But Murphy replies that he is not afraid of his wrath, but of dying, leaving such trash on the earth. The girl notices that since he took over the committee, the cult has become better. The guy smirks, asking if the absence of violence is progress. Anna agrees. After all, before this they had not even managed to prevent this. Murphy orders Terrell to go to Chad Pratt's boss immediately, asking to convey that during the interrogation a problem arose for which the head will explain. Later, they fight together against the demonic swordsman of the northern heavens. The escort informs the chief that the head of the committee of investigators has arrived. Lily Sally, the supreme slashing sword, comes out to them, rustling her clothes. She greets the head of the committee of investigators and his subordinate in a good-natured manner. Although Lily looks like a girl in her 20s, she is twice that age. In the cult, they talk about her. In a changing world, the supreme sword does not change at all. Murphy greets Lily respectfully, addressing her as an elder. She says that she can't get used to it and asks to be called eldest. The guy replies that given her situation, this is impossible. Lily clarifies that he should respect her only because of her age, and she answers, she doesn't think so. You need to respect those who deserve it, even if they are young. Murphy agrees to call his interlocutor senior, asking her to call him as she pleases. The woman agrees, and the guy looks at Terrell, pausing. Murphy introduces his client, saying he is here to explain what happened. Lily interrupts the men, saying that if the committee of investigators decided so, then so it is. She believes that anyone guilty of rape deserves to die. The woman promises that they will not challenge the decision and the punishment. Murphy gives Terrell a signal, and he heads towards the exit of the room. As he exits, a smile blossoms on Lily's lips and the woman begins to speak. She notes that recently, because of Murphy, a wind of change has been blowing through the cult. This is commendable, and the guy modestly says that it became possible thanks to her support. Lily says that there is no need to flatter the old woman, but the smile does not leave her face. Murphy says that this is empty, because the interlocutor looks to be in her early 20s. The woman laughs, repeating the guy's words, and explains, "This was enough to make me give up on further martial arts training." And Murphy recalls that after his father's death and the destruction of the cult, her life was different. Not only the highest demons, but also masters of other cults fought for the place of the head. And ultimately it was this woman who became the first leader. There was a lot of death around her, but Lily had no understanding of politics. The guy says that, to be honest, this matter was difficult for him, and he mentions the disagreements that have arisen with the South in recent times. Murphy is interested in the woman's reaction after he mentions the warrior of the bloody skies, and he says that the old man put a lot of pressure on him. The woman believes that she and he are completely different people. Murphy frowned as he agreed, and Lily's gaze turned predatory. She recalls hearing who Charles recommended for the role of leader of the demon army, and he asks how this happened, and Murphy answers, calling Hob Chaplin a man of extraordinary ability and dedication. The woman asks how he managed to convince the old man. Murphy replies, by using pressure. She smirks, noting that Charles wouldn't lift a finger for such a reason, and Murphy suggests that maybe Warrior just didn't want to lose him. The woman remains silent, and the guy continues, saying that he wants to emphasize something. The warrior of the bloody heavens loves the cult more than any other higher demon, but even he alone will not be able to achieve a place for Chaplin. There is another way, but it is not easy, and Lily asks what it is. Murphy replies that it's all about the man's recommendation to another higher demon. But no one will agree to this. Lily asks why he thinks so. The surprised guy can't think of anything better to do than ask what. And the woman asks if he thinks that no one except the warrior cares about the cult. Murphy says that's not true, and the woman smiles as she asks, didn't he come here today to hurt her pride and make him give his vote to Hob Chaplin? Murphy is not surprised, because he was inclined to think that this woman would understand everything, and he believes that now is the time to show his honesty. After all, when deception and truth are mixed, the intent is more difficult to understand. The guy asks the woman if she noticed it, but she remains silent. Murphy believes that Lily is wondering why Charles traded his brother for him. Meanwhile, the woman remains silent, looking inquiringly at the man standing opposite her. Finally, she speaks up, saying that she now understands why the boss gave him this position. But Murphy doesn't understand and asks a counter question. The woman takes the first step, light and weightless, as if she weighs nothing. And the next moment he finds himself unexpectedly close to the guy, saying that he has a strange ability to touch people's hearts. She smiles, agreeing to recommend Hob Chaplin as well as Charles. Murphy feigns surprise, asking if this is true. Lily says it's all to show that she cares about the cult too. The The guy bows respectfully, promising not to forget this help. As he leaves, he thinks that he expected exactly this kind of reaction. This woman doesn't want the old man to take Murphy for himself, all because of personal animosity. The guy knows this because the first person she killed in the past was the warrior. Murphy is praised, saying that they didn't think he could attract the supreme slashing sword. The heavenly demon suggests that it was most likely the son who took advantage of their differences. The chief asks what Samuel is going to do with Hob Chaplin. The interlocutor replies that this person has outstanding abilities. The sky demon believes that Hob was not initially bet on. Perhaps it was a matter of feelings. Murphy is too emotional. Samuel considers this a double-edged sword. The cult leader reflects on the fact that feelings can be a disadvantage. Samuel asks again what the man will do with the leader of the demon army. In the current circumstances, the man sees no way out but to make Hob the leader. After all, he has already been recommended by 2 higher demons. Samuel humbly accepts these words, which are also in order. Someone says he doesn't even know how to thank Murphy. The guy is surprised by the words of his interlocutor, who turns out to be Hob Chaplin. He looks at him for a while and then says, knowing him, nothing will come of it. The man asks his interlocutor in surprise what he is talking about. Murphy admits that he put Hob in this position for 2 reasons. The first reason is that a man is better suited for this role than anyone else. Hob says he doesn't feel worthy of the position and he feels uncomfortable. The second reason is that Murphy wants the demon army to become his power. But despite all this, it seems as if these 2 reasons are incompatible. Given Hob's straightforwardness, it will be difficult for him to maintain personal relationships, so Murphy won't force him to be friends with him. The man remains thoughtfully silent for a while, and then speaks up. He says that the other person doesn't understand him well if he thinks so. Murphy asks what he means, and the other person asks his own question. Asking if the boy remembered their first meeting, Hob then wrote an anonymous letter. Because of the death of a friend, to avenge him, so something follows from this. It is quite clear that Hob considers relationships with people to be the most important thing in his life, and now he wants to be loyal to Murphy. And this devotion is already in him. Naturally, he is devoted to the head and the cult, and he will do everything possible for the demon army. But Murphy's loyalty is above that. The guy can barely contain himself, thinking that, apparently, Hob turned out to be even better than he expected. And he smiles, saying that then he will rely on him from now on. The man bows respectfully, saying that the feeling will be mutual. Seeing the pose in which Charles stands, the interlocutor smiles and speaks. He stands here so proudly, as if he were his bodyguard. The Bloody Heaven warrior is unusually serious, asking in a mocking tone. Murphy asks with a smile if he can do something like that. Charles congratulates the guy on Hob becoming the head, and he politely accepts the congratulations. Looking at the man standing in front of him, the guy wonders where he went wrong. After all, he thought that the old man would be furious because Supreme Sword Slasher interfered. And Charles is surprisingly calm. But you can't relax. The warrior is unpredictable. Meanwhile, the interlocutor asks how Murphy managed to come to an agreement with this woman. The guy promises to tell if Charles promises not to get angry, and he agrees. Murphy says he hurt Lily's pride as an elder by using the warrior. The old man grunts vaguely and pauses, and then he concludes that the guy lied, but it's strange that the woman didn't understand this trick. And Charles says that this fox will definitely remind of itself again, and he asks what if, in exchange for help, she forbids him from seeing her. The Bloody Heaven warrior asks, already losing his composure, what will happen then? And Murphy replies that the old man is his priority. Charles notes that Lily may be able to put pressure on the case with the help of Hob Chaplin. But Murphy is adamant that he was the one who helped him in the first place. Charles asks if the guy will change his mind if he receives a tempting offer. Murphy asks what he means and what it is, and the old man says, a promise is a promise. And the guy understands, and is immediately convinced that inside is what he wanted. And the old man adds his contribution by calling the item the Heavenly God Pill. Murphy can't believe what he sees, and is shocked that Charles is giving away the pill so easily. Although he asked the old man to find the elixir, he did not expect a positive result. I thought he would find 1,000 excuses, but he would never give up the item so easily. Charles shares that the pill has been stored for a long time. He wanted to save it. Murphy clarifies that he is really ready to give this pill to him. And the old man flares up, shouting words about what he can take away. And the next moment he plunges the sword into the ground next to him and reaches for the glass. He drinks it all in one gulp and places it next to himself, beginning to speak. Charles turns respectfully to the young gentleman, who waits silently. And the old man goes on to say that he is going to bet the rest of his life on it. Murphy is so stunned by these words that he can't even find the strength to say anything. And thoughts in his head are buzzing about the fact that the old man gave him his strongest trump card. And the guy just recently, without thinking about the consequences, told his father not to listen to him. And now he's going to have to fix it. Since Charles is so sincere with him, he will try to repay him properly. And the guy respectfully thanks his interlocutor for believing in him. He exhales heavily, and Murphy says something that makes the old man emotional. The guy says he's going to take the pill now and asks to keep an eye on him. Charles gets angry, asking if he's really going to use her right in front of him. Murphy notes that he gave it to him himself and thinks it would be better that way. The guy thinks that the very fact of protection from the warrior at the moment of absorption will mean a lot. After all, for him this is the highest level of trust. And indeed, the warrior asks if he really trusts him that much, and Murphy suggests that this isn't the reason he takes the pill. If there was poison in it, he would have to fulfill all the warrior's conditions to obtain the antidote. Charles asks why Murphy thinks there is no poison, and he replies that the method is too sneaky. The man asks if the guy doesn't consider him a scoundrel, and he says that there are different types of scoundrelism. The warrior asks what will happen if Murphy is wrong, and gets an answer. The guy intends to solve problems as they arise, and he takes the pill in front of the old man who is watching closely, mentally calling for the drug to dissolve in it properly. And when it enters the human body, it breaks down, activating the process, and it begins to be absorbed into the tissues, moving along with the bloodstream. Murphy closes his eyes a little tighter, feeling the changes happening to him, entailing the occurrence of sweating and other minor side effects. After a little while, the guy finally slowly opens his eyes, feeling how the heavenly god pill had increased his strength several times. A voice can be heard from the left, the owner of which is interested in the taste of what was consumed. Turning his gaze to the old man he had forgotten about, Murphy answers, "This pill turned out to be very good." He had never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Charles starts cursing, wishing he had eaten the thing himself. Murphy tells him not to worry, assuring him that he absorbed the energy better than he could have. And he thinks to himself that even in their potential battle, there will be no need to worry. The next moment the old man appears very close, addressing the young master. And he asks with distrust who he even is. Charles continues, asking how he managed to turn his world upside down, and to force him to give up such a valuable item. Murphy does not answer, and the old man looks into the eyes opposite. There's a flash of light there, and Charles is ready to swear he sees a whirlpool in the abyss. The old man cannot believe it, wondering if his eyes are deceiving him. However, he clearly sees the result of taking the pill. Meanwhile, Murphy responds by saying that he is the one who will lead them into the future, and he adds, if of course the old man lives to see that moment. Although Charles's gaze is serious, he feels his body begin to tremble. He crosses his arms over his chest to stop the trembling a little. Meanwhile, Murphy asks what the other person wants to get in the end. He is surprised by the sudden question, and loses his concentration for a moment. Charles looks away and then up, thinking, and he asks what desires an old man like him could have. Therefore, he simply floats with the flow of the river of his past. Murphy smiles softly, asking if this is too much effort. The old man asks the question again, to fill the awkward pause with something. And the guy notices that, judging by the persistence of his interlocutor, he is not such an old man. After all, his heart burns no worse than that of a young man. Charles asks if he really thinks so, and receives a positive answer. The old man says he is happy, although it cannot be determined by his appearance. And he adds that he felt like he had cooled down lately. Murphy thinks he can guess what he's thinking. The main point is not about ambitions or aspirations. That is not so important. What is far more important is that it takes up all this time, no matter how hard you try. Accompanied by the old man's gaze, the boy approaches the cup and takes it in his hands. And then, holding it out to Charles, he asks him to pour him some alcohol. The man looks at his interlocutor, stunned, unable to believe it, and asks if he lost that bet. The guy replies that he won it the moment he gave him the pill, so Murphy agrees to accept alcohol from the hands of the Bloody Sky Warrior. He's not sure if it's possible, but he plans to make Charles his man. The man takes the bottle with suspicion, but pours the drink anyway. At the same time, keeping a close eye on the opponent's reaction, the guy drinks the contents in one quick gulp, causing not only even more surprise, but also approval. So, smiling, Charles asks him to try to do the same in the future. He grins, asking that when using tricks, they be able to cope with them. The old man repeats the word trick after the boy in a stern tone, and with a disgusting grinding sound he angrily clenches his teeth. But suddenly he bursts into a familiar crazy laugh that fills the entire area. Meanwhile, the guy asks for another drink for the joke he understood. Charles is pleased with this and happily complies with the request. The old man's smile makes the boy think of a certain kind of thought. Although he smiles, the old heart is not yet fully open to him. Charles is not someone you can judge in the first minutes of meeting. Murphy still doesn't know what's in his soul, even though he's looked into it a little. But he knows that their relationship will be determined on the very day when the old man's soul opens up to him. The guy wonders whether he will burn in his flames, or whether the warrior will fall from his sword. Or maybe they will still manage to become close friends. But everything will become known only at that very moment. Filled with the spiritual energy of its owner, the sword cuts through the air with a noise. Murphy dances around the training room with him, testing out his new strength. Due to the increase in energy, attack power and speed also increased. And now Murphy can fight on par with the greater demons. But the guy thinks that this is not enough. He needs more, because the more internal energy there is, the better it will be. A voice behind him notices that Murphy has grown again. Turning around, the guy sees the head of the cult in front of him. The guy grinned and said that he received the pill from the Bloody Heaven warrior. And he asks if the father is not surprised, and he notes that his son wanted to get something from Charles, and he knew exactly what he had in his possession, because he himself had once given the man a pill. Murphy is surprised by this revelation, because it came as a surprise to him, and he remembers the moment when he drew a line on the ground. Based on this, his judgment turned out to be wrong. The man, meanwhile, asks what his son's bet was. He replies that he has placed himself. The heavenly demon nods to himself, convinced that the warrior had indeed lost. Murphy declares that he will now take action to put an end to the greater demons. The boy is puzzled by his father's lack of reaction and even gives him time to respond. But it shouldn't, and that's strange, because before a man would have called these words nonsense, and Murphy impatiently asks why his father doesn't say anything. And he answers that it's all because he thinks that his son can succeed. The guy notices that the man has finally raised his value, and he, leaving these words unanswered, leaves, ordering them to continue training. The boy thanks his father for appointing Hob Chaplin as the head of the demon army, and he says that he did this not because of his son, but at the request of 2 higher demons. But Murphy says he was still happy to hear it, and if he is happy, everyone in the cult will be happy. The man starts to speak, but the guy interrupts him, asking if this really sounds like a cheap slogan before death. And, leaving, the man says that it's good that his son understands this, and he asks to forget about happiness if he chose this path. Murphy does not agree. And when the door closes, he thinks that he will do everything to be happy. Lily walks through a field of flowers and, squatting down, carefully touches one of the flowers. Looking at them tenderly, the woman considers the flowers beautiful. She recalls that they say that they only become more beautiful with time. But the silent interlocutor still finds it difficult to understand. The guy thinks that with age even they can start to irritate him. And he thanks his interlocutor out loud for her help, presenting her with exquisite wine as a gift. Lily thanks the guy for the gift, but says that she hasn't drunk for a very long time. Murphy apologizes out loud, but thinks about the fact that he knew about it. But he couldn't do otherwise, because he barely knew the real Lily. But relationships need to be built, and the guy asks if there is something that the woman would like. Lily replies that it would be good if the interlocutor broke the connection with the warrior. As he had expected, Murphy is also interested in the reason. Lily says that this man is far from the ideal that the guy strives for. The warrior of the Bloody Heavens hates anything that would bind him. But Murphy wants to see a cult bound by strict rules and training. The guy apologizes, saying that he most likely will not be able to follow Lily's will. She turns halfway around to ask again. Murphy responds confidently, saying that the warrior gave him too valuable a gift. He thinks that normally he wouldn't mention the pill, but he needs it. The guy wants to make Lily his person, just like the warrior of the Bloody Heavens. The woman asks what he got, but Murphy evades the question by saying that the gift was personal. But as a token of gratitude, he pretends to give in by confessing, and causing bewilderment and an involuntary question from the person standing opposite. Lily asks in shock if this greedy man really did this, and Murphy backs up those words, saying he thinks he was deemed worthy. And under Lily's thoughtful gaze, the guy thanks her again for last time, and he says goodbye until next time, saying that if he needs help, he will be happy to help. When he is already leaving, the woman stops him, forcing him to stop, and asking what the warrior of the Bloody Heavens looked like in his eyes. Murphy pretends to think about it and begins to answer, saying that the old man is grumpy, violent and willful. Things were bad at first, but now things have changed. Lily asks if it's not all about the gift, and Murphy says he won't deny it. The woman almost screams, saying that no matter how the guy sees him, he is not like that, and asks to break the connection with him if he needs it. Murphy asks for proof. The guy asks for proof that Lily can give him more. The warrior gave him a pill, after something like that. A good reason was needed to break the connection. The woman asks if the good of the cult is not sufficient justification. Murphy smiles indulgently as he lists similar abstractions, and he says in a serious tone that he despises them all. A woman stops holding back when she hears such liberties, and Murphy says he doesn't know what she's thinking, but he's about to do something great. He will meet many people in the future, but he is not sure that he will be able to act rationally. Therefore, he asks to prove something that he can easily judge, and asks to give something that will be better than the pill of the heavenly god. Murphy tries to figure out what the reason is, already starting to doubt. Could it be that the woman was so agitated not because of the warrior of the Bloody Heavens? And that rage suddenly begins to fade away. Lily asks what the guy himself wants. He replies, looking at the fist he had just clenched, that he doesn't want anything right now, and he thinks that these words should be appropriate for a woman. And the guy politely says goodbye, saying at the end that the benefactor will not forget his interlocutor. As he leaves, Murphy smiles, thinking that now the woman will be even more impatient. Later, the guy smirks when he sees his ally, and he asks, avoiding looking, what this fox told him. Murphy confesses, and the man is impatient to hear the boy's answer. He said they are distinguished by their love of freedom, Charles says that is funny. And the last one asks what the interlocutor is going to do. He smiles, saying that he will naturally team up with whoever offers the best. Seeing the warrior's astonishment, Murphy asks if he wouldn't do the same thing. And he encourages him by saying that Charles is now in a winning position. And then he asks if the woman has anything more valuable than the heavenly god pill. The old man suggests that it is possible that she will do anything to destroy him. Murphy asks casually why they hate each other so much. Charles begins to speak, but immediately stumbles and falls silent for a long time. And Murphy thinks that he actually knows the reason. Charles speaks up again, but to ask if there is a reason to hate. The guy pretends he's no longer interested, offering her a drink. And he changes the subject, and Charles asks how he looks now. Murphy is only speculating when he speaks of cold-bloodedness, but he does not consider it an act of nobility. When you're upset, you need to be upset. And when you're in a bad mood, you need to vent your negativity. And the guy invites the old man to go with him, promising to treat him. He pulls the weapon out of the ground, and taking off, says that he will wait for the guy in the village. Murphy grins, convinced that his plan has worked. The atmosphere in the tavern is tense. The air seems to be filled with tension. The visitors look towards one of the guests with obvious apprehension, and his interlocutor says that he thought they were going to a brothel. Charles says he doesn't like places with women, which comes as a surprise to Murphy. After all, Chonky likes such places. The man asks to forget about the dead man. Since it spoils the taste of the drink, the guy agrees, and he himself thinks that he raised this topic specifically to stir up old wounds. The tavern owner greets the guests respectfully but looks tense. Murphy says they came here because of the good alcohol and snacks. The man thanks the guests and leaves. They are silent for a while. Charles asks what this senseless kindness is. The guy wonders if it's as bad as he makes it out to be. If you rely on your feelings, you will definitely make mistakes. Take the owner of this place. For example, the attitude can affect the quality of the food prepared. The warrior arrogantly says that in this the elder brother is superior to his interlocutor. Murphy is silent for a moment, then remarks that it is much easier to be heartless. But he refuses to follow this path. Charles asks why. And he receives the answer that the dish that will be brought will be prepared with joy, not with fear. Murphy sincerely believes that it will taste even better this way. The old man grumbles, saying that one day the boy's kindness will be used for selfish purposes. They will ask for a big favor, and if he refuses to do it, they will curse him. And this is the true nature of each person. Murphy notes that one day this man might also do him a favor. It might even save a life, because people can be like that. Everyone stands their ground, not wanting to lose. And Charles sums it up. Time will tell. And he says that he considers his interlocutor to be more emotional than he is. The man wonders how he managed to block his blow with such looks. This guy doesn't even know how to evaluate people. Murphy, however, thinks that he is assessing Charles correctly. During their clashes, he spends more emotions on it than usual. Even now, spending energy on a conversation that is difficult to imagine in ordinary life. Murphy puts his cup down on the table with a bang, saying that since that's the case, he has something he wants to say. He recommends that his interlocutor take care of his students from now on. Charles grins, noticing that the guy is becoming more and more arrogant, and he retorts. Murphy considers arrogance to be a trait of his interlocutor, who becomes indignant, by asking whether, by leaving everything as it is, the son is not mocking the cult and his father. Murphy reminds his interlocutor that he is a warrior of the bloody skies, and he asks if he doesn't care what happens to his students. Isn't he right? And the old man can't stand it, setting the space on fire, and shouting that the guy has become completely insolent. He wants to kill him right here. But, calming down, Charles tells the owner to bring them a new bottle and snacks. And Murphy says that this is not the way to do it, showing how it should be done, and turning to the owner with words of apology for the broken things, and offering to replace them with this money, which will also become compensation for lost revenue. The owner says everything is fine, but Murphy disagrees. He hands the money directly into the man's hands, asking him to set the table for them again. Charles, who was watching this, asks if the guy really wants him to do the same. Murphy suggests at least stopping breaking other people's furniture. The warrior asks, is he now lecturing him? And he is answered. In the cult Murphy wants to create, people don't break things when they're in a bad mood. The man screams angrily, and the boy calmly slaps the surface. He suggests that the other person stop shouting and sit down. Warrior starts to get worked up again, and Murphy thinks he's going to flare up again. But this does not happen. Charles calls the guy a cheeky boy, and he says that now he is absolutely sure that he has gone crazy. And then he starts making threats, saying that if the guy dares to betray him, he will die. The tavern owner, who was standing nearby, heard this and ran away in fear. And Murphy asks his interlocutor if he is serious. Charles replies that he is absolutely serious, and the guy also asks him to swear allegiance to him, because this threat will only be effective over time. And Murphy says when Charles has the right to plunge a sword into his heart, this will only happen when sincerity is exchanged for betrayal. And in response to the angry look of his silent interlocutor, the guy offers him a drink. The Bloody Heaven warrior also looks at the guy silently and suspiciously for a while longer. But in the end, he chuckles and accepts the glass. Murphy secretly rejoices in his victory, keeping the old man company. And he understands, despite the fact that the warrior did not go crazy with him physically, he did it mentally. At the same time, Lily receives a report about the second young master, saying that he is currently drinking with the Bloody Heaven warrior. The young man calls this guy an impudent youth, and Lily asks him to choose his words carefully, believing that talking about others behind their backs is mean. The man hides his eyes, promising not to do that again. And the woman says Murphy is not the young gentleman she knew. The interlocutor still considers this guy a whirlpool in a glass, and the woman retorts, asking what if the whole Murim becomes a glass. And speaking about the fact that warrior gave Murphy absolutely everything of value, apparently believing that he could become a successor, the man asks what she thinks. The woman remains silent, thinking that this guy has definitely gone beyond her expectations, but not enough to give him something like the heavenly god pill. So Lily is annoyed, but she doesn't rule out the possibility that warrior saw something in Murphy that she didn't. And this only makes her more excited, because he did what she couldn't do. The interlocutor speaks up again, asking the woman to rest today, and she announces that they have prepared a new man for her. Entering his father's private room, Murphy notices that this is his first time doing so. Turning his attention to the iron wall, the guy is amazed, and he touches the surface with his hand, smilingly calling what happened a mockery. The man speaks up, telling them to stop talking nonsense and use technology. Murphy agrees with his master, and then he immediately starts to implement it, reasoning at the same time. The 4 pillars of the wind. God technique is based on 4 styles, but in total she has about 900 combinations. The strength changes, depending on the order in which the movements are used. Murphy stops and wonders why his father is looking at him like that. Is it really that he made a mistake in something and the guy is asking about his father's level? And then they exchange opinions, and the heavenly demon gives his son his assessment. And he even listens to his son silently, allowing him to say what he thinks. And so it goes on until they come to a common opinion. The man agrees with his son, admitting that he is right, and he is surprised by his freedom in talking on this topic and his logic. The heavenly demon asks his son to close his eyes, promising to tell him what he himself has realized. And he obeys, beginning to live the training in his own thoughts. And through his father's explanations, he comes to know the technique even more deeply. And then he thanks his teacher for teaching him. And he says that he will do it in gratitude, although he is thinking about something completely different. The boy promises to repay his father from his savings, but thinks about Mulava's death. The man stands up, telling his son to stop talking nonsense and eat. The guy looks stunned, because he was thinking about something completely different. The heavenly demon asks the young man what caused his confusion, and he says that this is the first time he has heard an invitation to a shared meal. The man hesitates for a while and then states that it looks like his son is very surprised. And later at the table he suggests taking more if there is not enough food. And although the meal continues in silence, everyone's head is noisy. Murphy suggests that his father finds his current silence strange, but at the same time, he does not know the reason for such behavior. Even the guy himself is surprised, because he never thought he missed this time before. This realization came to him only now. Although deep down, Murphy really did miss this place. Unable to bear his son's unusual silence, the man asks if he likes the snacks. The boy smiles weakly, asking if his father wants to swap with him. He exhales, saying that it doesn't matter. The man puts the device aside, asking why his son came to him today. He says that he has a request, and the interlocutor tells him to continue. Murphy asks to accept another person into their family. The man pauses, asking if his son is planning to get married. But he counters, saying that he would like to teach Anna the family technique. He really wants to teach the girl what he has mastered himself, believing that this technique is necessary to protect your position and yourself. The sky demon states, Murphy leaves his brother aside, but worries about the guards. The guy agrees that this girl is more important to him than his blood brother. They begin to discuss the possibility of transferring the equipment, since Murphy adapted it for himself. And seeing his son's confidence, the man tells him about it out loud. And unexpectedly for his interlocutor, he agrees. Murphy can't believe this man agreed so easily, but the heavenly demon asks for a promise in return. The guy says he is listening carefully to the request. The man asks to be informed before the next greater demon is killed. Whoever he is, Murphy agrees without even thinking. Later, a question is heard from behind him, asking if her name was Young Master. And the guy says that from now on he will teach the girl a new martial art. Anna looks at him in disbelief, asking if this is true. And he gets straight to the point, saying that he intends to teach her the family's martial art. The girl is amazed and immediately refuses. And he asks, chattering, "Isn't it only passed on to relatives of the heavenly demon?" Murphy looks at her condescendingly, asking if she's finished. Anna continues, adding that this is not possible and is completely unacceptable. She's scared that the boss might find out, but the guy says he already knows. The girl looks more puzzled than surprised, and asks if this is true. Murphy confirms these words in a calm tone. The girl asks why the interlocutor wants to teach her his unique technique. He replies that the commander of his detachment should know at least this. And also because Anna is like a sister to him, so Murphy can train her. The girl asks shyly how she dares to study the master's martial arts. And she's about to say something else, but she can't. Anna trembles with suppressed sobs, saying that no one has ever treated her like this. And Murphy, touching her, says that she has always been a dear person to him. And the girl can no longer hold back her sobs, giving free rein to her tears. Later, Anna watches with delight the techniques that Murphy shows her. And then he repeats, and the guy, in addition to training the girl, also does other things. For example, working in the investigative committee, acting as its head, and also with my own training to stay in shape. He notices that Anna is absorbing the technology like cotton absorbs water, moving forward quickly. And this girl's abilities exceed the teacher's expectations. But along with Anna's successes, Murphy discovered something interesting. Namely that when you teach someone, you learn together with him. Looking at the triumphant girl, the guy remembers that in the past he never taught anyone himself. So now it has become an incredible experience for him. At the committee of investigators, Murphy notes that it has been a long time since he gathered them all. The assembled people confirm these words in chorus, and the leader begins to speak. He says he likes the attitude of the investigators and is going to add fuel to the fire. The enthusiasm wanes, and the investigators begin to whisper among themselves in bewilderment. Murphy doesn't give up, asking Terrell to open the box next to him. He obeys and is surprised to see what is inside. And the man asks, puzzled, "What kind of money is this?" Murphy gives the order to hand out a wad of bills to everyone. Terrell is even more surprised. The guy asks to do it as quickly as possible, and the subordinate agrees. Murphy says the money is a special gift for investigators, and they, looking at the head with gratitude, begin to thank him. Murphy explains why he gives them. Investigators cannot be pressured from the outside. Therefore, they should not take bribes under any circumstances. If money is urgently needed, investigators should contact him. And he asks if this is clear, and everyone, as one, agrees. And Murphy, having made sure that this is indeed the case, allows everyone to disperse. The question, escaping from the mouth of the interlocutor, soars to the ceiling. How did the head find out about this? The chief asks what about, and Terrell replies that one of the investigators needs money. While his parents were alive, this man spent all his money on their treatment. Murphy asks how he could lie about that, and is gently asked not to lie. In fact, the guy knew, but he found out about it by accident, and decided to anticipate the risks. The boss pauses for a moment and asks his subordinate if this is so important. Terrell confirms and asks if the guy thinks loyalty will come that easily. Murphy asks him not to be fooled, saying that it is a ploy to look better in the eyes of his subordinates. The young man says he doesn't like it, even without these tricks. In their world, people can simply be forced to obey. Murphy looks at his interlocutor with bewilderment, not expecting such words from him, and he bows just as silently and turns to leave. Murphy looks after him thoughtfully, seriously considering what was said. Later, in the south of the demonic cult, he is asked what he is doing here. Charles looks at the guy with displeasure, saying that he follows him around like a puppy. Murphy asks what the aggression is and wonders if he did something wrong. The man replies that his life is full of sins, to which he receives a reprimand. Fortunately, not today. Charles begins to lose his composure, asking why the boy has come, and he hands the box to his interlocutor, saying that he came to give it to him. The old man asks if this is a trap, and if it is opened, poison will suddenly spill out. Murphy gets annoyed, asking who does that. He wouldn't mind buying a couple. Charles flushes, and the guy suggests that he just go ahead and open it. The man hesitates for a moment, but finally opens the door, albeit with obvious distrust. But the old man's eyebrows shoot up from what he sees. He is familiar with this little thing. Murphy confirms the theory, saying it is the best poison identifier. The old man can't help but make a sarcastic comment and asks why the boy is giving it to him. The guy replies that it's a gift, and his interlocutor suddenly looks up at him in bewilderment. Murphy wishes Charles a happy birthday, politely asking if it's today. He looks away, wondering out loud if he really is today. Murphy asks if he's forgotten, and Charles says he's too old to remember shit. But he is curious about how Murphy himself found out about this. And he answers jokingly. And he says that the investigator knows everything, including how many pairs of underwear the target has. The old man with an impenetrable expression on his face asks how much. Murphy replies that he went too far with that and wishes him a happy birthday again. And the guy bows, which causes the old man's amazement. And the question is it true that Murphy comes here only for this? The guy confirms, saying that all he wanted was to give the gift. Charles asks, not wanting to let his interlocutor go, and now he will just leave. The guy smiles, saying that he is a busy man, but suggests having a drink together in the evening. Without waiting for an answer, Murphy leaves, leaving the old man alone with his thoughts. Charles looks at the box with distrust, but for a different reason. He can't believe that someone gave him a birthday present. Returning home, Murphy finds a man on a familiar rock in his yard. Only this is absolutely not the one who liked to sit there initially. The guy can't take his eyes off the girl, who suddenly notices his presence. Lily tells the young master that he has done a good job and offers him a drink. Sitting opposite, the guy says that he won't refuse. However, he remembers the woman's words about drinking, asking if he is really confused about something. Lily replies that the alcohol is meant for him, not for her, and he pours it into the cup, while expressing gratitude to his interlocutor. The woman is amazed to see how carefree Murphy is as he drinks his drink and asks, what if she had slipped him poison? He drank it without even checking. The guy replies that, although he didn't check, he prepared, and Lily asks how. Murphy takes a pill out of his mouth and shows it to his interlocutor. This pill blocks the poison, just put it in your mouth to neutralize it. Lily remarks that judging by its size, the item is first class. Murphy says he knows she doesn't have warm feelings for him. That's why I used the pill. The woman asks if he drank alcohol from the warrior with her too. The guy smiles, answering that without her. The woman is indignant, asking whether this means that he, unlike her, does not believe her. The guy replies that a lot happened before they drank together. The woman says that there is something between them too, but Murphy counters. Lily becomes angry, reminding him that she recommended Hob Chaplin. The guy asks if she did it for him. The woman's gaze turns shocked as Murphy continues to press, saying that this recommendation was to break ties with the elder. The guy says that he wants to do a lot of things with her in the future. So, I'm ready to take a risk and drink without this pill, the woman flares up, telling him not to dare say what he himself does not believe. He has already chosen a side. And Murphy, leaving these words unanswered, shows the pill to his interlocutor. And he pours himself a drink, and then drinks it just as confidently. The guy abruptly puts the bowl on the table, reading this woman like an open book. She doesn't want to even be compared to that old man, and she has enough pride to make a person make an independent choice. Such people are not the kind to add poison. Meanwhile, the woman turns to the young gentleman. He immediately answers her call. Lily asks him to tell her what he really wants, and the answer is not long in coming. It is a request to help him take his place as the successor of the heavenly demon, but only without conditions and breaking the connection with the warrior of the bloody heavens. The woman pauses, then steps down from the rock, giving her voice, and saying that unconditional help in the world can only be expected from parents. Murphy, smiling, informs Lily that he will be at the tavern this evening, and he invites her to come if she decides to. Murphy walks on and his gaze is drawn to a figure on the roof. The boy is surprised, realizing that it is his father, and turns to him questioningly, thinking that the day had clearly gone wrong thanks to this third meeting. The boy wonders why his parent came to such a squalid place, and he replies that he decided to check how things are going with his son. Murphy has mixed feelings, as this is the man's first time here. In general, they did many things for the first time in this life. For example, they hunted or ate together. He had never come to his house like that before, and now here he is, in person. The guy offers to come in, and then a chair, but the man refuses everything. Murphy looks at his parent for a moment and decides to show respect in a different way. He jokingly said that he used to be the same way and didn't like to sit in one place. The sky demon asks the boy if he wants to live long. He answers in agreement, because he hasn't tried a lot of things in life, but he wants to. And Murphy asks his father if he's tried anything other than being a sky demon. The man answers in monosyllables and doesn't even look at his son. The same one thinks about the reaction and answer, even though the man did not say no. Murphy thought it sounded like his father had tried too many things, and the boy, driven by impulse, says that he wants to go with his father to the Central Lands one day. Then, finally, he turns his gaze to his interlocutor, and he, satisfied, continues. The guy gently retorts, saying that he didn't mean war with the Murim alliance at all. The answer to this is the usual heavy sigh and averted eyes. Murphy continues by saying he wants to see what life is like there and asks a question. Wouldn't his father like to see the world with him? They say it's beautiful. The man still doesn't answer, looking thoughtfully into the distance. A wish of bon appetit is heard from above the table. This is the tavern owner wishing to show his gratitude to his polite customer. The guy thanks him, and the man retorts, saying that he should do that. Thanks to the opening of an investigative committee in the village, the area became calmer. And it's the chief investigator's credit that Murphy gently deflects praise. And the owner continues, saying that many received help from investigators. From the side, there is a dissatisfied grumbling about the crowd of people. The smiles on the faces of those present are replaced by fear in front of the warrior of the bloody heavens. Murphy asks them not to worry and to drink as much as they want, but not to cause trouble. Charles, coming closer, asks the guy why he is lying, and Murphy replies that this is a lie for the good, because he doesn't like it when people stare at him. The old man suggests simply throwing out the onlookers, but the guy counters that this is not possible. Charles doesn't like it. He calls nobility an etiquette pretense, and people are commoners. Murphy asks, so what? They are not people. The warrior says that at such moments he does not understand whether he is from the demon cult or from the alliance. Murphy is silent, smiling, but thinking about what he thinks is similar. The The basis for his character was clearly not laid by a demonic cult. But the guy is distracted, and he raises his glass, congratulating Charles. He winces in surprise, asking Murphy to be quieter. There is nothing joyful about getting older. The guy smiles, noting that people use birthdays as an excuse to have fun. Charles suggests that his interlocutor likes alcohol more than he thought. Murphy asks if he doesn't, and the old man stares blankly before answering. That was before, but now it's much less, and a voice can be heard from the side. He gets right through Charles, noticing that he hasn't changed at all. Murphy's stunned gaze follows the old man's, and Lily looks only at her sworn enemy, without blinking. The next moment, both of their gazes harden, and the visitors tense up. Murphy takes matters into his own hands, politely inviting the woman to sit down. She moves towards the place assigned to her silently. Charles is also silent, following the woman with a wary gaze. When she sits down, everyone is silent for a while, looking inside themselves. But Lily speaks up, asking why Murphy asked her to come. He replies that even the most sworn enemies are obliged to celebrate on their birthday. And today he called everyone to celebrate this wonderful day together. The woman rises from the table, asking to be called when Murphy is alone. She is surprised by Charles's question about what she is so unhappy about. Lily clarifies whether the other person really doesn't know what she might be unhappy about. He confirms these words, asking again why she is angry. The woman angrily blurts out that the reason for her anger lies with him. Charles asks what he did wrong, and his interlocutor tells him to keep quiet. The man actually falls silent, and in this silence he exchanges a glance with Lily. She patiently looks at her opponent for a while, but still can't stand it, and calls Charles a selfish fool. He also has no intention of continuing to keep his cool and responds insolently. Lily continues, suggesting that they try to use their weapons. And then he assumes that he got drunk again and decided to cause a disturbance. The man's hand holding the hilt of the sword trembles as he shakes. And while the two exchange pleasantries, Murphy watches silently from the sidelines. He believes that, whatever the case, they will not fight with swords, and he asks to be patient a little longer, because it's not that far until midnight. Lily turns into a fury, angrily asking what this guy is allowing himself to do. And splashing spiritual energy, he adds, "Is he really looking down on her?" Murphy remains calm, saying that he will now share why he called them both. He needs them both, so the guy hopes that they will reconcile today. And he adds, although he does not know the reason for their hatred and enmity. Lily asks if he thinks they wouldn't make up if they could, and the guy says that he will constantly bring them together until he achieves a positive result. Lily says that he takes on too much and reminds himself of her words, that they are not on the same path as the warrior of the bloody skies. The aforementioned one thanks the boy for his congratulations, and underestimating the force of the blow, he breaks the wood of the table and hits the dishes standing on it. Murphy is surprised by such a sudden impulse after such words, and he throws coins onto another table with words addressed to the tavern owner. And he, jokingly, replies that he could earn much more as a carpenter. As the last one to leave the establishment, Murphy thinks that this is what he expected from this meeting. But he's not going to give up on the idea of continuing to bring them together. After all, their violent reaction is due to the desire to splash out emotions. Now they are burying themselves in old resentment, but later they will understand their mistake. Later, late at night, Murphy suddenly wakes up. His eyes widen, he sits up and tries to remain quiet. After all, he understands that someone is outside, clearly feeling an outside presence. The guy immediately grabs the sword and silently leaves the room. However, the one he sees in the yard is puzzling, because the supreme slashing sword has his back to him. She praises the guy, saying that he is not just talented, but was able to sense her presence. But the woman hid her presence. But the guy says he didn't sleep soundly. Lily asks if he didn't tell her that he despises abstract ideals. He agrees, and the woman admits that she too has those whom she despises. Murphy asks who they are and is told that they are the ones who talk a lot but lie. The guy asks if he is one, and Lily offers to check. As she draws her sword, waves of powerful energy begin to emanate from her figure, and Murphy understands that even with her back to him, the woman has no weak spots. And that's why he says there are still people he hates. Lily asks without much enthusiasm who they are, and the guy replies that he despises those who manipulate others using their power. He says he doesn't like to see people like that hurting others. After all, although these people have power, they are dishonest. Lily says that Murphy is not only nice, he is also arrogant, and the guy asks with a smile what she will say if he wins. The woman smirks, asking if he really thinks he can beat her, and the guy answers her with confident consent. Lily grins, accepting the argument and beginning to voice the subject of the argument. If he wins, she will do as he wishes, even die. Murphy thinks that this woman's confidence in victory is simply unshakable, and he agrees, and she asks what will happen if he loses. Murphy replies that he will then do as she wishes. Lily's wish is simple. She wants the guy to erase the warrior of the bloody heavens from his life. He also thinks that in some sense her confidence is natural. After all, she is confident that she is the strongest after the heavenly demon. Murphy asks if the woman isn't interested in what he wants. She answers negatively, confident that his wish will not come true. The guy grins, saying that then today she will know his desire, because the black demon's sword can defeat the weapon that belongs to her. Lily promises to give her opponent a head start, and he replies with a grin that he will accept it with gratitude. And he thinks that, although it will be false, he will manage without the 4-step technique. Instead, the guy's gonna use the 3rd basic technique. And he attacks, using his sword's first technique, Constellation. Lily looks surprised, but she manages to block the blow. She didn't expect this guy to be so strong. And the swords sing, shifting only by millimeters, not wanting to give in to each other. And the space around is illuminated by the glow of their collision. But there comes a point when Murphy flies back, unable to hold back the attack any longer. Lily watches him from above, pirouetted upward in the air. Seeing how her opponent slows down while remaining on his feet, the woman involuntarily admires him. He was definitely stronger than she imagined. And as the woman approaches, Murphy is not going to stand aside. Using the first style of technique, Transformation, Lily makes little effort to block what should have been a problematic attack, and then he easily takes her aside. Several more volleys are immediately aimed at her, but Lily dodges them. She finally lands gracefully on a hard surface and looks up at Murphy. But a surprise awaits her. Several more charges are drawn towards the woman by tentacles, and they are already very close, causing Lily to growl in displeasure. But the woman is too self-confident to give up so easily, and she is ready to fight back. And the very next moment, her own energy charge flies towards Murphy, and the guy starts to figure out in a flash how best to reorganize himself. And he can find nothing better to do than to dodge, since the volley is very close, thinking that this woman didn't give him a chance to attack and attacked herself. And she reflexively shouts out an appeal to her opponent, but is interrupted. And Murphy thinks that she had no choice, otherwise it would be impossible to block the transformation. That's why her defense turned to attack so quickly. And Murphy throws the sword forward, surrounding it with dark energy, and using the 3rd style of technique, Separation, which immediately rushes towards its target. Lily's gaze quickly turns to indifference, and she stands motionless until the very end. But the woman is not suicidal, so at the decisive moment she puts up a block. But her eyes widen because everything is not going at all as she thought. The blocked flow of energy very persistently oppresses the woman, and she is momentarily at a loss, because she had not even allowed the thought that such a thing was possible. The woman screams in protest when she realizes where the stream will hit. The very thought of her face being disfigured is repulsive to her. And Murphy watches his opponent without even a shadow of regret, and seizes the moment. Lily's eyes widen as another unexpected thing happens. Murphy finds himself dangerously close, pointing his deadly blade at her. But the next moment he removes it, because everything has become completely obvious. And the stunned Lily cannot utter a word, breathing intermittently. When she moves away a little, she asks how this even happened. And the guy reminds him of his request that he should be more careful with his sword. Lily can't believe it, saying in disbelief that even like that she couldn't lose. And the guy replies that he has mastered his family's secret technique. The woman answers, again in disbelief, amazed at such a fast speed. And Murphy understands why this technique is equal to the level of higher demons. He asks if his father would have made him his successor simply because of family ties. And he admits that he took the heavenly god pill to replenish his lack of energy. The guy asks Lily if she agrees that he won their fight. She is silent for a while but still answers. Lily says she wouldn't have let her guard down if she'd known how talented her opponent was. And Murphy thinks she's right, because she relaxed only for this reason. The guy asks, so the woman does not agree, and gently blackmails. Lily tells him to be quiet and stop provoking him right now. Adding more calmly that he will keep his promise, he asks to voice his wish. The guy smiles, reminding her that his interlocutor even agreed to part with her life. She asks if he really wants to take her life. Murphy refuses, remembering that Warrior often says he is crazy. But it's not that bad. Lily hurries him, asking what he needs then. And after a short pause, the guy asks to accept his apology. Although Lily is surprised, she does not show it with her appearance, listening attentively to her interlocutor. And he continues to officially apologize, saying that he was wrong in his behavior. The woman is silent for quite a long time, and Murphy has a feeling she won't answer. But Lily asks the young master if he is really making fun of her. The guy denies it, saying that he was rude to her today. The woman does not understand, clarifying that he won, but now he apologizes to her. And she says that if the guy wants to become the successor so much, she is disappointed in him. And he replies that he is one of those who returns evil in double amount. However, he adds that he doesn't want to do that to Lily, because she is the most noble and respected among the higher demons. The woman becomes embarrassed, and after a pause, asks if he really thinks so. And the guy agrees, adding that she is full of dignity and nobility. Without waiting for an answer, Murphy says goodbye to his silent interlocutor until we meet again soon. And as he leaves, he thinks that this woman has changed a lot. But nothing has happened yet, so he told the truth. And the guy wonders if Lily's fate will change after meeting him. Will the bloody storm that erupted in the future disappear, and will a new one appear? Maybe that dark and lonely wasteland in her eyes could become a field of flowers. The next day, the woman says she agrees to accept Murphy's apology. And casting a careful glance at her, the guy understands that she is not in the best condition, and also wonders if Lily might be worried about yesterday's defeat. The guy thanks her, and the woman says that she admits her defeat, but in return, she wants to fight again today. The guy categorically and immediately refuses. The woman asks why, and he answers, because he's not sure he can win a second time. Murphy says that if she hadn't given him a head start and let his guard down, he would have lost. Lily is confident that the guy will be able to win, at least having an advantage in the form of technology. But Murphy says he doesn't think so, because luck can't smile twice. The woman offers a condition that she will not bet anything on her victory, and if he wins, she will do whatever he wants. And the guy begins to understand why everything collapsed as soon as this woman became the head, and he says that he won't tell anyone about their fight, so there's no need for a repeat. And the guy asks Lily to get a good night's sleep today because she looks tired. He is about to leave, but the word hits him like a whip, because Lily calls him a disgrace. The guy asks the woman not to say that, repeating that his victory was just luck. And Lily says it's not just that she lost. What she means is that she was protecting her face. The more a woman thinks about it, the more tangible the shame becomes. And Murphy remembers the words she spoke during the fight. The guy says that everything is fine. Even he, although he is a man, understands this. Lily thinks differently. She is not an ordinary person, but a higher demon. This is shameful. And she asks if he now understands why she wants to fight again. Murphy looks at his interlocutor, stunned, but still expresses agreement. And the woman hurries him, asking if he agrees or still doesn't. The guy is still adamant, answering that he still doesn't want to. And he asks why she doesn't want to let him enjoy his lucky break. Lily says she made a promise to herself not to lose to anyone except one person. The guy wonders who this person could be, and at that very moment, a guess creeps into his head. And the woman confirms it, saying that she promised not to lose to anyone except the head of the cult. The guy looks at her silently, and Lily interrupts him. Whatever he was thinking, there was no need to offend her sincere feelings for the boss. Murphy says he never even intended to think about anything like that, and he asks why she respects his father so much. The woman lowers her eyes for a moment, but when she looks up, she is already smiling. The guy thinks that turning to this was her last resort, and exhaling heavily, he realizes that he can no longer refuse. And Murphy agrees, adding that a word given to the chief must be kept. The woman's face instantly changes, surprising the guy. He asks if she is happy now, and she answers with unconditional consent. The guy says he's going to go all out this time. Lily replies that this is what she wants, and the opponents take positions facing each other, preparing for the fight. Lily waits only a few seconds before rushing into battle. Murphy was so surprised by this that he barely managed to dodge the attack. He draws his sword, but the woman makes a move in the air, moving away from his opponent, and with great ease parries the sweeping attack of Murphy's weapon. They find themselves on opposite sides in literally a matter of moments, but Murphy immediately takes off, using a powerful technique. Lily keeps up with her opponent, not losing speed for a moment. But then the guy disappears from her field of vision, causing a moment of bewilderment. Murphy takes advantage of his opponent's hesitation, deciding to attack from above. But in vain, Lily senses him well and puts up a skillful block. Murphy is puzzled, because he didn't think he would be discovered. And the woman already finds herself in a completely different plane, causing even more bewilderment. But the guy knew that the battle would not be easy, and he was not going to give in so easily. But everything is decided by some miserable moment of delay, and although he doesn't have time to put up a block, he still manages to dodge. And trying to seize the initiative, Murphy delivers a short blow. He doesn't get the woman, causing a slight grin, but the guy doesn't despair, and he gathers his strength to carry out the next attack. Lily's sword is dangerously close to his face, which is not pleasant. But there is a downside. He almost manages to get the warrior. The guy keeps his gaze fixed on the terrifyingly sparkling blade. Lily looks calm, but she understands perfectly well that she is also trapped. They jump away in opposite directions at the same time, but Murphy rushes after the woman, and noticing something that is truly surprising. The more they fight, the less he cares about winning. The same goes for women. They are absorbed by the martial arts competition itself. She hasn't practiced for a long time, and is now focused on mastering the art of the sword. Murphy believes that this woman's title is truly incredible and well-deserved, and at the same time he finds what is happening funny. The guy is excited by this moment in which they compete in martial arts. This fascinates him much more than questions of life and death, and when they finally stop, the guy can't help but smile. Lily also stands in front of him, hiding the emotion that is bursting to come out, and the guy admits his defeat, even though his opponent didn't even use her signature move. The woman notices that he hasn't done it yet either, and Murphy answers in the negative, saying that this is where his abilities end. His eyes widen as Lily expresses her gratitude, and he turns away so as not to show such sincere feelings. The guy looks at her in surprise. but then a smile appears on his lips. The next day, Murphy chuckles in confusion at the person in front of him. Lily shares that after yesterday's fight she slept the whole day. She says she doesn't remember ever sleeping so well. Murphy asks if she usually sleeps poorly, and the woman replies yes and asks if the interlocutor understands what she is thinking about now. He asks what, and the woman suggests that they need to spar before going to bed. To the guy's puzzled look, she suggests that they have a final fight. He answers only after silence, but with agreement. Murphy asks Lily why she dodged left. Wouldn't it have been easier to go right? The woman replies that this is how she wanted to limit him. If she had dodged to the right, Murphy would have had more attack options. But when dodging to the left, there were only 2 of them. The guy thinks, suggesting that everything lies in the center of gravity. Lily replies with a smile that this is exactly how it is. This woman sincerely and freely answers all of his interlocutor's questions, and he feels the same sincerity and freedom in Murphy's own words. The boy remembers Anna's teaching and thinks about how a teacher studies with his student. Lily, meanwhile, says she can't remember the last time she was so comfortable with martial arts, and it is quite possible that this is the first time something like this has happened in her life. The guy asks half-jokingly if he is really that talented, and Lily, evading the answer, suggests competing again. And the guy agrees, and later the water surface becomes agitated from their battle. Murphy rushes towards Lily, who, anticipating his movements, begins to spin. Seeing the nearest stone, the woman pushes off from it and does a somersault. A moment later, Murphy leans on it to steady himself during the attack, and blocks it the very next moment, making an effort. But it can't cope, thrown up by a high column of moisture. He looks down on her, but he doesn't feel superior at all. And the woman is already hurrying after him, pushing off from that very stone. This playful battle with a serious attitude brings smiles to their faces. Even though things get tough, Murphy still has fun. They clash again and again, stirring up the water and breaking trees with their power. Even strong stones can hardly withstand the onslaught of 2 masters. They only stop when their breathing becomes irregular again. And Lily suddenly asks an unexpected question, asking her opponent if he has any drinks. At first he is surprised, but corrects himself, saying that he will find it. And she adds that she wants to have a drink with him. Murphy agrees. She looks at the vessel thoughtfully, because she hasn't drunk alcohol for a very long time. And after a sip, he notices that the drink is very good. Murphy asks in surprise if she knows anything about alcohol. And Lily says that just because she doesn't drink, doesn't mean she shouldn't figure things out. And the woman asks if she can ask him something. Murphy is surprised by the request, but he allows her to do it. And Lily asks why he has changed so abruptly, because he used to be different. Even though she didn't watch him closely, she understood what kind of person he was. Murphy looks thoughtfully at the drink in his hands and confesses. All this did not happen suddenly. He had been preparing for them for a long time. The woman doesn't quite understand, so she asks if he lived hiding his true face. Murphy responds evasively, saying that if he had shown his true abilities, he would have been killed. So he hid until he was able to defend himself. After listening carefully to the end, Lily calls the guy a terrible person. And then, putting the bottle next to him, he gets up from his seat and looks up at the sky. After a pause, the woman warns that what follows will sound strange, but she still says that being with him feels like being with a friend. The guy is surprised because the woman is now behaving differently than she could. He feels like she could sense the shadow of his past life. It is impossible to hide the difficulties of his past life from this woman, especially when it comes to martial arts, because she is more serious than anyone else. The guy apologizes for how his next words will sound, but he feels that by crossing swords with each other, they have become closer. Lily says she doesn't know what awaits them, but she will remember their battles forever. Murphy says he feels the same way, and thanks the woman for everything she taught him. Lily pauses and asks if he learned anything from her, and the guy answers her mentally, saying that he really learned a lot. He had been thinking a lot about the family technique these past few days, and the wall of their 3 stars had cracked, and the guy began to move towards 12. Lily is standing in profile, so Murphy doesn't see her drawing her sword at first. But he understands immediately, as soon as he sees him, what needs to be done. And he takes out his own, thinking that they didn't even say goodbye. As Lily leaves, the boy thinks that their battle was over, and this happened at the moment when the swords touched each other. Later, sitting in front of the alcohol, Lily thinks about how she keeps coming back. Until the day she lost to that guy, she even wanted to put on a mask and kill him, but something stopped her. He was completely different from himself from that day, as if he were a different person. The assistant asks what is troubling his mistress, and instead of answering, she empties the cup. The man thinks that he has never seen his mistress drink before, and he asks out loud if this could be connected with the young master. The woman looks at him from under her lowered eyelashes, saying that nothing happened. And the interlocutor apologizes if he crossed the line and continues. He promises to bring the lady a new boyfriend, but she abruptly interrupts him. But forcing his voice to sound calmer, he asks not to bring any more men. The interlocutor is surprised that the woman does not want to be rude, continuing to wonder what was happening to her. and Lily says she shouldn't have even started doing something like that. She remembers the first time a man was brought to her, and she was overcome with a fleeting lust, and she got involved, but now it's time to finish. The man asks to tell her if he changes his mind, and Lily replies that this will not happen a second time. The man bows his head obediently, saying that everything will be as she says, and she strictly says that the guys should not be touched in order to keep the secret. The interlocutor asks the woman not to worry, and saying goodbye leaves her alone. He thinks that he used this secret to strengthen his reputation, and he wonders why this woman is so cold now. The man was firmly convinced that he would become the next sword master, and he blames Murphy for everything because Lily began to change after meeting him. The investigators stand in the canyon, looking around, wondering, how could this even happen? And some people can't take it anymore. Seeing this multitude of dead bodies, the contents of the stomach rise to the throat. Honey shares with his interlocutor that they found more than a dozen corpses here. The horror is that all the bodies have no hearts. Murphy knows this technique. It's called soul technique. When it is used, energy is absorbed from a still living heart, and Murphy knows only one person who can use this technique. He recalls that there was a rumor among the cultists that someone was collecting souls. Terrell says it looked to him like the dead men hadn't studied martial arts. Murphy clarifies that they were all ordinary people and receives a positive answer, and there are not only men there, but also women and children. The guy doesn't think it matters whether they were attacked by a group or an ambush. In any case, in all this chaos, people had no chance of salvation. Murphy knows full well that he cannot be called fair, but he is not comfortable with this kind of treatment of those who do not know martial arts, especially children. If word of this technique has spread, it means it has been practiced for decades, and thousands of people could have become victims of this monster. Murphy sees more than just revenge as important, finding his own life to be no less meaningful. And he doesn't know about the rest, but he considers the main thing to be stopping this monster. Meanwhile, a man approaches their group and asks to look at the find. Demonic sorcerers use such fans, and this fan was lying with the corpses. Murphy is sure that it was the work of a higher demon, and he wonders whether the person responsible for disposal could have simply run away. Murphy wonders out loud where the herbalist who discovered the bodies is. They answer him, and the guy asks Terrell to clean up, getting ready to go to the sorcerers. The young man asks in fear if he is really going to the soul stealer. Murphy confirms these words, noting that he has a wonderful piece of evidence in his hands, and he leaves, thinking that what is happening now is unusual. The greater demon must have planned everything carefully, but the herbalist and the fan stand out. It's as if someone wants to intentionally show that the greater demon is practicing a devilish technique. Murphy suggests it could be Wall Southgate, who tried to kill Lily, although he died from this himself, and after his death it turned out that he loved her. The guy reasons that his sparring with Lily could have pushed the scoundrel to take action. After all, if he dies in battle with the soul stealer, the woman will lose her object of interest. An oppressive atmosphere reigns in the abode of demonic sorcerers. And that's exactly what Murphy notes to himself as he looks around. Everything about this place is disturbing, starting with the Garden of Ghost Flowers, and ending with the statues and towers. Those who are not magicians will have a bad time here. Side effects can include hallucinations and even possession. The most uncomfortable place is the abode of the soul stealer, Sonia Yaxley. And right now, he is in front of him, silently sitting on his throne. Murphy remembers that in their past life, they had nothing in common. Even when he was looking for materials, and the magician lived longer than all the higher demons. Murphy greets the greater demon respectfully, and when he starts speaking, his voice sounds distorted. The soul stealer greets the young master, and asks him to make himself at home. The man asks what brought him to their secret corner, and Murphy realizes that he has already started using his techniques on him. The guy replies that he is currently investigating a case. Sony calls his interlocutor diligent, and he notes with a grin that more often than not, he is called heartless. And he continues, talking about the discovered bodies and the object. Sony is interested in the latter. The guy takes it out and looking at it with an inquisitive gaze, calls out the owner's name, whose name is Hoyt Nicholson, but there is no reaction from the overlord. Murphy thinks about how he didn't clarify what exactly was wrong with the murder. And then Sonia's henchman arrives, who, it turns out, called him earlier. The ruler asks his interlocutor where the fan is now. He hesitantly replies that he lost it yesterday. Murphy silently tosses the item to the magician, who admits that the fan does indeed belong to him, and also asks where this thing was found. Murphy replies that yesterday they found several bodies, with a fan lying next to them, and he watches the reaction, finding it strange that the interlocutor did not ask other questions. Out loud, he asks the man to go with them to establish all the circumstances of the case. The subordinate and the master exchange glances, and only then does Hoyt begin to speak. Nodding, the man agrees, saying that he is ready to do it. Murphy bows to the Soul Reaver, thanking him for his cooperation and saying goodbye. Terrell later remarks that he won't talk so easily, since he only admitted to the disappearance. Apart from this, the owner of the fan said nothing more, but Murphy understood everything from his look. The fear and commitment to the greater demon is too strong, the follower is too devoted. Terrell notes that they are powerless, even if the man is a killer. There is no evidence. Murphy considers this man a pawn. The enemy is a superior. The man asks hesitantly if this is within their competence. And Murphy asks if he remembers his words when he first came here. Even if his father turns out to be the culprit, he's not going to give him a head start. The idea that everyone should be equal before the law excites Terrell, but in the end he agrees with his boss. An investigator bursts into the office and, stuttering, addresses his boss. He announces that the heavenly demon himself has arrived here. Terrell is speechless, but Murphy is not at all surprised by his father's appearance. And later, looking at his parent with puzzlement, the boy carefully asks a question, asking what business he had come to see him for. Placing a cup on the table, the man begins the conversation by saying that he heard something. Murphy doesn't believe him, thinking that his father came to see what happened for himself. Looking away, the man notices that it is too early for his son to touch the soul stealer. The guy asks why and gets an exhaustive answer. With his current skills, Murphy won't be able to defeat him. The guy counters, thinking he can do it when he lets his guard down. But the man believes that this will be more difficult than open murder. Murphy cools down slightly, wondering if he is really that strong. The man replies that this person is both the strongest and the weakest. The boy thinks and begins to understand what his father means. Sony can become an easy opponent if his magic is powerless and vice versa. The boy hopefully asks if his father can help him with this. He replies that it is impossible in such a short time, and Murphy asks if he himself hasn't seen for himself that his son is a fast learner. And the interlocutor says that there are only 2 ways to defeat Sonya: study witchcraft. And the guy asks him not to continue, asking to let him use it first. But the man continues anyway, saying that the second option is the possibility of surpassing him. And he adds that both methods are currently unfeasible. And the guy asks if the soul stealer is really that necessary for their cult. The interlocutor replies that compared to the others, his district has the most headaches. Murphy asks, even if they are ripping out the hearts of innocents, and whether the heavenly demon knew about this at all. He replies that he only found out today, and the guy thinks that his father wouldn't like someone who does something like that. But he also knows that a man will not eliminate a strong ally against a common enemy, and Murphy decides to take care of this problem himself, keeping his father safe. He remembers his father's words about having to warn a superior before killing him, and announces his intention to kill the soul stealer, mentally adding that now, of all the higher ones, this demon will be the first to die. Murphy explains that his killings are different from those committed in a fit of rage. This man is a real madman, killing innocents because he kills in his right mind. And Murphy asks his father to give him a position among the higher demons, asking for the hilt of the sword to swing to end it all. The man is silent, and the guy is not at all sure that he will agree with him. But he admits that their paths may diverge, although they may come together again later. The man meanwhile gets up from his seat and, turning away, says that he doesn't see a problem with this. Murphy is taken aback and instinctively asks what he means. And he adds, if the sun can fill in the gaps in the case of demonic sorcerers. The guy can't believe his luck, because his father just supported him. And seeing off the man's retreating back, the guy sincerely thanks his father, because they now hold the same position. And it warms my heart that they are still walking the same path. The next day, the guy comes to the demonic sorcerers again. Thinking that in order to win, he decided to use the third method. But for this, he will need 2 whole months, during which he needs to put pressure on Sony, who now asks the potential interlocutor what the matter is. Murphy replies that his assistant is innocent. They couldn't find the necessary evidence. The man asks why Murphy came if he was let go, and he says that he wanted to say something. The man allows him to do so, and the guy says that he knows that the other person is using soul technique. The man says he is hearing about it for the first time and asks what it is, and Murphy tells him to stop doing this right now. The interlocutor says that he does not understand what the young gentleman means, and the next moment the guy feels his distorted voice, which echoes and repeats words in different ways, such as I don't know and I don't understand. And Murphy says that if Sony rejects his offer, he will die. And then the space is torn apart by the barking and crazy laughter of the person sitting opposite. The last words bounce off the walls and around, echoing the guy's voice, notifying him that if he declined the offer, he would die. Unable to hold back any longer, the boy clenches his teeth and uses the heavenly demon defense technique, causing the madman sitting opposite to whistle in surprise. And Murphy says that it's not him who will kill him. And at this time, a distorted echoing voice echoes him. And the guy continues, saying that he will persuade his father to do this. He asks what the interlocutor thinks after seeing it. Is it possible? And if the son comes to the man every morning and asks him to do this, he will tell the heavenly demon to kill the higher demon, Soul Reaver. And if they refuse, come the next day and ask again. We'll talk about how this carrion is ruining the cult's reputation by tearing out the hearts of the innocent. And the next day the persuasion will continue right up until the very end. Until the day when Sony makes a mistake, and the heavenly demon doubts him. The lips on the nasty face stretch into a smile as the sorcerer begins to speak. The man asks if his interlocutor knows that he lives in an illusion, and what he now sees in front of him is reality. The guy asks, so reality is the world through the eyes of a drunkard. After all, his head is spinning as if he was drunk, to which the Lord of Souls remarks that the rumors turned out to be true. After all, they say that the young master became a dragon and began his ascent to heaven. And now the boy understands why his father came to him with a warning. Even from such a close distance, Murphy cannot tell if this is reality or an illusion. But he tries to remain calm, saying he never even intended to ascend. After all, he wants to enjoy this world as long as possible, and for this he strives to be stronger. In his mind, the boy remembers that the kidnapper often says that he wants such a life, and he remembers his words, spoken when he was already a decrepit old man. Now it's either an illusion or the man is smiling madly, praising the guy's desire. The first option turns out to be correct, releasing anxiety. But it is fleeting, as the guy finds himself in the next illusion. Murphy almost shouts, saying that his opponent's skills are really good, and he replies that he is the only one in the world who possesses this martial art. But Murphy knows that the leader of the Heavenly Wind can use it too. He learned about this when he was looking for a bell in his past life. And this martial art has its origins in the cult of blood. Sony asks how isn't this the kind of world he wants to live in? Murphy gathers his strength and asks, speaking with deliberate cheerfulness, if Sony teaches him, he will be grateful to him. The demon says that the guy is more cunning than he thought, because he is trying to steal the highest art. And Murphy remarks that then he can get it himself. The interlocutor says that he reads his thoughts. It won't go the same way for him as it did for the Bloody Heaven warrior. Murphy then asks what he is thinking about at the moment, and the interlocutor replies that he wants to grab him by the hair and hit him in the face, and also hit him and ask why this bastard is ignoring him. The guy politely corrects his interlocutor, saying that he made a slight mistake, and asks who he is that he dares to kill people, and threatens to rip out his own heart. And then he asks, well, it seems like the meaning is a little different. Sony assumes that it is not easy for the son of the head of the cult to die. Murphy counters by saying it's better to be inferior and alive than dead and superior. And he remembers that in the past, the Soul Reaver often used this phrase. The man gets lost, falling out of reality for a while. And the next moment they return to his residence. Sony asks if Murphy is not afraid of him at all, since he can do something terrible. The guy admits that he is scared, but he still has to convince his father. Sony bursts into his creepy barking laugh again. And then he says that he now understands why the warrior of the Bloody Heavens sided with him. And the Lord of Souls lets go of his interlocutor. But he still asks him to restrain himself and respectfully says goodbye. Sony doesn't let the guy go far, attracting his attention with her address. To warn him, the next time they meet, Murphy will not be able to return to reality. The guy doesn't answer, but a cold rage begins to rise inside him. Later at the tavern, Terrell asks his interlocutor if he is finished with his business. He answers vaguely, but what's done is done. He himself thinks that after the threat, this sorcerer should stop for a couple of months. Terrell even considers it a success that Murphy was able to talk to this creature. After all, no one had ever dared to do something like this before the head. So this means a lot. And the man blurts out an apology for being useless this time. Murphy thinks that this gloomy guy is comforting him, and he says that his intention is enough. That is what the right hand is needed for. Terrell asks if he is the right hand and not Anna. Murphy looks at his subordinate in surprise and answers negatively. The guy says that this girl is not his right hand, but his heart. Terrell looks at the head with surprise, and then jokingly says that he even felt offended. Murphy starts laughing, and his companion immediately joins in with a hearty laugh. And then he says that the left hand, heart, and left wing are late. Terrell understands who the heart is, guesses about the left hand, but asks about the wing. Murphy mysteriously replies that the man will see everything for himself. And while the last one is guessing, the left hand approaches them. The leader of the demon army apologizes for being late. Murphy notes that Hob is now busy and hopes he wasn't too distracting. The man says he would have been very upset if he had not been invited. Murphy says that this is impossible, because this is the first time he has drunk with his loved ones, and he pours Hob some to warm up, and he thanks him. Murphy studies a saddened Terrell, and a familiar voice is heard nearby. Anna apologizes to those present and asks if she is late. Murphy answers negatively and invites the girl to sit next to him. Anna greets Chief Chaplain and Investigator Sally. Hob is surprised, saying that Anna seems to have changed. Murphy smiles, knowing that the leader of the demon army would notice. The girl had already become a master of the new technique. Hob must have felt exactly that. Anna asks to pour her a drink because it is very cold outside. She is frozen. Murphy pours her a drink and tells her she did a good job in training. Terrell looks at the man sitting next to him, thinking about something unpleasant. Smiling, Anna evokes approximately the same emotions in the young man. And in order to think less, he throws back another glass. And then, still unable to cope, he says that it seems he is the only loser here. The girl asks him in surprise why he thinks so. And although Hob is silent, he is interested in the same question. One of the interlocutors guesses that he also wants to study martial arts. Terrell perks up, asking the chief if he will teach him. Murphy replies no, and the man asks who then, if not him. The guy honestly says that he is unlikely to become a real master or warrior, but it is still possible to train him. Terrell repeats his question. Murphy is silent, but no answer is required. At that very moment his left wing appears. When he lands, he makes people turn to look at him. Just one look at this person is enough to bring fear to people's faces. And Charles tisks dismissively, wondering how this chick dares to challenge him. Looking at the gloomy weather outside the window, Terrell sighs theatrically. And he suggests that it will rain soon. Murphy asks him not to change the subject, but to think about what he wants. The man asks if he should do it right now. Murphy says if you think about it for too long, you won't make a decision, and everything will remain the same. Terrell thinks, but his thoughts are chaotic, making it difficult to concentrate. Hob and Anna wait patiently, silently looking at their companion. And Murphy is thinking about Terrell being the next head of the investigating committee. But for this he will need something else, in addition to everything else. And the guy pours his subordinate another glass, forcing him to drink it. Then the next one, and so on several more times. Anna notices that Mr. Sally drinks too quickly. It's not right. He suddenly puts the cup down on the table with an unusually loud bang. And he lets out a weary sigh, and then asks, "Will everything be okay, since he is already 32? Isn't it too late to start?" Murphy says honestly that it's late, but the man has his strengths. He asks, clearly stunned, what kind. And the interlocutor replies that one of them is diligent effort. Terrell will put more effort into a single swing of his sword than other warriors, and he will think through each step more carefully than the others. Hob and Anna smile approvingly, thinking exactly the same thing. And Terrell falls into himself, deep in thought, and then he agrees, saying that he will do it, which makes Murphy smile. And the man admits that he would not have agreed if someone else had proposed. But he's oddly receptive to Murphy's words, so he sees this as a great opportunity. Anna agrees, saying that the young master's powers of persuasion are unmatched. And Terrell suddenly puts down his cup, admitting that he still feels a little sad. And he shares that he spent many sleepless nights because of his work as an investigator. He thinks about throwing it all away, and Murphy asks sharply why. The guy asks why the most reliable person on the committee decided to give up everything. And he anticipates by saying that training will come after work. Terrell asks if the boss wants him to die of exhaustion. He believes that it is too late to make dreams come true, but he will have to put his life on the line. Murphy asks why rush now if he's late anyway. It's wiser to study slowly. Usually the reason for failure is haste. You might think you have to put everything on the line, but that's not true. It's much worse when you have free time from morning to evening, and you engage in self-flagellation. Murphy believes that the benefits will be greater if you put in the effort and spend time practicing. Excessive analysis can only cause harm. Terrell thoughtfully reaches for the alcohol, pouring himself one. Anna and Hob are waiting patiently for his words, as is Murphy. And the man finally makes up his mind, agreeing and saying that he is ready. But he asks the question voiced earlier once again, who will teach him? Anna turns to listen, noticing a strange presence. A moment later, the girl hears the footsteps of a man climbing the stairs. And a little later, the top of his head appears, and there are no more doubts. The girl's eyes widen in realization of who is in front of her. She covers her face with her hands, either reverently or fearfully, wanting to suppress a scream. The leader of the demon army also turns in the direction of her gaze, wanting to understand what confused Anna. And Charles is already very close, continuing to move in their direction. Terrell, who doesn't see the new arrival, asks in confusion what's wrong with them. But the next moment, an even deeper emotion is displayed on his face. And the man, approaching their table, looks only at the one he is interested in, at Murphy. A seriously frightened Terrell, under the influence of alcohol, allows himself to express himself. Meanwhile, Charles asks if Murphy has his nose in the air. Why did you call the Bloody Heaven Warrior himself to a place like this? Murphy ignores the people who jumped up and greets the man, offering him a seat. He looks at his interlocutor in amazement, but accepts the offer. And he asks, casually plopping down on a chair and hurrying, why he called him. Murphy says that people are only invited to a drinking establishment for one thing, to drink. The old man looks at him with distrust when they pour him a drink. And then Murphy catches the stunned look of one of his companions. Terrell is silent, but his expression speaks volumes. He doesn't believe what's happening. Wondering if the chief is joking, he smiles, showing that he is not. The man feels sick when he realizes how crazy this idea is. Hob thanks Charles for recommending him for the post of leader of the demon army, and he replies that he should not thank him, but the young man standing next to him. The same one says that he has already received his gratitude. Now it is the old man's turn. Charles is surprised and looks away, and then begins to speak. He recommended Hob because he thought he would do a good job, and he asks him not to worry. The man thanks his interlocutor. While the old man drinks, Murphy waits for the most opportune moment, and when he comes and says he has a request, Charles asks what it is. The guy looks at Terrell, who is burning with shame, mentally choosing the right words. And then he asks to teach the man martial arts. Charles is amazed. and then he asks who this drunkard is, not quite correctly interpreting the state. And suddenly Terrell's courage awakens, and he introduces himself in a rather specific way. And he says he is not a drunkard, and then he runs out of steam after his fiery tirade. Murphy suddenly becomes funnier than he ever was. Anna and Hob look at what is happening, wishing that it would all end soon. Murphy asks his subordinate to understand, because sooner or later, everyone goes overboard. And he politely asks Charles to teach him, but he says that he doesn't want to teach this weakling. Murphy's voice becomes more insistent as he repeats his request. And the old man repeats his answer just as unquestioningly, and then asks why him. And he receives in response the words that he is a master of his craft. And Murphy wants this guy to learn from the best, like him. The old man is touched by these words, and he remains silent for a while, thinking about something. And then he asks how Murphy imagines this. This guy is not even his student. The interlocutor suggests fixing this by making Terrell a disciple of the warrior of the bloody skies. And he argues that now among Charles's students there is no one to whom he could pass on his position. And he asks what the old man thinks about him. He refuses once again. Murphy becomes angry at the suggestion that he take care of someone other than himself for once. The bloody heaven warrior also seethed, repeating the words that he didn't want to do this. Murphy almost screams, asking why, because he doesn't see any reason to refuse. Charles asks if there needs to be a reason for this. And a third voice echoes the warrior. Hob and Anna turn around in surprise at the words that he doesn't want to either. Terrell has already come to his senses and is looking at his potential teacher with protest, and asks him how he thinks. Does he like it himself? Anna tries to smooth things over by asking the investigator to calm down. But he can't be stopped anymore, he screams, repeating the words that he doesn't want to. And he turns to Charles, telling him not to even dream of taking on his training, again repeating the words that she would never study with him. Anna and Hob look at their companion with fear, fearing the old man's reaction. Although he looks sullen and silent, Murphy doesn't make a sound either, and Terrell addresses the latter with respect, asking if he can ask him something. He agrees, saying that he will answer honestly, since the man is unlikely to survive. Terrell asks why Murphy wants to be trained by this callous old man, and he bursts into tears, saying that this thought causes him great pain. Charles makes a noise calling someone a beast. Murphy remains silent, waiting for more to be said so he can correctly interpret the warrior. But he remains silent, and the guy turns to Terrell, saying that he wants him to study martial arts. And he is already bursting into tears during the breaks, saying, well, not in the same way. Hob looks at the man shaking with tears with sympathy, but does not dare to utter a word. Murphy lets out a condescending sigh and turns to Charles, asking him if he could devote at least half an hour a day to this guy. He asks to give her a chance, because it's such a small thing, and promises to leave her alone if she doesn't like it after the first training session. Charles is silent for a long time, and then says that it seems that the interlocutor strongly believes in this alcoholic. Murphy replies that he believes in the warrior of the bloody skies and thinks, the fact that these two have a common trait is rarely revealed outside their circle, but they have much more passion for their work than everyone else. Charles just starts to speak, and Terrell interrupts him, shouting that he doesn't want to either. Hob and Anna shudder in fear, realizing that he has just signed his own death warrant. The bloody sky warrior grabs his weapon, but is stopped in time. Murphy grabs his struggling hand, starting to laugh nervously. And Terrell switches off again, falling asleep and leaving a message for those present. A man sleepily says words about what he has already said, that he does not want. Murphy and Charles look at the guy thoughtfully, and the old man asks what he will get in return. The guy replies that in that case, he will resolve his interlocutor's long-standing grievance. The old man clearly didn't expect to hear that, and he turns his interested gaze to Murphy. But he says nothing, and he fills the cup to make the deal more successful, wondering if Charles really wants to reconcile with Lily. Anna and Hob look at the drinking warrior of the bloody skies with apprehension, fearing his wrath. Of all those present, only Murphy looks serene, respectfully continuing to fill the empty cup of his business partner. After drinking many bottles, Anna and Hob are no longer in a state of resource, and Charles chimes in, asking if Murphy was joking about the insult. The guy answers in the negative, asking how he can be asked to teach Terrell just like that. The interlocutor is silent for a while, and then asks if there is any benefit from his new job. Murphy replies that everything is fine in the sect now. Charles means something slightly different when he asks whether it helps improve reputation. The guy smiles, thinking that everyone seems to think he's doing this just for his reputation, and he replies that it helps a lot, mentally considering that it is difficult for Charles to understand his true intentions. The guy asks his interlocutor to take good care of investigator Sally, and he thinks that Murphy is really doing everything he can to attract attention. When asked what he will do himself, the guy replies that he has a lot to do. The man asks, looking at Murphy's comrades, which ones are these? And he gets an answer. Every day the guy thinks about how to kill those who have lost their human appearance. And he also adds that he is actively looking for his right wing, the interlocutor asks. So he is left for him, Murphy answers positively and is interested. What? The warrior of the bloody heavens wants to take the place of his right wing. Charles says that Murphy is really crazy to call the higher demons with his wings. The guy reminds him of his own words about madness. So his madness must consume everyone, and he asks if the old man has forgotten. Charles tuts, crossing his arms over his chest, and responds. It was a figure of speech then, and Murphy, smiling, says that they will go crazy together. Charles tells the younger one to watch his language, and he again refers to his madness. Although the man looks at his interlocutor with displeasure, he says nothing. He seizes the initiative by sharing that he will soon leave the sect for several months, and asks to look after his friends while he is away. Charles agrees almost immediately, giving a positive answer. Looking at the man drinking, the guy thinks, but he didn't even ask him anything, although his short answer instills confidence. Terrell is dry-mouthed and groans in a hoarse voice, asking for water. Someone replies that she is standing nearby. The man asks again in surprise. Then he reaches for the bedside table and actually feels the kettle there, and greedily presses to his nose, insatiably quenching his thirst. The man has a headache and he promises himself not to drink anymore. Sitting down, he thinks about where he is, and he looks around, wondering who helped him find water. There is a rustling sound like paper, and the man looks in his direction. The person he sees there brings out clear emotions on his face. Terrell asks Charles, pausing in embarrassment, why he is here. He replies that the point is that the room belongs to him. Terrell looks around, asking why he is here then. Charles replies that when they parted, the investigator ordered Warrior to drag him. He grabbed him by the trouser leg and yelled that the teacher would not dare abandon his student. Terrell is deeply confused, wanting to ask but stumbling. And Charles says he can't even remember the last time he allowed someone to treat him like that. And the warrior asks if perhaps his interlocutor lacks the strength to die on his own. Tom becomes incredibly scared, and it takes him a long time to gather his strength to answer. And he asks why he was allowed to stay and sleep in his bed. Charles looks at him for a moment, and then asks if he doesn't even remember that. Watching the old man exhale heavily, Terrell wonders what else he's done. It turns out he called the warrior heartless towards his student and a nasty grandfather, and then he sat down on the floor and started crying, saying that this was all too much even for him. The interlocutor tells Terrell that it seems like he's had a hard life, and he shares that it was also hard for him not to finish him off. The young man gets completely scared and instantly flies out of the stranger's bed, shouting out words of apology and saying that he would never drink again. Charles points out that the problem is different. He needs to stop acting like an idiot. Terrell asks him to forgive him, blaming it all on the fact that he overdid it yesterday. And Charles, after a thoughtful pause, returns to the book, telling him to get out at once. The young man promises to make these words come true as he says goodbye respectfully. But as he leaves, he notices something that catches his attention and stops. He takes a book from the shelf, and genuine delight appears in his eyes. Terrell shares with Charles that this book is his favorite, and asks if the interlocutor has read it. He gets irritated, saying that more than anything in the world he doesn't like it when people touch his things. Terrell lets out a startled cry, flinching, and the book slips from his hands. The man doesn't manage to catch it, and the book, having done a somersault in the air, falls to the floor. Terrell pauses, watching the reaction of the man standing opposite him with a searching gaze, and he runs up to the book, quickly picking it up and looking through it. And then he apologizes, saying that fortunately, only the most uninteresting things were erased. Charles remains silent and the man apologizes again, saying that he really has to go. And then the interlocutor speaks up, asking why he likes this book. Terrell replies that he feels like the main character is similar to him. After all, this guy was a loser at first, and then he managed to become a hero. Seeing that his interlocutor is not interested, Terrell says goodbye to him again, thanking him for taking care of him and letting him rest. And Charles suddenly asks how he thinks Murphy will succeed. And the young man's face changes, answering a confident yes. Without looking up from his book, the interlocutor asks why he thinks so. And Terrell replies that he thinks Murphy is a wonderful and worthy person. He believes that the sect will change for the better thanks to his efforts. Charles asks, already looking at his interlocutor, whether he would give his life for him. The young man answers immediately, but the answer is negative. Charles is perplexed, reminding him of his own words about Murphy being a wonderful person. Terrell agrees with this, but does not consider himself wonderful or great. The man looks at him in surprise and then tells him to wait at the training ground. Now it's time for Terrell to be surprised, and he responds to these words with agreement. Later, he wonders if the old man is going to beat him up because he is not ready to die for the leader, and he thinks about the fact that he should have lied then. And Terrell barely has time to flinch before a sword enters the ground nearby. The bloody sky warrior, under the man's surprised gaze, orders him to take up arms. He agrees and, not without effort, pulls the blade out of the ground. The old man asks what he thinks about this. Terrell looks at the blade in surprise and then says that it is heavy. This was not the answer Charles expected, but he reluctantly confirmed what was said. Terrell looks at his interlocutor in surprise, asking what this means. And Charles says understanding that gravity is what he tries to impart to his students. Terrell says he felt a pang in his chest when Warrior said that. And he replies that it's all because he drank too much yesterday, or his heart is sick. Terrell agrees with him, puzzled, and the Warrior of the Bloody Skies continues, strongly recommending that the student not be late for training. He enthusiastically agrees, promising to always arrive on time. The people of Scarlet Mountain are hiding in the tavern because it is raining outside. Another man enters and looks around at those present with an attentive gaze. A waitress runs past and hurries to the customer who called her, and Murphy remembers that he had already come here in a past life. And he smiles at the memory, because at that time this girl was already an adult. She stops, expressing her regret that there are no free seats. The guy asks about the rooms, but there aren't any either. The girl says that it is most likely because of the upcoming festival, and he answers Murphy's question about when he will be there and hurries to the visitor. The guy is happy that he is on time, because there are still 10 days until the festival, and he remembers what it is like. This is a ceremony in honor of the blood god. Only on this day will he be able to obtain what is capable of stopping the soul stealer. But in that place sits not only the head of the sect, but also a guard in chains. The head sits there permanently, and leaves this place only once a year. After all, on the day of the festival, a special ritual must be carried out in the square. During this time, Murphy plans to steal an item that will kill the Soul Reaver. Terrell trains hard, swinging his heavy sword relentlessly. As Murphy predicted, he works much harder than many others, bringing yourself to a state where holding the sword is completely unbearable. He remembers the words of the warrior, who ordered him to make these swings first. Terrell took it very seriously at the time, agreeing with his teacher. When Charles left, he ordered that this be done 1,000 times. Terrell asked again, because it sounded unimaginable. Lifting this heavy sword seemed like an impossible task for him, considering that this had to be done without using internal energy. And now Terrell feels like his arms are going to break. He makes an effort not to drop the weapon, carefully placing it on the ground. And leaning against it, he begins to breathe heavily. His breathing is ragged, his body is shaking, and it seems to the man that he is about to lose consciousness. He wonders what he's doing at all, since he's usually reading a book at this time. And the man remembers the words of the leader, who instructed him to give his best. And also remembering why he needs all this, Terrell pulls himself together. And overcoming pain, sweat, and tears, he continues his work. Even his legs are wobbly, and his breathing has not yet returned to normal. But the man does not give up, raising his hands with weapons up, and thinking about the fact that if he were kicked out on the very first day, he would not be able to look the head of state in the eye. As the count draws to a close, dusk falls upon the earth. But that doesn't matter. What's more important is that the man still managed to achieve 1,000 swings. And now he can finally fall to his knees and breathe a sigh of relief. Although the first training session took incredible effort, he succeeded. And from the side comes a familiar voice, allowing you to retreat if things get tough. Charles, who came up to him, added that he would not insist. Looking back on the work he's done, Terrell says he has no intention of doing that. Charles asks why and is told it's because there won't be another chance like this. The Bloody Heaven Warrior says that he has no intention of passing on his martial art to anyone. But the interlocutor says that he meant something else. No higher-up would want to teach him. And later, when he has a child, he intends to tell him about it, imagining how he would boast that his teacher was the Bloody Heaven Warrior himself. And this will be quite enough, because the memories must be worthy of the warrior. Charles exhales, asking if Terrell is getting married. He replies that he wants this. The old man asks why. And he gets an answer. Terrell wants to raise the child, giving him the love that he did not have. Charles asks what will happen if the child hates him. The man thinks for a moment, but then a smile blossoms on his face. When he asks to conduct a training session not only for him, but also for his child. A new feeling seems to flicker in the old man's gaze, but it immediately disappears, and he tells the student to do another 1,000 repetitions. Terrell can't believe it, helplessly asking if it's happening again. And somewhere far away in the mountains, water begins to boil in a kettle. Murphy thinks about the herbs he bought before his trip. If you boil them for a few days, you get an olfactory paralytic for the chained keeper. They said that he had been chained since childhood, and most likely he was still there. And while the potion is being brewed, the guy decides to practice defense. As he begins his meditation, Murphy can't get his thoughts out. The more he repeats this technique, the more special it seems. And the guy knows that it will become stronger when combined with other equipment. And he expresses hope that that decisive day will come soon. The guy leaves the cave and, turning his gaze to the sky, thinks, before his return, he had already looked at the night sky from here. And Murphy wonders if everything is okay with Charles and Terrell. The latter's face is distorted with pain, and he hangs his head, lamenting. Terrell remembers swinging his sword late into the night yesterday, but what happened next remains a mystery to him. The man doesn't understand where he is, and suddenly a sudden thought occurs to him, making you jump up on someone else's bed and scream at the top of your lungs. He wonders why he is here again, but is suddenly surprised. The man dresses hurriedly and goes out into the street, led by new sounds. He is surprised to see a large sword flying up and looks at it in fascination. Even when performing the most ordinary swings, the bloody heaven warrior looks majestic. The man's mouth reflexively opens at such an impressive sight. These swings completely capture the attention, revealing a simple truth, and Terrell delightedly notes that they are exactly the same as his own. This old man performs the movements in the same position he was taught. He even holds the sword the same way, which means he started from the same place as Terrell. A man, noticing the presence, asks if the investigator has decided to shirk, and Terrell suddenly realizes that he is late, and says goodbye to his teacher until next time. The man casually asks if he will really come again, and he receives a positive answer. Charles asks not to complain, because today the same thing will await him. With a happy expression on his face, Terrell agrees to the terms, and the old man silently continues to look at his retreating back. Murphy moves forward, thinking that there are only 5 days left until the holiday. Today he is going to check the secret passage he used before, and go on reconnaissance to the place where the head of the Heavenly Wind Sect is located. Getting to where he needs to go, the guy puts his hand under a stone, and it activates a mechanism that causes the block to move to the side. Murphy remains impressed by the organization that created such an invisible passage. The next moment he takes out his artificial light source, and he douses himself with a potion that is supposed to mask his own smell. And fully armed, he continues his descent down to the cherished goal. Stopping in front of the door, Murphy knows that behind it is the room of the head of the sect. Therefore, he resorts to the technique that his father taught him, directing the energy flow inward, allowing one to probe the space. To concentrate, Murphy closes his eyes and scans the room. The energy tentacle moves slowly to maintain caution, and the next moment he finds himself close to something living. With a tremendous presence, there is no doubt about who he is facing. Levitating around the cult leader, Murphy feels how extraordinary the power of his soul is. But there's something else he needs to know, so the tentacle moves on, and confirms Murphy's guess, that man is nearby. Having found out everything he needs, the guy just as carefully returns the flow into himself. And turning away from the door, he thinks that now everything is ready to implement the plan. After 5 days, the coveted festival arrives. Residents rejoice at the holiday, enjoying an event that only happens once a year, and Murphy begins preparing for the upcoming sortie. Finally, he takes a meditative pose, remaining alone with his thoughts. And he listens, waiting for the bell to strike 36 times, heralding the beginning of his mission. The first blow soon rings out, causing people to rejoice. Murphy opens his eyes, realizing the countdown has begun. He hears these loud sounds more clearly than anyone else, sitting here in the cave. And with the next sound of impact he rises, intending to begin putting the plan into action. After all, the very last 36th blow is heard. Murphy uses Shadow Walk, using the Wind God's technique, and the back of the half-naked man is pierced by several blows almost simultaneously, and then he falls unevenly to the ground, flapping his hair. Murphy thinks that he has about 15 minutes before the head of the cult returns. There is no time to waste, and the guy approaches what he has come such a long way for. The man's fingers press on the closed eyes of the red statue, and they immediately open up, calling for further action, taking out the statue's now bulging eye sockets. This thing is called the Elixir of Bloody Eyes Cleansing, passed on secretly to the leaders of the Heavenly Wind Sect. By dropping it into the eyes, one can see the dispel of the Blood Sect's technique, which the Soul Stealer binding technique is based on. Murphy squints as his eyes begin to sting unbearably. The pain increases with each passing second, making it almost impossible to hold back the screams. But Murphy doesn't allow himself to do this, only hissing occasionally, and the incredible pain slowly begins to recede. When the boy opens his eyes the next moment, they have undergone changes, and the next thing you know, a satisfied grin appears on his lips. The artifact is no longer needed, and Murphy returns it to its place, doing all the actions in reverse order and thinking, there is enough elixir left, so it is unlikely that anyone will notice if a few drops go missing, so they can pass it on to the air without any problems. Meanwhile, a groan is heard nearby. The man comes to his senses, looking around in bewilderment, and Murphy instantly activates God's Walk Quick Step. The guy thinks that the effect of the elixir may be useful to him more than once, having served well, in addition to the skirmish with the Soul Reaver. As Murphy rushes past the residents, they are amazed, because they cannot see him, but they can feel him. Later, Charles's carefree reading is interrupted by an unexpected guest, who notices that this occupation is completely unsuitable for him. Glancing sideways at his interlocutor, the old man remarks that, apparently, the guard will have to be punished. But Murphy asks not to do this, because he wanted to meet secretly. Charles asks, so the guy just got back, and Murphy confirms these words. The old man is amazed, asking if he is really the first one he has come to. Murphy says he's sorry to disappoint, but he didn't get to meet his father. The warrior cries out, asking what's wrong, and the guy corrects himself, saying that he came to him first. Charles is amazed at this change, and Murphy, wasting no time, makes a suggestion. Have a drink, because he brought something good. The old man hides the smile that is trying to come out in his mustache and beard, and asks his question later. As if, by the way, noticing that the guy hadn't appeared here for 2 months. As he pours, Murphy points out that it hasn't been 2 months yet. Thinking that Quickstep helped him with this, he asks about Investigator Sally's training. The old man looks at the cup in his hand thoughtfully, and only then answers. To be honest, this kid works really hard. Murphy is surprised, although he doesn't show it, that the warrior himself praised someone, and they continue to discuss Terrell, unanimously considering him reliable and persistent. Murphy changes the subject by asking about the poetry collection Charles was standing with earlier. He frowns, asking if his interlocutor considers this to be beyond his level. The guy says he's not sure about the level, but knowing his character, it seems strange. Charles says thoughtfully that he used to like books. He just forgot about it. Murphy finds it strange to think of the old man as a young man and asks what he was like. The interlocutor replies that he was gloomy and despondent, and the guy notices that he and Terrell are similar. The man asks, so what if this is so, nothing can be changed? After drinking a portion, he asks for more and asks if the guy did everything he wanted. He confirms this, and Charles assumes that the sect will soon become restless again. Murphy smiles indulgently, asking if the man isn't curious about where he went. The warrior suggests that he was sowing a bloody storm. The guy is amused by this, but he gently parries. Charles says he likes the peaceful life, and he likes it too. But he adds that he loves the silence that smells of blood, when all who come for his soul bow their knees before him. While drinking, Murphy changes the subject, saying it was nice to get outside, especially after a long time, and suggests going with him next time. Charles says he feels more comfortable in the cult because otherwise there are crowds wanting to kill him. And he asks Murphy not to stumble, and he asks what will happen otherwise. The interlocutor replies that he will most likely return to his brother. The guy considers him cynical. The old man agrees, asking what is the point of flapping his wings next to a corpse. And Murphy thinks that he really is such a nature, he will quickly switch over. And he asks to listen to his request. The interlocutor asks what it is. Murphy asks Charles to drink with him all night. The man calmly replies that it is not difficult, and the guy gets up, causing surprise and a question from the person sitting opposite. Where was he going if he himself asked to drink with him, and he was going for a bottle and snacks? The old man offers to send the children, but the boy wants to do everything himself. Charles watches the back of his departing interlocutor with a thoughtful look, and he thinks about how he decided to bring the perfect snack for their evening. The snack he had been preparing for the past 2 months, planning to kill the Soul Reaver today. As he descends the steps, the aforementioned man is just thinking about Murphy, considering him to be a cheeky boy trying to influence him with the help of his father. Walking down the corridor and turning the corner, the man approaches the altar. There is already an offering lying on it, still alive and warm, since the blood must be fresh. Sony looks at the child with a thoughtful look, thinking about how I haven't used the Great Soul and Heart technique for a long time. But suddenly someone grabs the man from behind, causing him to let out a cry of surprise, and hitting the Soul Lord from the side, causing disorientation. But it doesn't last long. Spitting out air with a cough, Sony focuses, and immediately directs his hands, radiating magic, at his opponent. The realization of who is in front of him makes him lose his vigilance again for a moment. Murphy growls angrily, reminding the man of his warning. The Soul Eater is slightly at a loss as to how best to proceed, and Murphy, without missing a beat, calls his opponent a coward, and asks how long he's going to play the fool. Or is he only courageous when he rips out the hearts of the weak and defenseless? And the next moment the guy realizes that his opponent is using his technique on him. The surrounding space begins to change rapidly, replacing one picture with another. Snow splashes break against everything solid, leaving an unpleasant sensation on the skin. And your heels literally feel like they're hanging in the air without any support. His own voice bounces off the space itself, echoing the previous question. And then it's replaced by Sonia's reminder that Murphy will never return to reality. The guy is silent for a while, holding back the anger that is bursting out. And then he asks if the interlocutor frightens others not because he himself is afraid. He appears in front, saying that it is impressive. But Sonia is curious how a person like him can have such spiritual strength. And the man asks if he really came here to kill him, and he agrees. The Lord of Souls asks what he is counting on and why he needs it. Murphy leaves these words unanswered, which angers his opponent. Unable to bear the silence, the man asks the next question, sent by the head of the sect. And they answer him that if the heavenly demon wanted him dead, he would have come for him himself. And he asks if the Lord of Souls doesn't know what kind of person he is. And the illusion ends, returning both to reality. The Lord of Souls invites the young master to speak frankly. After all, they are going to fight to the death, the interlocutor agrees. The man says that he is a superior demon who controls his subordinates, and he asks if their life is really so good that they give a choice to the weak. They have a heavenly demon, and Soul Eater does everything only for his benefit. Murphy thinks that if it weren't for Mulava, he would have continued to turn a blind eye to Sony. He could really justify his actions by saying that the man was trying for the sake of the sect. But now the guy tells his interlocutor not to lie, because he is not taking hearts for the sake of the sect. All this is for the sake of living longer. He has always been like this, and will always be. Murphy recalls, believing that Sunny would have avenged the Sky Demon if things had been different. And the guy says that he became a monster only for himself. And the man notices that Murphy is not the young gentleman he knew. After all, the young man would never be able to understand him, or even touch him. But the boy could. And gradually growing in size, the man uses one of his techniques. Murphy knows it. It's the art of reading the mind and soul. This technique is forbidden in the sect, and everyone knows about it, but Sony is using it right now. Murphy wants to give in, even though he doesn't like it, because he wonders what this demon wants to know. And the first thing the Soul Leader asks is who he really is. The guy answers honestly, giving his real name. The Soul Leader asks how he knew about it. Murphy replies, he investigated. The next question is whether he came because of the head of the sect. The answer is no. Murphy becomes convinced that this man fears his father most of all. And the Lord of Souls continues his interrogation, asking why he came. Murphy replies that it is in order to kill him, and Sony asks who knows about it. And the guy replies that not a single living soul knows about this. They remain in the white space, and the Lord of Souls makes a promise. Erase your opponent from this world. Murphy asks if the other man will be able to cope with the consequences of his murder. He asks why he should care about this, since this is the job of the warrior of the bloody heavens. And he continues, saying that it will not be him who kills him, prophesizing that the boy would die in a pathetic attempt to kill the warrior of the bloody heavens. And then he activates one of his techniques. But Murphy isn't going to give up that easily, using his defensive technique, which immediately meets with the alien, entering into an active struggle. The odds are clearly stacked against him, but Murphy refuses to back down and continues to resist. And the Lord of Souls gives the guy the order to kill the warrior of the bloody heavens, continuing to repeat it incessantly, like a mantra. Murphy realizes that even his technology can't contain him completely. And if he were an ordinary person, he would have long ago surrendered under such a powerful onslaught. But suddenly a gap appears in the enemy's equipment, and the guy understands that this light is a way to dispel the Soul Lord's technique. He actually succeeds, and by coming fully into the light, Murphy causes the enemy to be taken aback. They find themselves next to each other again, the two of them, bathed in white light. Sony is surprised that his opponent was able to see the light himself, since this is impossible until the end of the technique. The guy replies that he is very attached to the warrior of the bloody skies, and the enemy mercilessly throws out another order, checking the words for authenticity. And just like before, the guy is enveloped in a cocoon of two intertwined techniques. Only this time the Lord of Souls acts even more persistently. But this doesn't stop Murphy from seeing the saving light. And the guy goes towards him and a little later comes out in the same place, a little more tired. The Lord of Souls becomes lost again and falls silent for a longer period of time. And then he asks, hesitantly, why the opponent doesn't give in. He replies that it is all because his feelings for the warrior of the bloody heavens are too great. The Soul Master calls this complete nonsense and uses the technique again, but Murphy stubbornly wraps himself in his own defenses. Although one wonders how much longer this will continue. But the guy is wrong. This illusion is something else. A strange figure begins to rise from the surface of the water, rising to its full height. And after her, several more appear with eerie sounds, surrounding her from all sides. Murphy fearlessly draws his sword, preparing to fight. His eyes flash red, activating the breakthrough through illusions. And now the guy clearly sees the places where he needs to strike. The battle that ensues is not an easy one, because all the monsters, as one, surround their opponent. And he is happy that he now has such a thing as bloody eyes. The Soul Lord looks very upset when Murphy asks the question himself without waiting. Why doesn't the man ask anything this time? And instead of answering, he again plunges the guy into an illusion. Murphy notices this, but at the very last moment, and doesn't have time to block. Now he finds himself in the pouring rain in the middle of the ocean. Murphy realizes that this is just a technique, but death here means death in reality. And hearing the unusually loud noise of the waves, the guy turns around. Just at that moment, a huge wave appears very close. The guy goes underwater, unable to cope with the onslaught of illusory nature. And suddenly he remembers his father's words about what the Soul Stealer fears. The boy gains confidence as he rolls through the wet water and heads towards the surface. He manages to swim out faster than he thinks, and now Murphy even understands why. But he wonders how an ordinary person can get out of such a huge illusion. Meanwhile, in the distance, another wave is emerging and rapidly approaching. Murphy realizes that he could quickly die from exhaustion if he doesn't find a creation point. However, this turns out to be quite a chore, since she is nowhere to be seen. And a terrible thought comes to the guy's mind. Looking down at his feet, he guesses that she might be underwater. Murphy looks around, moving his gaze around himself, but all in vain. And he is forced to emerge to fill his lungs with life-giving air. The guy starts to get angry, wondering where this damned point could be. It is literally in the ocean, where there is nothing but water and him. But another thought comes to mind. and the guy turns his head, looking for the object of interest. Finally, he finds it, and begins to swim towards the log on which he was standing. After all, there are no other options except him, the ocean, and himself. And the theory turns out to be true. The point is hidden in plain sight. And behind you, you hear a painfully familiar sound, making you involuntarily shudder. But Murphy has no intention of continuing to get caught up in all this. And drawing his sword, he pierces the point of creation of the log without regret. The exhaustion is becoming difficult to contain, and Murphy tries to catch his breath. The Soul Stealer says nothing again and disappears as quickly as he appeared. What he saw caused deep surprise, because he did not expect to see anything like this. It's as if he is in a world of crooked mirrors, only they distort in an unconventional way. Looking at all these people, Murphy realizes that they are all aspects of the same person. In front of him is his own life, frozen in different age periods. A particular scene captures his attention, but Murphy catches himself, forcing him to admit that all this cannot be his future. This is not even his image before his return, but simply an illusion of the Soul Stealer. The guy touches the smooth surface, asking, what does he regret so much? Considering how much blood has been spilled, it is foolish to hope for a happy death. The guy notices that he is too greedy, but there is still hope if we can kill Mulava and save those we need to. But then and only then will such a death be a good outcome. And he reassures himself that everything is fine, allowing himself to move on, thinking that maybe it would be a comfort to him now. What he means is that everything is fine and he is doing well. Murphy tightens his grip on the hilt of his trusty sword, for he has seen what he needs. The point he needs is in the mirror with his real age. The guy cuts it in half without even thinking, symbolically smashing your present into pieces. Behind the illusion is the Soul Reaver, who gnashes his teeth in displeasure. And then he screams uncontrollably, wondering why nothing is working. The scale of illusions increases to infinity if it is broken incorrectly. So why is Murphy able to cope so quickly? The guy says he's lucky. The Soul Reaver screams, saying that this is not something that can be destroyed by accident. And looking at the confidently standing guy, the man guesses what the reason is. He calls his father crazy, asking if he really chose his heir in secret. And Murphy thinks to himself that there is nothing strange about the misinterpretation. He recalls exactly what he did to complete his family technique. And the Soul Stealer is angry that his own weapon is being used against him. He calls these insolent people dirty bastards who stabbed him in the back. And Murphy asks if he's sure his father was the one who did it. After all, it was he who said that the secrets of Murim were feared by the Soul Stealer more than anyone else. A man with such a high opinion would not stab you in the back. The man asks angrily what he means by this. And Murphy asks him not to say whatever he wants because he's angry. After all, his father didn't believe in the idea of killing him until the very end. The Soul Reaver screams, asking why he is here then. And Murphy begins his answer by saying that he has thought about this for a long time. The guy gives an example of a man who lived a very ordinary life. But one day his life is cut short and his heart is torn out. And he asks the Soul Stealer if he wouldn't feel sorry about it in that case. And he replies that life is always unfair, you just need to become stronger. And Murphy replies that the man will pay for this injustice today. He looks impassive, then grins, saying that in his own words he is a person who wants to live long. So does Murphy really think that Sony couldn't foresee today? The Soul Stealer calls this day the day the sect leader betrayed him. And he shouts, asking if the interlocutor knows why he took up the heart and soul technique. Does he really think that everything is for the sake of a grain of internal energy? And the Soul Snatcher promises to tear Murphy's Dispel technique to shreds. The guy is familiar with this energy. It is called the energy of the dark evil demon. This technique is much more powerful and brutal than normal techniques. Only the majority of those who have comprehended it fall into a state of demonic possession. This terrible technique provokes terrible carnage, and is therefore prohibited in the sect. Murphy says he came to kill his opponent, but he would have died anyway from the side effect of the technique. Sony counters by saying that he managed to defeat him using the heart and soul technique. Now everything falls into place, and Murphy understands why he needed the hearts. But this is still no excuse, and the guy draws his sword. The Soul Reaver illusion clenches its fingers into a fist, revealing an illusionary weapon within. He promises to kill not only his son, but also his father, one day taking his place. The guy smirks, saying that he is too cowardly for this, because he even hides his ambitions. And he himself thinks that before his regression, he didn't even know about the forbidden techniques that Sonya had studied. Meanwhile, he attacks, and the guy hurries to block the blow. Such a strong blow creates a shockwave that sweeps away everything in its path. Murphy's hands are shaking from the strain, making it increasingly difficult to hold the block. And the Soul Stealer doesn't look exhausted at all, giggling in an otherworldly voice. The guy understands that without illusions he would have been thrown back long ago. And he realizes that with such an enemy, he will need to use all his trump cards. Murphy resorts to using the first style of his family technique. Heavenly Balance gives him a head start, allowing him to fight back against his opponent. But the guy suddenly realizes that everything is unjustified. He was unable to cut the enemy. And Soul Reaver, not intending to play along, uses Extermination. several charges appear in front of Murphy and begin to move towards him. The guy barely manages to dodge it, launching himself into the air using the technique. He understands that if it weren't for her, he would have already been cut into pieces. And the Soul Stealer resorts to the following technique, called Spirit Extermination. Murphy can almost physically feel himself being cut. But, fortunately, this attack is also avoided. And without hesitation, he uses the second style of his family technique, Heaven's Variability, attacking the Soul Reaver with volleys similar to his own, but in his own way. As the equipment disperses, Murphy is puzzled that the enemy was once again unable to be reached, and he uses Earth Extermination. Murphy counters the technique with his family's third style of value. It's called the Secret of Heaven, and is roughly equal in power to extermination. When visibility is restored, Murphy notices a hole in the Soul Reaver's shoulder. But it doesn't last long, it drags on too quickly. But the guy already has his first physical wounds, and he is thinking hard. It's difficult to analyze a situation when the enemy is using techniques almost continuously. As now, directing volleys of cult extermination at him, they hit around the perimeter, presenting a difficult challenge to dodge. When the haze clears, neither Murphy nor his body are found behind it. The Soul Stealer starts laughing, but he gets confused when he hears praise for the strength of his martial arts. Yet Murphy remains alive, and uses the fourth style of his family technique, cutting through the Soul Reaver's illusory shell with a strike from the fire thread. And noticing that the opponent has no practice in using the forbidden technique, he asks why the guy doesn't use other, more powerful techniques. And Murphy replies that he believes it is possible to win without using them. The Soul Stealer chuckles, saying that the boy's pride will be his undoing. And he doesn't notice how Murphy rushes right next to him, swinging his sword just once, and the next moment the head is separated from the body under the influence of the next style, which is called the Blue Sky. But the opponent doesn't care. His head grows back, enveloped in demonic tentacles. Murphy is surprised, because he hoped that Blue Sky would be able to defeat him. But no, the enemy stands intact and prepares for the next attack. And Murphy can't help but remark that Sony has truly become a monster. Full of rage, he jumps towards his opponent and swings his sword to strike. He doesn't tense up, because he's ready for the attack, and they start dancing. Murphy reflects on how even cutting off the head didn't kill the Soul Reaver, and he suggests that he most likely hid his weak spot somewhere inside. But the guy promises himself to find him at all costs, although the situation is becoming more and more dangerous with each passing moment. Meanwhile, the Soul Reaver does not sleep, resorting to heaven destruction. Finally, Murphy decides to resort to using Bloody Eye. And finally, he notices that very point of creation, located inside the illusion. No matter how trivial it may seem, it turns out to be an ordinary heart. Looking at him, Murphy is internally jubilant that he was able to find her. And the guy rushes forward, deciding to use other techniques from his arsenal, realizing that he could break through with the help of the Wise King's Step. And the guy begins his difficult breakthrough, dodging the Soul Reaver's attacks in the process. The path turns out to be thorny, and Murphy gets additional injuries. But it's worth it. He manages to get closer to his desired goal, although the number of wounds also increases noticeably. But here is the Soul Reaver in front of him, and Murphy is using the family technique. Her eighth style, Emperor's Heaven, blazed forth with a war cry. The blow finds its target and the space is illuminated by a flash. Murphy jumps back, finding purchase with his feet. On the other side, opposite him, he hears a similar movement. The wounded boy breathes heavily, trying to bring his breathing back to normal. But inquisitive eyes look forward, studying the enemy's body. From behind, he looks as untouched as before, and Murphy's eyes are focused on his chest. The Soul Stealer asks, pausing in helplessness, how he was able to do this. And the answer is a heart that is too big, which turns out to be easy to cut. The Soul Reaver falls to his knees from exhaustion, and he looks different now. He notices that the guy didn't use what he expected from him. Murphy replies that it was his family's techniques and the Wise King's Step. The interlocutor is surprised by the latter, asking again about the name. The guy admits what kind of technology it is, and Sonya becomes interested in how he got it. Murphy answers evasively, believing that the heavens themselves do not want him dead, thinking to himself that if it weren't for this technology, he would have definitely died today. Sony promises that if he is reborn, he will definitely kill Murphy, and he asks his interlocutor to live long if he is born again, and choose good methods instead of bad ones. The guy thinks that he won't shower his enemy with curses even before his death. He doesn't answer, and the illusion begins to dissipate. Murphy finds himself in the dungeon he was originally in. The body of the Lord of Souls sits before him, already lifeless. Murphy looks at his former opponent and realizes that he doesn't feel sorry for him at all. The old man asks why it took him so long. Did he really prepare everything himself? And the guy confirms this by saying that preparing snacks takes time. Charles notes that it doesn't look like it took long to prepare. And Murphy suggests a drink because the night is not over yet. The old man notices that their endurance is different. He will be a vegetable tomorrow after a sleepless night. The guy jokes and adds that it will be tomorrow, but now he can enjoy a good drink. Charles notices that Murphy is in a good mood and says so out loud. He answers with restraint that it is true. Charles asks what he has done already, to which he hears that Murphy is just glad to see him. The Bloody Heaven warrior looks at his interlocutor with distrust, wondering what the matter is, and he, feigning composure, offers him a drink. As they drink, Charles asks Murphy if he knows why he liked Terrell. The interlocutor asks why and receives a short story about what happened when Charles asked if Terrell would give his life for Murphy. The guy chuckles, saying he should be angry about something like that, and the interlocutor replies that he liked the investigator's honesty. Murphy offers to tell him about it, but the old man is stubborn, saying that he will never tell. The guy says that he will then tell him about it himself, because such a phrase can change his life. The old man notices that Murphy worries too much about others. At this rate, he won't be a teacher, but a nanny. The guy jokes that he thinks the idea is good, and he assumes that this could teach him something too. Charles remarks that he has never met anyone like Murphy in his entire life. He believes that this applies to the entire sect as well. Such heavenly demons have never existed before. And he asks, isn't it good if at least one generation is led by such a person? Charles looks at him thoughtfully for a moment and then speaks up, asking the young gentleman to pour him some. And although he is surprised, he fulfills the request, thinking about the fact that drinking this drink has a completely different meaning than usual. And, pouring, the guy says that he will pour for his left wing first. Watching the man drink, Murphy ponders that it was at that moment that it seemed to him that Charles had decided to sincerely follow him. The same one asks which wing is more important, the left or the right. Murphy is surprised by the unexpected question and asks it again, and the old man tells them to bring him something stronger if they really intend to do this. The boy looks at him, bewildered, for several long moments, and then he bursts into genuine laughter under the old man's surprised gaze. And he adds that today he is not as boring as usual, and he looks good too, and the amazed Charles calls his interlocutor an asshole. And he flares up, telling me to look at him again and repeat. But Murphy is no longer scared by these sudden breakdowns, so he just laughs. Charles asks him what he's laughing about, and asks him to repeat what he looks like. The guy replies that drunken confessions are unacceptable when repeated. The old man chuckled with displeasure, calling his interlocutor a rogue. They look at each other calmly for a moment, and Murphy bursts out laughing again. The next day, the boy arrives at the Heavenly Demon Palace. The man asks how his son managed to kill the greater demon, Sonia Yaxley. Murphy asks him what he means, and he answers that the person who investigated his death had given a probable cause, which most likely consisted of an obsession with one of the forbidden techniques. The man asks Murphy if he really wants him to believe this. The guy says he would like to say that he killed the higher demon himself, but the man clearly overestimates him. Murphy cannot force him to fall into a state of obsession. It doesn't matter how strong you are at the moment. The boy thinks that he would like to tell his father the truth, but there is a nuance, which he will not be able to explain without causing serious consequences. Murphy gives his alibi, saying he was out drinking with the Bloody Sky Warrior all night last night, and the Heavenly Demon asks if they didn't kill the Soul Stealer together with him. Murphy denies it, asking if he couldn't be the target of heavenly punishment. After all, the Soul Stealer was a monster that ripped out the hearts of innocent people. The man listens to his son attentively, and then rises from his seat, and he says that now the rest of the higher demons will stir since one of them is dead. Looking at the man's back, the guy thinks that he is right. After all, demons are like a single organism. The death of one is a threat to all. Wall respectfully greets his interlocutor and says that his mistress is already waiting. Following the young man, Murphy reflects on his own. In this situation, Wall must feel most confused. After all, according to the plan, Murphy was supposed to die. This man must know who the killer is. When they arrive at Lily's, Wall politely wishes them a pleasant conversation. And the woman, as soon as she sees Murphy, greets him warmly. The guy responds with respect, asking if everything is okay with her. The interlocutor replies that everything is as usual, and adds that she heard about his excommunication from the cult. Asking if everything is okay, Murphy says that it is, got some fresh air and came back. Lily notices that he becomes stronger every time they meet, and she wants to fight him again. The guy says that we can somehow arrange a sparring match. Lily enjoys it and says she's always up for something like that. Murphy says he brought the woman a small gift, the seeds of a flower with a pleasant scent. She is surprised to notice that this is the first time she has been given flower seeds. But he accepts the gift, and Murphy replies that he understands everything, since he himself is in the same situation. The woman looks at the bundle with flattery, and they move to a more comfortable place. Lily asks if Murphy heard the news about the Soul Reaver's death. The guy responds with a calm and monosyllabic agreement. The interlocutor expects him to continue, but he doesn't. She then asks if his death is related to Murphy. The guy is silent, but thinks about how to answer correctly. Although he only benefited from Sonia's death, it made the other higher-ups quite nervous. For a long time, their survival principle was the idea that after one, all will perish. And the guy speaks up, saying that he was told that death was due to possession. Lily notes that none of the higher demons will believe this. The guy says that even if that was the case, he didn't kill him. After a rather lengthy exchange of glances, the woman rises from her seat. Murphy asks why she thought of him. Lily believes that their quiet lake turned into a stormy sea after his appearance. The guy replies that he is an ordinary fisherman who does not drown people. The woman agrees and adds that he has already captured the Bloody Heaven warrior. The guy asks how hard it will be to catch her. Lily replies that this is possible if you release the caught fish. And before taking another sip, he adds that you never know how things might turn out. The Soul Stealer was jealous of his longevity and eventually died first. The illusory formation will now be restless. A struggle for the place of the heir will begin. Murphy thinks, remembering that Sonia had 5 students. But he did not choose an heir. The guy asks Lily who she supports. The woman wonders why he asks. Murphy believes that it would be better if the power was in the hands of someone who was on their side. Lily clings to the fact that he calls their side, and she asks about it. And the guy confirms this by calling Lily a sparring partner. The woman is surprised, and then says that it is possible to cooperate with a sparring partner. Later, while meditating at home, a noise reaches the boy's ears. The presence of the man who created it is familiar, but still surprising. Murphy asks Charles why he came in the middle of the night, and the warrior of the bloody skies angrily asks if he has anything to drink. While pouring a drink, Murphy asks what is bothering his interlocutor. He replies that someone is ignoring him en masse and openly. Murphy realizes who he is talking about and asks what is wrong with the greater demons. Charles replies that they didn't talk to him. The guy asks if this is usually not the case. The man admits that they never talked much, but there has never been anything like today, and he admits that he would be less angry if they had gone against him openly. Murphy asks if something serious happened, and the old man, pointing his finger at him, answers in a raised voice that it was he who happened. The greater demons suspect that they killed the Soul Reaver together, so they take it out on the old man. Murphy notes that they didn't do it. The warrior of the bloody heavens agrees with him, and then asks a question. And didn't Murphy himself kill the damned illusionist? The guy asks why everyone suspects him of his death, and Charles says there's been too much blood on Murphy's hands lately. He thinks that the Soul Reaver's blood is there too. The guy asks if this is really true. The old man looks into the eyes opposite for too long, and his expression changes. And Murphy understands that from his silence and look, Charles understood everything. Realized that he was the one who killed the Soul Stealer. The man starts to speak, but can't find the strength to continue, so Murphy prompts him, saying that he trusts him, otherwise he wouldn't have made him his left wing. Charles says that first of all he is one of the higher demons, and Murphy adds that, at the same time, he still remains its left wing. The man says that if you trust people so easily, you can get a knife in your back. The guy replies that he doesn't trust everyone, considering what happened between them before. The man asks if he's scared, and Murphy asks why exactly. The answer is to become an enemy of the 8 greater demons. The guy grins, saying that, to be more precise, only 4. The man does not immediately understand why his interlocutor said this, and he loudly asks when he managed to kill the other 3. The guy quickly says that he didn't mean that at all, but the old man still doesn't understand. Murphy is quick to explain that after the death of the Soul Reaver, 7 demons remained. Without the Bloody Heaven warrior, there are 6 of them. Lily is not completely on the guy's side. She can be considered half. And if each of the wings takes on a demon, there will be 4 or even less left. If 2 people join forces with him, only a couple of people will remain. Smiling sweetly, Murphy asks if it isn't all that simple. The old man gets angry, saying that he has already managed to be convinced of the guy's madness. But he didn't think of something. Murphy asks what it is. The Bloody Heaven warrior says that he and the sword will not fight the High Ones. Murphy thinks that he knows this himself. It's an ancient rule. And he speaks about it out loud, adding only one request: not to betray him. The warrior of the Bloody Skies says that it is not so much people who betray, but circumstances. The guy says that he will not create circumstances for betrayal, adding that he is counting on it. He thinks to himself that he truly trusts the Bloody Heaven warrior, because she thinks it's the best way to make him her own. And he shouts out words about how if this idiot makes a mistake, he will die. The guy is surprised, and then a smile appears on his lips, and he gives his interlocutor a promise to be careful. The old man turns away, groaning angrily, and then reaches for the bottle. While pouring alcohol, Murphy is thinking about his own things, but his peaceful thoughts are invaded. Charles says that the higher demons have called the head of Heavenly Wind to investigate. The old man reminds that the Soul Reaver's techniques were based on the blood cult's techniques. So, after examining the body, the head will be able to determine the exact cause of death of the murdered person. But there are 3 reasons why the higher demons invite him. According to the first, they wanted to show their determination to both alliances. Murphy realizes that this is an attempt to show that they have each other's backs, and he asks about the second reason. Charles replies that it is the head that matters. Murphy is surprised, asking how his father feels about this. Charles replies that the higher-ups want to show that the union is based only on them. And the third reason is Murphy himself. The guy is surprised, asking why. Charles says that the head of Heavenly Wind will look into how he killed the Soul Reaver. The guy thinks Charles is right, because the boss will be able to expose him. In no time, it was discovered that he had used Bloody Eye in the murder. Murphy believes that he must hide his involvement in the murder at all costs. After all, the revenge of the higher demons will be a secondary issue if everything comes to light. The main problem will be the impossibility of inheriting the position of the head of the sect. Murphy asks solicitously if the old man will be okay. He is surprised and asks what his business is here. Murphy asks if they aren't considered accomplices. The old man drank with him all night, which means that they acted together. The man exhales, suggesting that he might have dozed off for a moment. The guy asks who went after the head of the heavenly wind. The answer is demonic Buddha. Murphy recalls that out of everyone, he has the deepest connection with the head of heavenly wind. And he asks who is better to kill of these two. Or is it more profitable to deal with both at once? Charles notes that then a war with the alliances will break out, causing a split. Murphy finds the idea tempting and suggests washing everything away with blood. Charles stands up from his seat, saying if he's going to die, he should do it alone. The guy asks how they lived happily ever after and died on the same day. Charles replies that since his birth he has lived by the principle of every man for himself. And finally he says a dry farewell to his interlocutor. He looks after him for a long time, thinking about something of his own. The next day the boy informs his father that he has come as requested. Without really explaining anything, the man says that his son needs to leave. Murphy asks where, and the sky demon talks about a branch in the Central Plains. The boy is pleased by his father's care, but he notices that then he will be suspected. The interlocutor says that they already suspect, which is why they called the head of heavenly wind. And he is not an ordinary person, but he is able to figure out the method of murder. Murphy says he has nothing to do with it, asking why the alliance isn't suspected. The man replies that this would mean a desire to start a war with them, but this is not so. The guy asks if his father would leave in his place, and he answers with a categorical no. Murphy confidently reminds the man sitting opposite him that he is his son. He replies that this is true, but they are completely different. Murphy notes that he can emulate his father, because he is a great example. The man looks at his son in silence for a while and then agrees, warning that only he should keep one thing in mind. The words that the head of heavenly wind cannot be killed cut like a knife. Murphy can't stand it any longer and asks if his father was worried about him at all. The heavenly demon adds that he is also for the other high ones and asks them not to kill him. Murphy says for the umpteenth time that he didn't kill the soul stealer, but the father leaves, no longer listening, or at least not showing it. Murphy wonders if he really thinks his son is capable of killing the head of heavenly wind. The guy knows him well, and he is grateful for it, because he is like a treasure trove for him. Murphy knows two ways to use Bloody Eye: complete body change and change of only the eyes, and knows someone who can work with something like this to neutralize the effect. This man is called the Demon Doctor. He asks how about discussing everything now. Murphy agrees, starting with the fact that he wants to ask his interlocutor for one favor. He asks him to continue, and the guy promises not to take much time. And then he asks the person sitting opposite him to perform an eye replacement operation on him. This secret technique dates back to ancient times and improves the owner's eyes. The man asks how his interlocutor knows that he can use it. Murphy recalls that almost no one knows about this now, and the guy learned about it from his past life, when he returned to the sect to obtain rare ingredients. The demonic doctor then offered the technique to the then current leader. The old man is silent for a while and then speaks awkwardly, and he makes a guess about what the head of the sect told him. Murphy doesn't mind this arrangement. Let the old man think that his father taught him, and he recalls that according to his memoirs, his father refused this offer in the past. The old man asks the young man if he knows that this technique can only be used once in a generation. He confirms, the interlocutor clarifies, and he still wants it. The guy agrees. The doctor asks what he will get in exchange for performing this operation. Murphy answers evasively, starting with the fact that he has nothing to offer right now, but he will be able to do a lot of things when he becomes the head of the sect. The old man is surprised, and the boy continues, saying that then he will fulfill everything that the demonic doctor wants. He thinks about these words and remains silent for a long time. Murphy waits patiently, knowing full well what his interlocutor wants. The old man was unable to obtain this thing until his death, because the heavenly demon refused. The demon doctor asks if Murphy is sure he can become the successor. He answers with firm confidence that he definitely will. And he gets up from the table, asking his interlocutor to think carefully and make the right decision. The old man stops the young gentleman, asking him to ask him one question. He asks that when he becomes leader, the situation with alliances will be the same as now. The guy thinks about it and then says that everything will depend on the situation. But he can now say only one thing with firm confidence. He will eliminate without hesitation anyone who seems to him to be absolutely evil. The old man sits at the table, deep in thought, but he is interrupted, and they ask him why he suddenly decided to do something he had never done before. The demonic doctor replies that death does not frighten him, because it is next to everyone. Charles asks him to stop saying such things, and not to paint everyone with the same brush. The interlocutor asks what binds the warrior of the bloody heavens to this world, and he says that he considers people without attachments to be psychopaths. And he asks what happened. Why did he call him? The demonic doctor replies that he called him here to ask a question. Charles asks which one, and his interlocutor asks why he chose Murphy. The old man smirks at how long this guy's arms are. He's really talented. And he wonders why the doctor is asking such a question. And he asks again, so why him after all? Charles replies that the reason is that the guy has the potential to become the head of a cult. The doctor wonders why Charles thinks he will be the leader. And the old man remembers Murphy's own words, repeating them to his interlocutor. He doesn't understand what you're talking about and asks for clarification. And Charles says he chose Murphy precisely because of what he said then. The old man falls into thought for a while and then speaks up, noticing that it would be a good idea for the other person to stop putting obstacles in front of him. He looks at the man who stood up in bewilderment, asking what he means by this. Charles is outraged that, having called him here, his interlocutor leaves. Offering a drink next time, Charles asks if he will have one at all. For old people like them, he then asks to at least buy him a drink. Charles chuckles grimly, noting that this guy's death will not be easy. Murphy, who had been meditating until then, looks up at his potential interlocutor in surprise. He respectfully greets the old doctor, realizing who is in front of him. He asks how he knew about his presence, since he hid it. Murphy says it was pure chance. The doctor remembers that he has been saving people all his life, and the guy admires this. And the interlocutor admits that he is not a selfless person. He saved people because there was someone he wanted to kill. Murphy thinks that he knew about this, which is why the doctor joined the cult. And he continues, saying that for a doctor, murder is a mean thing. So he tried to sleep more so that he could have the opportunity to atone for his sin. And the old man asks if Murphy will be able to kill his enemy when he becomes the leader. The guy responds with cold confidence and agreement. They are silent for a while, each thinking about their own things. And then the old man asks why he didn't even ask who the target was. Murphy replies that if the doctor wants to kill someone, he must be a villain. That's why the young master trusts him. And the old man asks how the boy can know what is in his soul. And he gets an answer. Sometimes the physical shell turns out to be more important. Moreover, not everyone can earn the status of a demonic doctor. And Murphy believes in the power of things like positions and titles.